again, has not been having the early game he would have wanted on this Kalista. And now Palafox pushing up here with that death in mid lane. It's going to be the rotation down from the rest of the NRG members. They want to try to threaten.
And I think that's interesting to think about a little bit more so because of the veterancy on the top side of the map for FlyQuest and playing around maybe some of the deficits that have happened in the past in bot side. They still do have a lot of experience under their belt and finding ways to struggle their way out of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Another potential trap here by FlyQuest, though.
And they actually catch out his Palafox here. He's going to burn his flash as well as the spirit charges.
To speak about, one of those veterans on FlyQuest, it's Inspire, right? This guy has won MVP in LCS, in LEC, and this is actually comparing how he is doing this split on the right to how he did last time he won the MVP in the LCS.
Wow.
And he is having another really good split. This guy has been performing, has been such a strong jungler in his time on the LCS, both with EG and now with FlyQuest as well.
Man, just a year between those two photos as well. New haircut.
A little bit of difference there, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, did you see him on pros? The fit of his jersey, he's got some pipes on him too.
That's what I'm saying. People are underestimating FlyQuest in the fist fight.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the important things here, Jack.
Yeah, we got to talk about the fist fights.
Listen, we're gonna wrap this all together.
We need more fist fight stats.
On pros, where he was showing off his biceps, he did talk about Masu and Busio, and I think that applies to this game. How they had that one game where they were killing the C9 bot lane over and over again. It seemed really amazing. That was the week Busio won Player of the Week, but Inspired was saying there's definitely a lot of games where they're not quite synced. Like they play aggressive when they shouldn't, and they play passive when they should be playing aggressive. And that can lead to a decrease in confidence over time. Yeah. What's happening in this game for me with Masu and Busio, they're just a little helter-skelter, right? They had clearly the ability to outplay FBI and Huhi 2v2 early. They died to that first gank. Then Masu tries to get it back. He overcommits on a Dokla. Then he gets caught in mid lane again. So it's going to be, I really want to see who Masu reacts to this because he is a little down and out through his own mistakes this game, and he needs to bounce back if they want to win.
Absolutely. I will say, if there's anything I would like to see from a rookie, I'd rather they're erring on the side of aggression and then just kind of tempering as they learn and they get that more experience. Because these are some very young players. These are two most valuable prospect players from the NACL, coming up into the LCS, playing together. This is obviously, that first big split for Masu. Busio here in his second year. But they need that time to grow, and I think you want them to be aggressive. You want them to play with confidence because they're two players who said they really wanted to play aggressive. They really wanted to go at people. That's what they were trying to accomplish in scrims. So we'll see if they can kind of polish that up and get it to a point where they can consistently do it on the LCS stage.
And in ACL, Masu was known for his aggressive plays, his flashes for it, even when he was playing on Wi-Fi and on an awful ping. So I think getting back to that confidence is something he's personally been working on this split. And I think when I was talking to him, the quickness of decision makings in the LCS has been really hard for him to go through.
Exactly. That's something that a lot of people will tell you is that when they go up into the LCS, it is very different. You start to realize that there are levels to these things. These players are going to punish moves that you didn't even know were mistakes, and you have to adjust over time with that playstyle.
We do get tower in the top side finally taken. It'll be 2 for 1 at least in terms of those objectives. But getting back to it, we do have refocusing to the bottom side of the map. About 1:10 for another dragon will be a sole point for NRG.
Yeah, I think it's a big thing that NRG is going to want to set up for. Although I'd say they, weirdly enough, don't need to be in a rush. There's a decent power spike for FlyQuest right now with the amount of magic resist they've been able to build. Like the early Hex Drinker there for the Renekton. Since when you really look at NRG's team composition, the Rumble and the Ahri are a large part of it, but the Senna and Lee Sin damage aren't a huge amount of physical damage burst, especially at this stage in the game. So there's decent itemization now with the lockup being completed as well by Busio's Renata. If there's a fight that NRG wouldn't want to rush into, I think it would be this next Drake.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of upfront damage. We have to be able to execute on that, get that kill early on, or it can start to peter off. Something else I know you wanted to kind of dive into, Jet, was not just the comparison between his MVP split, but inspired this split versus last split.
Right, because people forget about the splits in the middle, right? So last split, actually, he didn't lose a single game. And he got a tattoo. But here's Whipple going
Oh, man. Yeah, Whipple's just caught in the middle of the conversation, maybe lost it a little bit. Now NRG are streaming forward as FlyQuest pull away with the Fate's Call.
And that's a huge pick there by NRG. 1 second until the Drake spawns here. Whippo would be able to teleport back. NRG not actually starting it on spawn, instead just going for gold. Don't hit the wall.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to hit the wall for sure.
Drake City.
FBI's got the driver's license today, apparently. They don't seem to be going for that second charge. Might try to escort it in.
Yeah, gonna walk it up. It should get that second charge. Will get that chip damage down. Gives them prio as well. Obviously, Bwipo was already dead. They're over. They're onto the dragon, but
FlyQuest could contest this with the teleport. They'd
that
still
was a
have
bizarre
their
TP.
ult.
Yeah, Jensen's a little far back. He does have the Weaver's Wall available if they want to cut something off. Nice charm on Masu. He's going to have to burn that cleanse immediately. Now, NRG should have the right of way to this dragon, but Jensen wants to cut off the rest of the team here. He's getting chunked. He gets bounced back too, but that is big. He's still alive, gets bailed out as well. FlyQuest take one, and now they move onto the dragon, but it's already gone from Contracts and NRG.
Yeah, nice equalizer there from Dokla. Does push them back. They lose Huhi, but they get the dragon. They move to Soul Point, which is going to be very big here for the team. So a pretty good trade. There's nothing else FlyQuest is really even in position to get off of that. There's no minions mid, so it's not like they can trade for that. The tier 1 is already down top and bot, so it's just the one kill for the dragon. I think NRG will be happy about setting themselves up for that potential soul.
I think NRG's in a very good state right now for winning this game against FlyQuest. It's really interesting to think that for everything, all the downs that NRG's had this split, as Palafox is playing fairly aggressive with his ult. They're only a game away from FlyQuest with a win. So much action, though.
Oh my God,
Wow.
what? They're giving me a little taste of the LPL here as we get a shutdown going over to Masu in the mid lane because they took down Palafox. Contracts was gone on the bot side. They can't get FBI. He's skating them around here, and he's got those shots. He wants one more. The flash from Busio, but Huhi with another one, and that anchor's coming for them all.
Wow, what a sequence there. It looked like NRG was just going to lose everything around the map, and they would have. They still lost mid-jungle, but FBI and Huhi clutch up at the very end to at least trade one back.
And getting them so low actually buys time for Dokla to potentially push up. You know, maybe he can get something down on this bot side. Does have to be careful about Bwipo, but that bot tier 1 is very low. So that's some gold on the map they could look for. Nicely done there by FBI, chunking them out, trading back, getting a little bit something going there for the team.
Yeah, and just looking at the overall game state right now, it's super interesting because I feel like NRG is definitely going to be stronger in 5v5s. We're seeing that around Drake. When they set up, they're able to take it down. But Bwipo, even at 1 and 3, can threaten the Rumble. And then Jensen's having a really solid game picking up kills in the side lane. Watching this whole sequence one more time, this was some early trading in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It was just a little bit aggressive there from Palafox. He wanted to use the last charge for that little bit more chip damage onto Masu, but Busio catches him with the handshake, and that's what prompts the engage. They know that he doesn't have any more ulti charges to get out, so they try to pile in. They think they can finish off FBI, but this is where it's some nice play there from FBI. They're going to go again.
We just can't stop fighting. Palafox is down to a killing spree for Masu, and I'd say it's a nice little comeback.
I mean, this is a sequence of the game where FlyQuest are being very aggressive and being the initiators. They fight in the mid lane, they fight in the bot lane. During our replay, they fight again in the mid lane. They should very well try and force Baron, or at least play that way so NRG has to check.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try to at least force the TP from Huhi, start it up, get that out, but instead they are electing to actually just walk down and try to answer. Can Renekton stop it? He does.
Does indeed. We get the little movement there from Huhi making his way out of there, but I think this is what speaks to some of that veterancy. Keeping your head in the game for FlyQuest, even though things were going so badly.
I mean, they do have a really good setup here for the Taliyah, obviously, you know, with the Renekton stun, point and click into the seismic shove. That is one target almost always just going to getting bursted down. And they also have great denial of engage with the Poppy as well as the Renata. You know, NRG can win these fights if they really make advantage of that initial engage. They get a great equalizer. They have the setup for that. But if you all funnel into one choke, all of a sudden you're walking into the Taliyah rocks. You're walking into the hostile takeover here from Busio, and the game is going to get flipped on its head.
And we are hitting those two, almost 3 item spikes. At least the Gwynsu's was completed for Masu, waiting for that second one for FBI, but obviously a little bit back end of that one since he isn't farming as much. And that is where that kind of spike maybe plays into the hand of FlyQuest a little bit more. Those combinations may be easier to sync together.
Absolutely, and Masu, who we've talked a lot about this game, has bounced back.
Yeah.
3 kills now on the Callista. Really a huge threat in these team fights, as well as contesting the mid wave very aggressively against the Senna. That's going to be harder and harder as the Senna gets more souls because the range is going to increase. But Masu with the early adversity, and then Jensen not being on his Orianna or Azir, actually having a pretty big game here on Taliyah when the Karma yesterday was not it.
And a personal note for Masu was trying to not view bot lane in a vacuum and trying to make sure that he can actually have say on the map after getting out of laning phase. And this is a nice little example of one of those situations.
I'm going to be interested to see if they're going to start putting more gold in the pockets of FBI, start donating some more farm over onto him to try to accelerate him a little bit here. He obviously has been picking up a little bit of farm, but you want to try to give as much gold as you can to this guy at this point in the game, because he really does have to be one of those bigger threats. He is picking up quite a few souls, 93 so far, doing much better than Berserker did last game, where he was down to like 60 or something like that around this point in the game, maybe even lower. So it was really striking to pick them up, and this is something that I think FBI is very comfortable on. Yes. This is one of his most played. He's played it 5 times.
Bwipo just gets completely caught wanting, though. Everything's used to save him now. Equalizer back, but it ain't gonna equalize anything because Masu goes on a rampage.
It just feels like Palafox has not been able to hit a charm on anyone. He keeps fishing, but they don't really have the lockdown besides Huhi. There's no point and click CC really for him to guarantee that charm. And they're just being able to avoid it. They commit in onto Bwipo. They think they can get the kill, but it gets turned around and Contracts gets burst down.
I mean, the fact that play from Bwipo is what denied the soul, that's a little bit ludicrous. Like he just blind walked into what felt like the entire NRG team, lives to tell the tale. They kill the jungler on the way out. And there we go. Soul point fight delay.
Or not calculated? You tell us, chat. What do you think?
Oh, goodness. I think we're going to get that 50-50
would like to say he was seeing the whole game. He had a vision. That's why he built the Mercury Treads and the Hex Drinker. But what?
That sounds about Bwipo.
I mean, yeah, it's been working pretty well for him. He ends up being pretty tanky. The rest of the team kind of piling in there to save him, and they don't have the burst damage to actually knock him down, so it makes it tough. FlyQuest now in a very good spot. NRG definitely were counting on being able to get that soul as a major win condition here, and now FlyQuest has bought themselves, at the very least, a lot more time to continue scaling up.
Can we tell who the Knight's Vow is on? Did he move it to the Senna, or is it still? It's still on the Renekton. Yeah, it is. Like I can see it now. Inspired and Bwipo are still paired up.
There you go.
Hey, tried and true duo now, apparently. Baron already started about halfway.
Kallistic and Ren.
Contracts is on his way here. Equalizer goes down. Can Contracts get the 50-50? Cannot. Inspired cleans it up. And now Huhi has overextended himself, but Palafox wants to go in too. NRG are stepping forward. They want an engage, but Bwipo, he pulls the trigger first, and FlyQuest are running down NRG. Dokla's getting his health ripped from his life, but I think Huhi wants a little bit of a fight. They might have heard that fist fight allegation and want more, but FlyQuest answer in kind with a haymaker.
FlyQuest just playing with so much more confidence and decisiveness. They just start the Baron. They're willing to flip it with the Ren Smite. They get it. They're re-engaging all these fights. They're really showing that right now NRG doesn't have enough physical damage to kill them. They have a lot of MR on the Renekton. He's able to play like a Giga Tank, and really FlyQuest have completely turned the game over.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job denying a lot of these engages as well from NRG as they pile in. They're not having enough damage to actually burst someone down. As you said, now a Maw is going to be completed. We can see, it's not only the Knight's Vow that's helping keep Bwipo alive, also an Abyssal Rush there from Inspired. We can watch this one more time. As they do go in, Inspired gets relatively low. The Locket gets used. NRG want to look for the fight, but the flash forward, the stun, and the insta-kill on Palafox, who has just been having so much difficulty getting involved this game.
But I also think, as the fight concludes, the side laning of FlyQuest, even though it's hard to track in individual moments, has been hugely successful. There is a 3-level gap between Renekton and Rumble.
Yeah.
There is a 2-level gap between Taliyah and Ahri. So 5 cumulative levels across solo lanes, because they're constantly able to push sides. The Taliyah is threatening, the Poppy's looming, and it allowed them to have the advantage for that fight.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems there for NRG is they're feeling the pressure. I think they're feeling like, hey, we need to get something done early, so it's forcing them to group, right?
Yeah.
And that's ending up putting them further and further behind. FlyQuest isn't allowing themselves to get caught out. When they fish, they're not really finding those kills. So then you just slowly fall further and further behind, and it builds up these big leads.
And I'm just sitting here watching Bwipo take multiple engages by himself to set up the team a lot of these times, and it's that decision-making that's making the difference.
He has 6 levels on FBI.
Jesus.
He's a big crocodile. One of those Florida
Is that enough to
crocodiles.
make like the full boots, or is it too much to handle? The croc is a big one here. I think when Bwipo has had, I feel like, a resurgence in his own branding, but also his play this year. It's been really impressive to watch. A kind of meta trender here in the LCS. Also, speaking of trending, you got the Weaver's Wall in to block off the turret. The wallbang there from Inspired under tower onto Huhi. NRG are trying to fight back, but they lose one. The Crypt Bloom's starting to come in clutch here. Inspired will fall too. So it's a 1-for-1, but FlyQuest continue the siege with the Baron buff.
Yeah, really interesting sequence there. They can burst down Huhi so quickly, but Inspired gets a little too aggressive. It shouldn't really matter, though, since Bwipo can still just press R, be this 4,000 health threat, and they can pretty easily clear that inhib and then reset for Drake.
Exactly, and NRG's comp is so ulti-reliant. When there's no equalizer, there's no Ahri ult. Sure, they have a lot of people alive, but what are you going to do? Who's going to kill Bwipo in that situation? No one has a chance to do so. You know, it's so much about that upfront damage, about being able to eliminate someone, but it never feels like they've been able to get onto Jensen. He's the easiest target to really try to kill if you can get on him, but they haven't been able to do it. Also later today, Courage going to come in to see if the curse continues. He has never cast 100 Thieves to win a game.
I think he was looking at the schedule as well and be like, oh yeah, sure, we can be Shopify. Let me have that one.
I see.
We'll see. There's been
Shopify beat NRG yesterday.
Oh, they did?
Immortals beat Cloud9 today.
They did. Hey, but that's trending though, because they already beat them in the first round, Robin. Come on. Apparently, we're just devolving into a point where every team is fist fighting every team. We're figuring out who can win those, I guess. But FlyQuest fist fighting pretty handily here in game 2 of the day, and it looks like they'll be able to take another dragon here too.
Okay, how does NRG come back? Because right now it looks like FlyQuest has a 85% chance. To me, FBI would need to get to at least 140 souls, because then he can maybe win like an eye contact poke and like stop FlyQuest from...
That's a very specific amount of
very
souls.
specific. Well, that's what I was going to say.
It's
checking
weird.
the wind going on in the studio. You're like, oh, well, the wind's coming in from the north.
This is going to sound weird, but just
about
like
140 will do it.
Back in the day, I watched a lot of scrims against FBI when Sen was meta, and when he got to 140 souls, they just win. There was something
so
about
arbitrary.
There was something about that range boost that made it so he'd get enough mid control.
120 won't do it.
No,
once we get to like 75 minutes in the game,
no, it's gotta be 140.
And but also now that Masu has a GA and it's looking kind of over, Renekton will just flash onto Senna
Also,
regardless.
I feel like you could give Senna 200 souls right now and they would still lose.
I wish we had like the ability to do that. We're not going down that
because it's like he's got 2 items.
Yeah.
He just doesn't do any damage, right? Like the souls are going to help. You can poke and you can prod, but the problem is they don't seem to have the sustained damage. They haven't been able to find the angles on the upfront burst. They were counting on this Ahri Lee Sin to be this kind of skirmish force that are finding angles and finding picks and being able to make things happen. It has amounted to basically nothing the entire game.
Yep.
And that is really the struggle here, is they have to have that perfect engage. It's basically got to be on Jensen, but even then, if it's all single target damage, they get bailed out. If they can get that one kill, turn it around, it means nothing. It's so tough to answer into what FlyQuest have.
And I return to the conversation that we were having where it's like last time around, the big focus was FlyQuest fell down early and they were never able to really get back in the game. They fell down early in this game, but it is a difference, I feel like, that we've seen the growth of this split that shows that they can just power through it.
And it's also, compositional, right? I think it's a strong draft. When you get into late stages, we're talking about, energy, got to find this perfect engage, got to be able to find these angles. Well, Poppy is there to deny that. Busio is there to deny that on the Renata, and so is Jensen, with the unworked ground. So it's really difficult for energy to find anything. Like, how do you walk in here?
Yeah, it's very difficult. You see they're trying to pick through the mask here to find a way in.
If they go for it.
If Dokla just can get a big equalizer at least. There it is. Contract's in the pick. Contract's gonna get the Baron too. El Contracto as now Bwipo goes ham though over onto Huhi, trading that kill back for the Baron.
We've seen this happen so many times. The Kalista Rend is such a bait sometimes because the players really don't know exactly how much damage it's gonna deal. And they try to combine that with the smite. It does not work. Contracts gets the kill. They get the Baron. That buys energy some time. We'll see if that's enough to get them back into it. Maybe if they can get Soul now, there
maybe
could
if
be
they
an
can
angle.
get to 140
stacks.
They only need 13 more, and then they win the game. This is easy.
I gotta say, that's the second ridiculous Baron steal Contracts has had in as many weeks. He had one in their comeback against
the Poppy
Immortals
game
as well,
right? Yeah.
And I think if FBI, this is very dangerous.
He's
got to get those 13 stacks.
Oh, he gets the flash wall bang from Inspired. It gets completely outplayed. Jensen is unstoppable.
That's a big mistake there. I don't think it's going to matter that much. They should still be able to hold their Nexus from this, but they'll probably lose an inhibitor in a 5v4 here.
And that means inhibs on top and bottom
That's
gone.
tough.
Super minions across the side lanes in a team comp that feels really good to kind of pick apart the map. NRG are struggling to find a defensive answer.
But so what I find interesting about this is, like, I want to credit FlyQuest with their ability to pilot their draft. Because I think a lot of teams could play Renekton Taliyah and think that it falls off a cliff after, say, 15 minutes. Like, if you haven't won from early Renekton dives, you're done for. But they accrued such large advantages in setup before the fights that they allowed the fights to be successful. Watching this one more time, Palafox actually lands a charm here. It really throws a lot of chaos into FlyQuest because they can nearly take Masu out of the fight. It allows Contracts to just kind of fly into the pit. 500 health there on the Baron by the time he smites it.
Yeah, he steps in, gets the kick on Inspired. Inspired was trying to channel up the Poppycopter and knock him out. Now they maybe found another pick.
NRG were the ones that started that one off, and they're looking to finish it too. Nice little double knock-up from Inspired, but here comes FlyQuest on the front to back. You gotta be really careful. Jensen's full health now. Bwipo's healing up a storm. They've already got one. Give a double kill to Masu. They want more. Masu stepping forward. He's gonna get burned down, though, himself, as Palafox claims the shutdown.
Such a close fight there. They could not quite finish off the first kill on Inspired, which will now just allow FlyQuest to continue to try and pile in. 2 for 1 so far.
Yeah, and they actually TP top there. So they're looking for a potential flank angle here. You know, Bwipo could try to threaten to walk in behind. They want to try to take that mid lane inhibitor, maybe be able to threaten an end, but they don't have a minion wave until this next one comes in.
I just love it. Bwipo is giving his body to the team, it feels like, in these fights, consistently being that frontline engage. And they will finally take an inhibit. Won't be all 3 at the same time, but definitely some lasting damage to NRG's base.
And now they can go right back towards this dragon here. Masu not up for a while. Who he's going to be up faster and with a TP, and Contracts is spawning now, but there's going to be supers coming in the top lane. They're going to TP deep. They're going to look for a flank, try to get the soul, and try to go for a Hail Mary.
But I think FlyQuest is going to try and go for the base, actually, because they have teleport on Jensen.
Get Huhi.
They're going to try and split them up, whereas NRG's actually the ones that want to go for the Drake.
Oh, this is kind of decent.
FlyQuest wants to end.
Yeah.
Bwipo and Jensen are just going to try to go for the
They're TPing,
end.
yeah. Jensen's in there like swimwear, baby, and they have an open Nexus turret waiting for them. NRG take down Busio, but here comes FlyQuest. They want to make sure they make revenge for losing that first round robin against NRG, and it's at the hands of Bwipo and Jensen. They're trying to take down the last tower here. I don't think they can do it. Dokla's still there. Dokla's burning him to a crisp. 1,000 gold shutdown and give another 600 to Palafox.
It's total chaos. Who he's trying to delay Masu and Inspired. They're going for the Drake. Inspired's here. I think
Contracts is coming back. He's
My
back.
God. This is absolutely insane. Look at all those Ren stacks. The Keeper's Verdict, it hits him, and the Dragon will be secured by Masu.
Oh my God, this game is insanity, man. FlyQuest tried to go for the game ender. They probably could have just won the fight at the Dragon, but they end up trying to go for it. Palafox ulted and flashed over the wall to try to get out of there. Now he's looking for the chase down here.
Man.
He still has the charm.
He is so angry at Inspired here, and it's the charm on the Krug. What? Palafox ends up getting the kill in the end, but the Krug's tried to save FlyQuest's life.
That Krug is a paid actor. There is no way. Ran straight down into the wave. Protect the president. He's diving in front of Inspired.
This is some classic NRG League of Legends.
Yes.
They are in finals form, it feels like. They just make the teams fight in the dirt here. They are in such a grim situation at the moment with 2 inhibs and the sliver of a Nexus turret. But as FlyQuest was going for the end, NRG was able to get the pick. I'm surprised they were so unwilling to just commit to this Drake since they had 2 people back in base anyway. I think if they stay on that Drake in like a 3v2, they'd probably have soul as well as this, but the fact that they recalled extra ended up costing them.
Yeah, the really difficult part is that you don't play these situations out often.
Yep.
You don't really know, like, do they for sure win this fight in the base? Do you know?
No.
Palafox has no ult, has no flash. Are you confident? Contracts wasn't confident, so he started walking back to base.
Yep.
Because if you're saying, all right, sweet, I'm going to stay on the Dragon, and then you do the classic Dragon for Nexus trade, well, you're going to be regretting it. So it is definitely difficult there.
It is indeed, and now we get back on the map. It feels like both teams kind of waiting for the timer. Fly definitely want to press the tempo here and find a pick out before then. But I think NRG are fine just buying their time in some ways because their team fight has really started to come online.
It has. I actually don't even know if FlyQuest is going to straight up fight them unless they can get a pick, because the threat of anyone teleporting in the back, since Bwipo can murder anyone 1v1.
Jack,
and
how many
his
stacks
teleport's
does
going to be
FBI
back in
have?
15.
Let's check,
So
let's see.
he's got enough, honestly.
He has 145. That's
Oh my God, we've hit it.
I said that's one of the conditions of an NRG comeback.
See, running it back a little bit.
Well, I said that's one of the things that has to happen.
He has 8 bonus stacks. He's got stacks
Oh
to
my
spare.
God,
Hey,
stacks for
listen,
days.
he's doing damage now. Look at that.
And look at the range.
Look,
Oh my
actually,
God.
he actually tickled him. He
Only
wasn't tickling
20
him
more of
before.
those and it'll kill Bwipo.
There we go.
Tickle, tickle. As now we got to see FlyQuest with 3 dragons in a row, setting up with presence in mid lane. But really, again, just if Huhi gets caught, if anybody gets caught from NRG, the game is over.
Yeah,
Masu's so strong.
God, he's doing so much damage to Huhi there. So many Ren stacks. He'll be about half health after it.
Yeah, but the problem is now Huhi, does get chunked out. They're going to try to heal him back up with the Senna. Obviously, they're looking for a kill into an objective. They want to guarantee it that way, but they're also willing to go for a base race. They have multiple options. They just have to make sure they're not being too creative and trying to overforce. Bwipo maybe going to get caught out here.
Oh, yeah. He's been a key the entire game, and they know to focus him. He goes right back in for the 1v4, but it'll go right down as FBI claims it.
Man, he flashed it, but the charm was shooting up.
Jensen's caught too! They actually take him down. Shutdown goes to Palafox. Nice keeper's verdict. Get a couple members out for FlyQuest, and it actually means that FlyQuest want to turn back around. Face call used on the Dokla. They've got a decent damage. They've got the flank here from NRG, and they might just turn it all around 40 minutes into the game. FlyQuest, they're getting dusted off the back of it, and FBI has hit the stack, and he's completely blowing them up.
They lost another Nexus turret there to the minions.
They lost another Nexus turret, but they're pinging down towards bot, but they have no TP now because
No,
who
but
uses it?
If Palafox teleports bottom, they might have been able to get
my
multiple
gosh.
turrets. Oh my God, they're gonna get Baron.
Well, that was
They're gonna
Hui's
get Baron.
TP. So Palafox didn't have TP, I don't think, so he couldn't actually TP down towards bot. Their base should be okay. They will take Baron. This is insanity, and I just think FlyQuest are making it a little bit too complicated.
Yes.
And NRG are thriving in the chaos. There was so much going through that. When Bwipo flashed back in, he was trying to do it for a big empowered Q on multiple people to get that heal and buy time. But the charm from Palafox caught him as he went in. He never got the Q off. He didn't get the healing through. Now Bwipo's back. Double
It's
DP
a
coming
fight.
through. Can they win this fight?
It's dead even now, but it might not be for long. Bwipo takes the engage here, but Jensen, he can't find the seismic shove. GA gonna be popped here.
He's just
Bwipo needs to
dead
find a
for
way
free.
out, but he can't get it. The charm doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. That Croc's going down anyways. Palafox is unstoppable.
Bwipo is overforcing like crazy. It's still 3 members there. He pops the ult, he runs in. Sure, you have the GA, but now you're dead. When the dragon's gonna be spawning, you probably just gave away soul for free, and you still have to be able to fight through the Nautilus. It's not like there's no one there to peel.
And they spent their double TP there. So every inhibitor is up. They had that as a backdoor threat this entire time.
Jensen can still ult into the base potentially, so they have to leave someone.
They have to kill this so fast, and Energy's a little slow checking. I think this could be Soul. Hui's got to go right away.
Oh, nice little denial
They
from
got it.
Huhi.
They got the
that's
Soul.
it. That's it. The Rend is there, and Soul secured 4 Cloud Dragons in a row for FlyQuest.
Man, NRG were so slow to show up to that. And now they feel like they maybe need to try to force something here. Contracts is looking because they know they just gave over that soul as a freebie. Bwipo is still dead for a while and has no TP, so they need more, but their minion waves aren't in the right spots.
Yeah, and FlyQuest is so fast here, so I think they're going to be, even though it hasn't worked for them, I think they're going to continue to try and spread out and push these side waves. If they can sneak anyone up the side, they'll go for it, but this is a window here. NRG has 5 people in the mid lane.
And Baron.
They have minions, they have Baron, they got 170 Senna range at the moment.
God.
So let's see what they can do.
They are pushing into the base. Mid lane is the siege potential here. Baron's still ticking as Inspired wants to pull them off. Nice little dredge line from Huhi, but I've overextended himself a little bit. Dawning Shadow to save the day, and they just can't tank through the front line of NRG.
A minute more of Baron. I think they got 3/4 of the turret on that first wave. They should be able to finish the turret here. Inspired got pushed back, so it should be an inhibitor broken here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to step up and take this down. The wave clear, not enough. It's getting really dicey here. You can see Busio trying to find an angle for a potential hostile takeover. Inspired looking for a flank around as well. He's going to try to reject someone, and now they're going to look for the fight.
They want it, and Huhi can't get the connection there. This might have been the pick that Fly needed. They get the Nautilus, they get the front line, and now onto the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to look to try to push for the base. NRG trying to make something happen here while the Baron buff is still active. They only have 30 seconds remaining. They know their Nexus is open.
Nice kick from Contracts, denying the engage there. Inspired gets caught by Palafox.
So
Inspired is gone. Now Dokla's gone too, trading off the kills. But range is at the advantage of FBI. They've got the range, they've got the distance, but Bwipo wants to close that distance. He's got it. As now Palafox is just down and out. Jensen gets the shutdown. Masu's kiting. And in FlyQuest, they're fighting tooth and nail here. FBI's gone. And FlyQuest, they've just done it.
It's an absolute banger between these two teams fighting tooth and nail, but FlyQuest finally make it happen.
Are you not entertained, LCS? FlyQuest versus NRG turns out to be an absolute banger. It's not going to be the longest of the split, but FlyQuest will move themselves to 9-4 and get revenge on NRG's first round robin.
43 kills in 44 minutes. 7 Drakes secured.
Look at those
Much
faces.
entertainment. I would say the Cloud Soul had a huge impact on that final fight, being able to chase down NRG. They made that one a banger. This win guarantees FlyQuest is in the upper bracket of playoffs, so they are now guaranteed top 4 and still the leading candidates to be the #1 seed.
Really fun game there between both these teams. So FlyQuest obviously looking like they're in a really good spot for a while. I think they got a little bit too fancy, a little bit too creative.
Definitely have to play well around it. Sniper on the Jace will definitely be a target. Looks like he's not going for phase rush. He's going for the Conqueror for that longer trade, for that extra damage. So won't have the easy escape pattern.
And really quickly to this crowd here live at the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. This is actually the first time my girlfriend Lauren has ever been at any sort of competitive gaming or esports event. So please show her what a very loud and awesome crowd is like so she thinks that I'm cool, okay?
Hell yeah!
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the last game of the day on the second to last day of Spring Split 2024. 100 Thieves versus Shopify. Boogie immediately just going to step up there. He gets River to cast the rocks, but none of them connect. Nicely spaced there.
Yes, gets him to cast the rocks and make a miss, get inside his head.
Exactly. Playing
0%
some mind
accuracy.
games.
You sweating yet?
No, not yet. Not yet, not yet.
All right, well, they do get the ward on the Raptors as well here. So you'll catch the Talia on the kind of expected full clear route for him up towards the top side.
So we were talking about potential cleanse angles when you're looking at both supports also being these very powerful engage mechanisms. Down in the bottom lane, it is Meech running the cleanse on Tristana, while B-Boy has the exhaust on Kaisa. This guy is ready to defend himself by making sure he wins against whoever's jumping on him.
Yeah, you can't cleanse a Yone all over your face, so
No.
you just try and exhaust and get out of there.
Well, you definitely can as our game begins here. Again, our final match of the day. Now, just for everyone at home to set the stage, we mentioned 100 Thieves still with the potential to finish in first place this split. Unless I'm mistaken, Shopify Rebellion, are they still in the playoff hunt? Or
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Shopify, their fate is in their hands right now.
Okay.
We've had a very competitive split in LCS. A lot of teams kind of bunched up in the middle there.
Great.
Definitely has been fun to watch. I mean, earlier today, you saw the takedown of Cloud9, Immortals, with another upset versus Cloud9. They are actually 2-0 versus Cloud9.
Just as we predicted.
Yeah, just as everyone predicted. The Kryptonite. As for this game, though, both junglers finishing up their clears towards the top side of the map, towards the full clears. That Raptor Ward did give the information they were looking for.
Insanity controlling the mid lane as you would expect here early on with the Karma. We'll see how well he manages to keep this lane in his clutches with that oppressive new age Karma that you were talking about, Kobe. This is, it's not the easiest thing to lane into as a melee champ.
Yeah, and it's super annoying too now that Karmas have started going with the grasp versus the melee matchups, just farming the extra HP for later on.
Yep.
Since you go such a heavy AP blasting build with your Horizon focus and your Malignance, is nice to have a little cushion of grasp HP. Plus, when Yone is constantly going in on you for these trades, just keep your push up, keep your health up as well.
Both junglers looking at the top side. Boogie only level 3, River level 4. Sniper has pushed up very far. Boogie and River both entering into the fight at the same time. Sniper still at half. Fake God down to 200, gets knocked away. Sniper's got the first blood.
He just continues to impress. here in the top lane. And look, I'll tell you, he's his own toughest critic from when I see him. If he's not playing well, he'll be the first to say it. And when he's on his game, Kobe, he can make plays like that.
And such a smart counter here. River gets to do his full clear on Talia and then just hovers behind the pushing Jace. You know, a Renekton Volibear just itching to flash on you, the double stuns. You talked about in Champs, so like you're kind of scared of that. But Sniper pushes up the lane. He's chunking Fake God out the whole time. And so River just comes to shadow him behind off of his full clear. He's like the most efficient counter gank that you ever get to do as a jungler. Meanwhile, Boogie actually skipped 2 camps to do it, so he's only level 3. Boogie doesn't want to get in there. He'll just get seismic shoved back, so he has to run away down the river, and that just allows Sniper to go all in on Fake God, kills him with the flash afterwards too, and now you've got your superstar rookie up there with an extra first blood.
Ooh, bottom side, though, both supports burning low. Ayla down to 100 HP, Zeyzal at about 150. River shows up, so it's not going to be a whole lot more. You can see Ayla ready to take his reset as they want to guarantee the crash into the turret here with this massive wave of minions. Zeyzal will also head back to the base now. And the one last thing that I did want to make sure that we kept track of up in the top side, even though it was the solo kill, it was even worse than that because Sniper also made Fake God flash and killed him with the projectile in the air. That just adds insult to injury. It's a tough life for the Croc up here now.
But now I will say, one of the parts that I think Sniper needs to improve on in this game, and he'd mentioned that himself, is when he gets a lead, keeping that lead, not maybe inting as he potentially did on that Dragon play last week. You know, he is still a rookie. When he makes plays like that, you forget, but he still is a rookie. It's still his first split here in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're so fresh, you know, so much time spent in solo queue, that's just a very common occurrence. Once you get a big lead, start playing super aggressive, you do have to worry a lot more about giving up bounties, giving up leads here in the LCS. Meanwhile, support roam timers both find their way mid, and we're going to have a 3v3.
Yeah, both junglers have made their way into the fight. Now the Sky Splitter threatens River so badly he must flash over the wall to guarantee his own safety. We're also just about 6 minutes into the game. The Grubs are alive. You can see some pings coming out on that top side river now.
And they're trying to look for these Grubs, but with Pryo in the top lane for Sniper, he's at least going to show up here, place a ward down so we can keep track for the side of 100 Thieves of where exactly these Grubs are at, as Boogie's going to continue those and smite the first one down.
Yeah, first one is always super nice to get for your bonus experience off your jungle item, but River, he's so scared after having to blow his flash and the big chunk that Boogie got on him. Volibear, the early game beast with the flash advantage. So he's just going to do his Krugs. River gets his reset and head to the bottom side. Oftentimes, even if you're delayed, you'll try and trade your dragon. But, you know, Boogie does have a couple of options here. Top lane's getting chunked and the wave is pushing in. He might look for a dive, even though he's not level 6 on the Volibear. It can't turn off the tower. If you've got flash, you can flash stun combo into the Renekton and have enough damage without the ulti.
Fake God, very strong at this point. Popping the Dominus. Boogie takes the turret aggro first, and that means Sniper's going to outplay him. He might just be able to get both. There's a shock blast, a double kill for Sniper.
And look at Quid smiling right there. Sniper, I think, has been dove in every game he's played. At this point, he's like, that was dive level easy mode as he takes that one down. You can't have the Volibear take the aggro there first, as that just falls apart. A crumbling moment, and now a 3-0 Jace at the 7-minute mark in the top lane with a 14 CS lead as well is a scary place to be in.
You know, I think I could see the panic in Boogie's eyes too. It's right at this moment when he goes in and the first tower shot is on and he flashes in and he doesn't get the E damage onto Sniper. You want to cast your E early and then flash in for the stun to guarantee that your E will land, but the damage from the E doesn't land.
From the TikTok specialist himself.
That's how you know you're popped off, when your own team is just like, man, this guy is so good.
No, when Quid, who's been making those plays all season, goes, okay, wait, I saw that right there.
Yeah.
I mean, see a fake tweet come on in from Rouge Highlander. Another one there from Duke.
These ones are actually paid for by Courage.
Yeah.
You were going to have them tweet those whether there was a dive or not, whether Sniper was 3-0. You know, those are always good. Honestly, though, this is insane. Everybody on the team gets a huge morale boost because top laners are on the island, and you just see this kill screen pop up on your screen, like, oh, double kill for my top laner. When enemy jungle just wasted a bunch of time and ganked up there. Well, I guess this makes the game very easy for us.
Look at the item difference. It's Eclipse versus shoes and garbage. Renekton is not playing League of Legends right now. He is playing Suffering Simulator 2024, and now Boogie is not about to have a good time either. He's immediately going to get locked up, burst down, River taking the kill that time, as this one's probably going to be even bloodier as Sniper tries to get away, and Zeyzal wants to finish him off. The shutdown back over to Shopify as they finally make their way onto the board.
But sadly for Shopify, the shutdown goes on to Leona. So, unfortunately, probably the worst champion you can get it on there, but still a nice little turnaround for a moment to at least take down one.
All right, maybe that's Zeyzal's key is going to go Bloodsong, big DPS Leona. Those support items are no joke nowadays.
But now in the bot lane, you've got four solo plates about to go into Meech's pocket. So he'll take that one, be quite happy with it, with no threat down there as well, since that fight started with Boogie going down.
The bonuses of playing Tristana, when the enemy do a lane swap up to top side, even though it does result in them actually getting the bounty, the kill there, it's still so profitable. 400 Thieves for the Tristana. And this is the squishiest Volibear I've ever seen in my life. Instantly dead here. I mean, there's a ton of DPS here from 100 Thieves, and they did have a good counterplay there, but...
Ooh, Sniper, he tried to take one with them, but 3v1, man.
And I think these are those moments where Sniper would critique himself still the harshest, is getting ganked like that. We've seen it happen a couple times. It's one place where he's still in the middle of the lane right there with no vision on his top side. You know, that's just a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, the first one you're like, okay, 100 Thieves comms actually got a counter gank in place. They had two members there, so he's kind of baiting stuff. But the second one, the repeat does cost them, and it does mean it's probably going to be a 6 grub game for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
That will help out a ton in some of their side lane pushing later on. There is even a lot of time left in the game for them to get turret plate money, so maybe they'll be able to turn that into some extra turret plates as well.
Yep.
So checking back in with mid lane, because we were talking about how annoying Karma can be, especially into these melee matchups, especially with taking Grasp. You've got a 20 CS lead for Quid's Yone. He's having a great time over there right now. I already mentioned how this champion is a 1v9 type of guy. You've already got your top laner with 3 kills on the board. Yone's up 20 CS, just farming it out in mid. 100 Thieves up almost 3,000 gold, 11 minutes into the game. That first Drake was very late as well, not being secured until the second round of grubs was also taken. Normally that's a trade for the first set. So 100 Thieves, honestly, I don't think you could ask for a whole lot more here in the early game.
They're looking quite solid. Now, from my end, we saw 100 Thieves at a pretty similar deficit in their game yesterday. They were able to begin to claw back into that one after a pick in the bot lane. Then they found a really good fight where Quid had a pop-off moment. Where's the opportunity here, Kobe, for Shopify Rebellion to maybe begin to swing this gold back in their favor?
I think it's topside because they've got Zeyzal here who got the shutdown on support roaming with Volibear. Insane lockdown with that combo. Support jungle roam from Shopify is going to have to do a lot of work to get some picks to get them back into this game. It looks like Bivoy is not going for the Muramana plus Luden's combo. The AP Kaisa here has gone for the static Shiv. It does give you the extra wave clear, but I think 100 Thieves actually will be kind of happy to see this. They've got everybody else too coming up to the top side to make sure they can finish up on the push. And Quid being alone, split pushing on bottom, is ideal situation for them. He's got control of the minion wave, constantly pushing up. Control wards are down. They have vision in the jungle, and the tower's already been taken care of by Meech. So it looks like plan going all accordingly here for 100 Thieves.
The second that they see abilities used topside from Volibear, they'll go ahead and steal those camps. The bot side of the map just continuing to find gold wherever they possibly can. As we'll see a bunch of recalls on the top side. Quick little handshake reset here. As again, 3.1k gold lead now, 400 Thieves. If you are just tuning into today's matchup, what's on the line? Shopify Rebellion. They've got to get a win here if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. And from the side of 100 Thieves, still an opportunity to finish first here in the LCS Spring Split if they can get a win here. And another win tomorrow.
Yeah, and as Quid takes his recall here in bottom lane, backs up a little bit, the thing about this side lane matchup, this Renekton trying to deal with Yone, it doesn't get better. than where it is right now. Yone is only going to become more powerful as we go forward.
When Yone gets Blade of the Rune King, you feel pain. That is for sure. I do want to shout out kind of some of the macro that 100 Thieves went with, though, because they had a big vision line over here, cutting off any sort of counterplay from Shopify while they went and took away this jungle quadrant. So they effectively got control of 3 jungle quadrants for the entire duration of that split push, and that's the way you're squeezing more and more out of this lead.
Yeah, so for those watching who are in gold or below, those are called a new thing called wards. So I know that my top laner in mid, they will complain and say, you know, why is a jungler here? You're not. That's because they didn't have one of those. It's important to place them. As you see,
but they cost my gold.
I know. That means you can't get cool big damage pew-pew items, but that means you don't have 14 deaths by the 12-minute mark.
All right, deal. Meanwhile, Rift Herald here, Flowers, is going down pretty quickly.
Yes,
River
sir.
uses his ult.
All right, Weaver's Wall flew out. Teleports coming in for both sides. Shopify ready to try to fight for this. Quid has to go over the wall, but Zazel chases him. Sniper's already killed Fake God, and Boogie's about to burn to death. He tries to get over the wall, back with the ulti to stay alive. The kill onto the Yone at least comes through, but Meech is ready to go to Reset City. Boogie tries to escape, but Sniper goes to the skies as Shopify dies. It's a 1 for 3, and it's all 100 Thieves.
And from my perspective, tell me if I'm wrong, that almost looked like a worst case scenario fight where Quid didn't even get to use his ult in an offensive manner, has to use it defensively to stay alive, gets cut down nearly first, but they still take 3 with them, now up to a 4.7k gold lead, and let's watch it again, Kobe.
All right, so teleport comes in here, and that's going to be kind of why what you're talking about. He's in a very dangerous situation, so he immediately goes for his ult after the teleport. But look at the rest of the team. They take down the Volley Bear's health to 10% here. Meanwhile, even though Zazel got another shutdown, the Leona getting the last hit on Quid there, actually, the rest of the team just gets to mow them down. Sniper and River just annihilated the rest of the squad. Everyone's looking at Quid and they're like, get the Yone, get the Yone. Kaisa ultimate and everything goes after them. And they do get the Yone, but again, it went into the Leona's hands for the last hit.
Man, is Fake God about to just die 1v1 to River? Man.
I think if the rocks, as you said earlier, hit, maybe there was a chance, but no pull there as Rift Herald now going to be summoned in the bot lane. This should be the tier 2 turret and a lot more gold going to the pocket of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you're on a pretty quick timeline in this game. Since they're pushing so quickly and they can just retreat back to Dragon number 2 after they get this tower. Again, moving up the ward line every time they go for these invades. Super deep here for 100 Thieves. Dragon is protected. They can just retreat to it. Meech already holding mid. Meanwhile, Sniper not going to overextend on top side in case there was, one of those efforts from Shopify. Oftentimes, when a team's so far behind, they'll just throw a bunch of members at the opposite side of the map away from Dragon, away from the objective they think that you're going to pick up, and try and just at least get one kill for themselves. Looks like they might still do that as a lot of members are heading towards the top side, but Ayla's here to protect.
This is just one of those games where when that failed dive top happens, Boogie and Fake God seemingly have not recovered at this point. It's something that is punishing you for now 15 straight minutes, it feels, as you see a defensive ult there used by Ayla just to thwart that push from Shopify Rebellion, but when you're behind in tempo this much as a jungler, you're going to really be feeling the pain.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of talk about curses today, and your curse seems to be about over, although there's another powerful curse known as the caster curse, which I might have just invoked by bringing up that topic.
I don't like you at all. Yeah.
I'm just testing my power here.
Yeah.
Which curse?
Who's stronger?
Yeah. Which magic is more powerful between the two? And Courage, I like the fact that you bring up being behind in the tempo in the jungle, because just look at the difference between these two. River is level 12 versus level 9 of Boogie, and he's also up almost, what is that, 70 farm?
Oh, and you're on a champion that just stands you have no opportunity to even go for any sort of 1v1 scrap versus a Talia if they have their monitor on at all.
I mean, he's built full armor too, so you absolutely lose even half of a fight. If you see River, you better get out of there.
Yeah.
Because you're just gonna get blasted.
Yep.
Honestly, from a Volley Bear main though, Boogie is doing a good job, looking like we are not going to nerf Volibear soon.
I actually, I do have one thing I want to say. Nerf Smolder. Anyone, Riot. If anyone is watching,
I'm down.
please help me.
I'm down for
Please
that.
help me in my games, please.
Vouch. I'll co-sign for that.
Thank you.
I'll be your first signature. I'm happy to go for that one as 100 Thieves go for the turret here in mid lane. That is 3 turrets to nothing, favoring the Thieves. That bottom lane shoved all the way up to the inhibitor turret earlier, and now with mid broken open, it's even easier for them to control the territory that should belong to Shopify, but really, Shopify's control over the Rift feels waning at best.
Most of the comms at the point in these types of games are like, all right, stay focused, just don't lose focus. This game is free, right? As long as they don't give over any bounties, you don't give over any extra kills here, they have a really smooth route stacking these dragons and pushing in with split push as well.
I would love production if we could possibly see the difference in gold on individual players on the bottom of the screen, just to really tell the story of how much more powerful 2,600 gold lead, basically a full item for General Sniper in the top lane, 2,300.
You cursed him.
Quid. Oh, no!
Courage!
You literally
You cast that spell, brother!
No!
You cast the spell! I'm sorry.
Is this real life?
Also, I swear he did not mean to do that because he was just focused on the bottom of the screen. He didn't see
Is this real life?
the champion movement.
I take back everything I said. 100 Thieves stand no chance in this game.
He was so locked in too on the scoreboard on the gold, and now you get your bounty and you get your objective bounty in the tower afterwards there for Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify finally getting something to go a little bit their way. 100 Thieves will strike back in the mid lane, taking out their second tier 2 turret of the game. They'll also steal away the enemy red as they walk on out. They'll drop vision on the way and just make sure that they have eyes on everything Shopify is trying to do. Yes, Shopify found something up there in the top lane with the kill plus the objective, but they still got a long way to go.
One thing I love too about every time we go in and just watch Meech for a moment, he's just doing what he needs to do. We've talked so much about the top side of the map, everything going on. This whole game, Meech has just been getting turret plates, getting some turret gold here, farming some CS. It's really all you need. And a lot of League of Legends players don't necessarily realize that. And it's one of the things that I just love about watching pro play. It's like, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to help his team win. As now Quid's gonna go for the 1v1 versus Fake God. Fake God gonna pop ultimate, Quid just gonna back on up. But that looks like it's enough for Quid to be happy with that one as he levels up to 14.
All right, 100 Thieves already turn their eyes towards Baron set up here. Get some control wards, come into the jungle, make it hard for Shopify to try and check here because there's a lot of good turning potential from this 100 Thieves roster. If you are forced to move through these small jungle corridors into a Taliyah team where the Taliyah is on 2-item power spike, very dangerous there, especially when you've got champions like Renekton, like Volibear, like Leona, all really have a rough time with the rock field. 100 Thieves doing exactly what you need to get your vision advantage first and then try and force some mistakes from your opponents. Meanwhile, they could just have a Yone solo the dragon. You've got lifesteal on the Blade of the Ruin King. He will just annihilate that thing. Looks like he's not going to go solo it though, and Quid heads bottom instead. Oh, he was soloing it and wants the tempo play of pushing lane quicker.
Ayla engaging here against Shopify. The rest of the team isn't immediately ready, but the Blast Cone gets Ayla away to safety. Now Boogie has to jump back over the wall, but Sniper's ready to gun him down. Zeyzal has to try to escape, but Quid's already killed off Boogie. Shopify are trying to resist, but 100 Thieves are way too far ahead. River finds another one. That's 2 dead on Shopify. One's the jungler, and 100 Thieves are looking good.
And now they've already gotten full control. They know on that side of the map to be able to go set up for Baron. It's about as clinical as they can look for. They're happy to take that fight when they can see inside of every single bush, Kobe.
You've got 2 exceptional Taliyah players on the same team. River as well here, doing quite well for himself. Nice little shove there. They get the easy Baron, then they can reset and go grab Dragon at their leisure. Maybe Quid now will decide that it is worth his time.
Oh. Perhaps. Looks like it shouldn't be too big of a deal, man. 9,000 gold.
It always does feel a little bit like you're doing chores when you're picking up the later dragons. Your team is winning so much, Nobody really wants to spend their time doing it. You're like,
he's not.
There's so many fun things I could be doing. I could be getting more gold. I could be resetting, buying more items. Somebody else, take care of that.
Well, especially as a Yone. Have we ever met a Yone who wants to do anything but just dive under turrets and go for kills?
Yeah, I'll just go split push. I'll take down some towers. Meanwhile, Sniper going to do exactly that. Looks like the rest of the team going to rotate over. They've decided Dragon Soul not going to be critical for 100 Thieves. They're just going to push in, make the most of the Baron.
And Kobe, you brought up something earlier where it says stay calm, just play as clinical as we can. Set up our vision, and 100 Thieves have just continued to do that. Everywhere they go on the map, they make sure they have full vision controls. Now the ult begins to come in. Ayla's stuck under turret. He does get cut down, but now Fake God continues to be chunked as Meech is now online. Quinn with the re-engage! Unfortunately, not able to pop Zazal as he will back on up. One does go down for 100 Thieves, but with Baron and 2 lanes crashing Flowers, this is going to be a lot more gold in their pocket.
Yes, sir. We are starting to see some structures crumble. Top lane tier 3 turret is down, but with that one-man loss that they incurred there with Ayla's sacrifice, they don't have the gas to keep the war engine going. The Thieves have to back up for now, but man, this game is borderline unplayable for Shopify.
At least they got 1 kill. It is kind of rough because it's just a support, super low level, so the respawn timer is just going to be really quick, and Ayla heads right back out for the Dragon. Shopify won't be able to rush over and get an objective bounty. So a little bit of kill gold for them, and nice for them to keep all their inhibitors up, but they know it's too dangerous to stick out in the middle. Oof.
Oh, man.
B-Boy, no flash here.
B-Boy trying to... Oh, nicely played there with a killer instinct to go back over to Sniper and take him out instead, but now Zazal's caught in the middle of 3 Thieves, and I don't think he's getting away. Quid's got the knock-up and the damage as Meech continues free-firing back into Boogie. Mid-lane inhibitor taking the damage now as Insanity tries to stop these guys, but you just can't do it. The lead is way too much. TP coming back in mid now, looking to cut him off. Fake God sees the angle for the flank, but Meech is still fighting. He rocket jumps back over the top. The seismic shove through the unraveled earth, and Fake God is instantly stopped in his tracks. River goes over the wall. Fake God is burning, but the shield saves him just in time. Insanity, Boogie, and Fake God all heading back to the fountain, just barely staying alive.
Meech, with just perfect spacing throughout that entire fight, was zoning everyone off the middle tower, off the mid inhibitor. You see the teleport. At that point, you got to respect that they're going for anything that they can, and he's able to just get out with his jump. Oh, man, he is one slippery pickle.
Man, Shopify are really making you work for it, though. Shopify putting up the defense here. They're so far behind, but they're trying to stay focused in their attempts at comeback. Flank, teleport behind. They did give up 1 inhibitor. 1 inhibitor being down, though, is fairly playable, trying to just farm the mid wave. It is getting a little bit rough since we're looking at controlling the rest of the map right now, but it's at moments like these where even with the giant lead for 100 Thieves, you're like, maybe we should actually have some backup plans here. We definitely need to start paying attention to the Dragons. Yeah, it's a Chemtech Soul, but it's still a Soul, and they could have been on the timer a lot longer ago. If the Doomsday does happen and there is a comeback here.
We saw yesterday when a couple kills went in favor of Meech on Kai'Sa, that whole game changed with that shutdown onto Zeri. And you're in another scenario here where you still got a Kai'Sa that's slowly but surely getting more and more online that you never know, as it looks like 100 Thieves continue to push down in the bot lane, just staying safe, not trying to give up any free kills as they'll wait for that top lane to crash as Quid begins to push on forward.
All right, when are Shopify going to pull the trigger here? If you just wait around and you let the Yone split push all the way up to the inhibitor, then it gets really difficult.
Yeah.
They do have flashes on Boogie and a couple seconds left on Fake Gods. When those 2 champions have their flashes, it's a completely different team fight. Your flash plus guaranteed point and click stun. Probably the thing that they're waiting for, so they can just have 1 more attempt.
Importantly, it was the Infinity Edge just now completed for Quid's Yone. This guy hits like a truck now as the Weaver's Wall comes in, and the burst finds Zazal to start the fight. Boogie has to run away from the depth charge as the tier 3 turret falls, and another dredge line connects. Insanity's the target, and Meech just barely misses out on the kill. Shopify running for their lives back into the fountain as 100 Thieves keep it going.
100 Thieves now beginning to knock down the front door. One turret cut down, one last chance. Here we go. Ayla with the pull on in. Fake God gets cut down. Quinn is in the Nexus and does fall, but it looks like Meech is gonna shell as Tristana. B-Boy is not there. Forget curses, folks. This curse has been broken as they will cut down the Nexus as Meech wants more. GG, 100 Thieves, still fighting for first place in the LCS.
Big smile on Sniper's face. The beginning of the game, oh so sweet. They had the trailing play from River, full clear into Hover, his pushing wave. They got the solo bolo there. Sniper was able to flash for flash, kill Fake God, and then, right on top of it, the double kill on the dive.
Oh yeah.
That's really the backbreaker because you lose so much pressure as a team that went for the dive. Your jungler shows they're on top side, enemy top laner gets a whole bunch of gold, then it's really, really difficult to come back from that. And Shopify, valiant efforts in trying to stop that snowball from 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves deserve to be at the top. They are once again tied with FlyQuest now in first place. This squad continuing to perform.
I think he's dead to the end. No 1 HP.
Or no flash. Or no flash. Or no flash.
I'm in there.
Just no flash. I saw.
We win. You stairs, Edward. Get in there.
Yeah.
Call it fate, call it destiny. IMT are murdering Cloud9.
Winning.
Can we kill them? End the game.
No. GG.
Nothing to lose.
I flashed W on this Ari. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Flashing in. She's dead. One shot. I'm fine.
I'm getting in. Look with another. Look.
I don't want
I'm done. I'm done.
around and I will look.
Careful flash hook.
Look.
Look Laurels.
Yeah, maybe we can end mid now.
Holy, you're a smart bro.
Professional poppy player.
Actually, professional poppy enjoyer.
guys.
Chad Caster the last bullet!
Oh, he tried to juke it at the end too. It was zigzagging.
How do I get away?
The minions have auto lock.
Normally you farm the minions. Today the minion farms you.
Even the Dignitas minions are better, Flowers.
Oh man.
I'm gonna Philius.
Yeah.
Wait.
Wait.
Penta. Please.
Nice.
Let's go.
Okay.
They need Renekton flash or something. And AD in a flash.
I killed them though.
Yeah. I think Renekton has flash.
Renekton? Volley there.
Carry them.
No flash.
Yo, carry them.
Go on, no, I already died 4 times, bro. I already died 4 times.
Oh, you
Look at my
have to.
freaking duds.
Yeah.
I already died 4 times.
Yo, Kaisai.
What am I doing?
Welcome to waiting room.
Does he do that every time?
Yeah,
he does.
What are you doing, Raz?
What are you talking about? You guys are going a little too crazy.
I love the 100 Thieves comms there with Quid just like running it down on Yone and cackling.
Yeah, he has a really good cackle,
Yeah.
actually, if we're rating it.
That one was a solid one. The other one was like, Penta, please, Penta. All 80 carries, please, I'm begging. I will say, though, that was a better Penta than a Smolder Penta kill, you know? That was a real one. Zaya is an honorable 80 carry.
Yep.
Playing by the same rules as everyone else.
Did everyone see the Smolder Penta stat? Where, like, the number of games for this many Pentas is 3 times faster than everyone. This is the good Penta, though. Honorable Penta kill.
Except he's groveling at his knees for a Penta.
I
mean, most Penta kills are 80 carries, you know, running behind their team and picking up the kills. But
he did a lot of work there.
Really wholesome. I want to hear the comms again. Please.
It is also really cool because Dig seem to have found their form playing around 80 carry, which is more difficult now, I'd say. But yeah, because XU had talked about how Smolder is our champ, et cetera, but they seem to be a pretty bot lane focused team around Tomo, and Tomo and Owls have been, I think, outperforming expectations.
What you holding there?
I'm holding our remaining scenarios.
Oh my God.
There's not as many.
It's almost as small as you now.
Yeah, it's tiny.
It's what? It's as tiny. If you put it side by side.
I'd flip you off, but I can't do that.
What is happening? Waiting room is.
We do this all the time, Kobe. Do you not pay attention?
Welcome to the waiting room.
Do you not watch our show?
Kobe doesn't watch waiting room.
But yes, like Tomo's having fun. I actually love the interview that he had with Mazel on stage, where he's like, "What's the difference between this split and last split?" He's enjoying himself. Like he has like the team camaraderie. Wow, that was a harder word than I thought it would be. Is there, and like you could see him enjoying himself, having fun in game. The resources are flowing towards him, and honestly, you're having fun when you're not getting dove repetitively, which has been the state for Dignitas this split. They've actually been playing quite well through bot lane. I think they've been a pretty succinct team, and they could very likely make playoffs. Right now, they're in the top 6. I'm pointing at a screen that doesn't exist.
We'll get to that. You know who's not having fun?
Who?
NRG.
Oh.
Yeah, they haven't been having fun this week.
I mean, Contracts are still kind of having fun. You know, team's losing, he goes against a Baron steal. That's always pretty fun.
If you get a Baron steal and a loss, is it still Baron steal?
Yes. Yeah.
Doesn't it have to come back to win?
What? You're a jungler. You've lived this.
If I get Baron stolen and we win, I didn't get Baron stolen.
The jungler stealing Baron and still losing the game is the equivalent of like a top laner winning lane and then losing the game and be like, well, I won my lane. Yes. Jungle gets to be like, well, I stole the Baron. You're going to be silent in reviews, folding your arms, being like, I did my job. But I will say, you know, it is kind of sad because we're seeing after a lot of these NRG games, you know, the players really disappointed. Palafox has had multiple tweeting out about like, this is my worst performance ever. It was last week, and then another tweet following up this weekend today. Already just like really disappointed in his own play, and yeah, I mean they're making a lot of mistakes. Yeah, they're really self-critical of themselves. That's just the case for how their split has been. People have been making comparisons to their last split. At least in this one, just hearing from the players, they've been hyper-critical of just themselves and how they've been able to discuss. And if you see some of their games, like their goal leads, a lot of the times you've casted them, and their mid game to late game have been scrambling to be able to retain those leads. But at least in their early games,
so this was a comeback. This one actually worked, but they were down 6,000 to Immortals.
A huge amount. So like in this game specifically, it took Contracts getting that Baron steal that you referenced for them to get back into this game. And it was actually quite a few steals for this one to be even legible. And even before the break, they've been having pretty poor early games. And if you go to their FlyQuest one, even though it's a little bit of a dip, it was like 1.3K. And if you look at the games themselves, it was Dokla actually having a pretty large lead in the top lane, but still mid jungle for FlyQuest was pretty much farming the map. So like, even with the mistakes that were being made, NRG was trying to scramble to get the leads back. And yes, this is like 13 minutes into the game where FlyQuest had a sizable advantage. And those are just 2 of many examples throughout the split. So first things first, let's get the early games right. And
then they don't even have to steal Baron to win the game.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Standings. There's a lot at stake today, the final day of the spring split regular season. FlyQuest and 100 Thieves are not actually tied for first because FlyQuest holds a 2-0 head-to-head, so if FlyQuest wins, they're first. The only way 100 Thieves gets first is with a win and a FlyQuest loss. But the big thing is all these tiebreaker scenarios we're going to have between 3rd and 7th.
Save us.
A lot of stuff can happen there. Cloud9 can lose and create some 4-way ties. Shopify can win and create some 4-way ties. Here's the match order. Tiebreakers pending. They would be at the conclusion of these 4 scheduled games. Lots riding on that Shopify Cloud9 game.
Yeah.
Both of our 4 tiebreaker scenarios exist with a Shopify win over Cloud9. So that will be a big game that decides how long this day is. And also a reminder, since we haven't talked about it that much, the playoff bracket. So top 4 is very important because that sees you into the upper bracket, whereas 6 and 7 will start in the lower bracket. 5 and 6 are not going to be playing each other immediately, though. They will be playing the losers of those first 2 series. And if you look in the fine print, playoffs is actually starting on Thursday.
Thursday?
March 14th. Thursday. We're going to say that a lot today. Thursday.
Yeah, and we have games Friday and Saturday and Sunday after that, too. So it's just, we're going to have games all the time.
Yeah.
4 days of LCS playoffs next week.
I love playoffs.
Me too.
Same.
You know what we're going to get to find out in playoffs?
What?
If Cloud9 is actually good.
This Cloud9
Or if
back.
100 Thieves is actually good.
Cloud9 back has been so funny because right after the break, like, oh yeah, sure, we're back. A little bit rocky on one of the wins, but now losing to Immortals again, restart the memes. Restart the memes.
The pendulum.
You're new here. Is Cloud9 back? You're new here.
Cloud9 is back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Convincing. That sounded very convincing.
I mean, this is hard, right? We just saw the standings.
Yeah.
Who is the favorites? Like right now.
FlyQuest.
Who is the second favorites?
100 Thieves.
Really? So,
they?
What?
100 Thieves versus Cloud9, first round of playoffs. Today, you're like, I think I'd pick 100 Thieves.
Cloud9 are trolling.
Will they be trolling in playoffs?
I think so.
I just can't get my head around it still. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I think you got to get with the times. I'm also
True. Sniper is with the times.
I mean, I'm
He's
also
doing what is it?
Who are you gonna vote for All Pro Mid, JoJo or Quid? Because I think Quid deserves it.
I'm not doing JoJo.
I'm saying right now, I'm putting Quid over JoJo.
What about Jensen?
You know, Jensen's got a.
He's gonna be first place after today.
We'll see about that. Honestly, though, everybody has been underestimating 100 Thieves the entire split. So I feel like I'm going to jump on the train earlier. Okay. So I'm ready for it.
Right. So you're on the 100 Thieves train.
Going into playoffs hot.
If you know it's going to be a bandwagon and you hop in first, are you still a bandwagoner?
Yeah, except it's my wagon.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Kobe is driving the wagon. I think the other big thing with 100 Thieves is that in most of their wins, they don't look like insanely dominant.
Yeah.
Right? So like, and I'm not saying they're like fluking their way to wins either, because it's not that. It's not like one big play and then it happens. It's more gradual than that. But I think you look at the names on this roster, which is part of it, right?
Yeah,
because
Meech,
that was a
Ayla,
huge
Quid, Sniper.
That was a huge part of why people were so high on C9, myself included, is name recognition. But then I'll be really curious to see them during playoffs, because River, by far and away, is the most experienced player on that team.
Yeah.
By like a very significant margin, especially if you then include his like PCS, LMS days as well. And the rest of the roster is really, really young. So that's actually why I'm super curious to see them in playoffs, because rosters like that tend to either do really, really well or like fall off. Like they carry their momentum or they just like fall off a cliff.
As far as mid laners playing right now, Quid is the best mid laner in the league as well.
He does have 6 player of the games.
Yeah,
and that's on the team with River.
Yeah, that's
which is very, very impressive.
And the only thing that's, I think what makes the conversation there for JoJo is that, like, in the C9 losses, he is still playing well. Like, that happened in actually both the 100 Thieves games. But, like, the Akali game that he had just yesterday, I was like, okay, he's having a great laning phase, but obviously if you're Akali and you're going versus Talia and Vi, you're going to get completely, like, knocked up and destroyed.
So why did they do that again? It was like the second time they've done that.
Caught. I mean, I don't know.
If we're comparing C9 and 100 Thieves, right?
Yeah.
The win column currently. I want to pull up the playoff tool behind us as well, as we're talking about this, to just have it everything.
Oh, that was
top of
fast.
mind. So like,
yeah, wow.
in the win column, they're separated by 2, which would literally be like 1 head-to-head. 100 Thieves doesn't beat Cloud9, they'd be tied. Is the cheapest way to say 2 games doesn't matter, even though it does. Anyway, where I'm getting at, I think 100 Thieves drafts have been probably the strongest in the league, and Cloud9's drafts are probably close to the weakest in the league. I would hope, I kind of feel like that could be possibly resolved for playoffs. The other really weird thing for me about 100 Thieves is they have the worst early game of every team in the LCS.
Oh, that's
the
great.
worst gold at 15.
Yeah.
They take the fewest plates per game, right? Yet they're tied for first. Part of that is because LCS just has ridiculous parity this split. And statistically, everyone is so close to each other. But that, of all the possible red flags, would be, okay, you can't be the worst early game team in the league and be the best team in the league.
But
I don't think those things can be in congruence.
You also can't have a heist if you're already winning. You have to have a bad early game, and then you have a heist, and that's how you win.
Yeah, you just wanted to make the heist joke.
They're on theme.
You would never say that if it was Cloud9.
Of course not. Like Cloud9 need to win the early game.
Okay. Tiebreaker day.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We have predictions. I guess I'm going to go first. I think.
Go for it.
I'm going to say what I think is going to happen today, and then we'll see.
It's on the screen right now. Actually, they're straight.
We
They're down
added an
straight to the
extra column
spoilers.
on the tool, but here's my predictions for the day. So I got TL, NRG, Cloud9, FlyQuest. All of us picking Cloud9. All of us picking FlyQuest. So that's not going to be that many tiebreakers.
Me and the Discord are the only people picking 100 Thieves against NRG.
Yeah.
You're shocked?
The 100.
Not
Kobe,
shocked.
I thought you were on the wagon.
That's obviously like.
I am on the wagon.
You just predicted NRG to beat.
Yeah, because I love energy. I feel like energy are crazy. They're gonna
You
upset.
can't be on every wagon at once.
They upset people.
You got 2 feet on each wagon. 1 foot on each wagon.
Okay, anyway, I'm going to show my predictions. We added this column over here that says how many tiebreakers we'd have, so it's self-explanatory. I hope you can figure that out.
Yep.
My predictions were Team Liquid to win the first game. I said Energy's going to win the next one because I've been I'm not on the 100 Thieves wagon. It's cost me dearly in the prediction game.
Yeah.
Then I just picked the favorites for the last 2, and what that would do, we'd actually have no tiebreakers.
Wow.
So those are very boring predictions.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Boo.
Who was different?
I was different. I'll go up
yeah.
first.
I think we're all different. a little bit.
Raz is the. I think you flipped on what?
I'm pretty much. I'm good on all of these except.
What did you change?
He's been dropping bombs.
They have been. You're going blue side all the way.
I'm going blue side the entire way.
So that gives us a tiebreaker between TL and Dignitas for the 5-6.
Which is a meaningless one. No, it is purposeful. It is purposeful because, of course, that is seeding means if you're, first or second, who will be facing who.
And then Emily picked 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
100?
So just toggle it.
here.
And Emily, you did TL as well,
Couldn't
right?
do that.
So I basically did. Yeah, I went 100 Thieves, and then TL.
And that gives us the tiebreaker between NRG and Dig for 5th and 6th.
Be this one.
So something.
This is a resolved because like we covered,
Yeah.
FlyQuest have the head-to-head over 100 Thieves. So even though their record is the same, 100 Thieves making first requires a FlyQuest loss.
Yeah. So for tiebreaker enthusiasts, I know our stats guy's a tiebreaker enthusiast.
Liam, yeah.
This game right here, this Cloud9 Shopify game, would just jump us to 3 tiebreakers. But if I just deselect the other 3 games and show the difference, if you move your eyes to the far right here, 4 tiebreakers in 2 scenarios, 3 tiebreakers in 1 scenario with this win. As soon as Cloud9 wins this game, we couldn't have more than 2 tiebreakers.
Headshot.
So if you want to watch a lot of League of Legends on your Sunday, you're big Shopify Rebellion fans. And okay, here's my most chaotic scenario here. You see Shopify Rebellion here at 6. You basically have to keep everyone else at 6. So FlyQuest has to beat Dignitas to keep Dignitas at 6. TL has to stay at 6 with an Immortals win. NRG has to stay at 6 with an NRG win. And you would end up having, I think, the best tiebreaker scenario. 4 games, unresolved 4-way tie with the last place missing playoffs and the first place getting to be in the upper bracket. That, to me, is by far the most exciting day. So Immortals, Hundo Thundo, Shopify, and FlyQuest would give us the best possible day. And then Sven's going to cast the final 4 games. We're going to blow his voice out if this happens, which is going to be amazing.
Some of the people in the chat definitely want tiebreakers, so they want the chaos. So they're alongside our stats guy.
Most people I know always want maximum chaos.
Do you want maximum chaos?
Hell yeah! Yes, I do. I want the scramble, you know? I want to see the fear in their eyes when they're up against the wall and you're like, oh, are we going to make it into playoffs? Only one team gets to get in.
True.
Yeah. Those moments are really fun.
And you can get those surprise drafts because in the actual tiebreakers is very similar to our playoffs where you don't have, it's not pre-recorded drafts.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be different.
We'll also get to do more stuff.
True.
Yeah.
Also, the longer the day goes, the more like loopy people get, and then
True.
you get some more funny content.
And with where we're starting, who knows where it can go?
It's just going to go off a cliff. It's going to be great.
One thing, before the whole week started, when we had 12 possible games and like thousands of scenarios, people in Discord could submit like their number, their line for what they thought would happen. One fan, only one person is still right.
What?
So it's HFleb on Twitch, I guess, is the only person whose early prediction is still in play. And today, they have Immortals, NRG, Shopify Rebellion, and Fly. I want to see what that does.
Yeah, get in there.
Immortals, NRG.
It's just that.
So help me
And then
God
he said
if this guy's-
Shopify, right?
Yep.
And Fly.
Yeah.
And then I need him to predict who wins the tiebreaker. So then he'd also have to predict this game, Dignitas versus Team Liquid tiebreaker 5-6. If this happens, if this guy predicts 13 games in a row, I'd be seriously impressed.
We got to give him something.
Yeah. Okay, that's on you.
Why?
Because we're not announcing a giveaway out of the blue. So
Also, there's a lot of legal that goes along with giving stuff away.
I'll give you a handshake.
there we go. All right. Good stuff,
Yeah,
Raz.
thank God.
Okay, last
Scared
day of the
me.
regular season. All-Pro and MVP are also going to be pretty crazy. With the end of the regular season in sight, we asked our pros who they think should be the Kia MVP, and many of them had opinions. Some of them had many opinions. Here they are.
The MVP question, right? Oh, okay. That'll be a good one. I honestly think Bippo has shown like a really good performance so far within the LCS. And as much as I don't want to say that like he's obviously #1 for MVP, I kind of have to give it to him because he's just been playing good like every game. So yeah, Bippo.
I think the Kia MVP will be either Quid or River on 100 Thieves or Inspired Bippo on FlyQuest, if not including anyone on C9.
This split MVP is Inspired.
Probably Quid. I mean, he got the most player of the games, and I think there's a lot of hype surrounding him. So if it's not him, I don't know who it would be, because I think that obviously he's the most valuable player compared to everyone else in the league. I think FlyQuest player. I don't know. I think me and Inspired griefed each other a bit too much to get MVP. So
I gotta give it to River. I think like an MVP is someone who brings their whole team up, and I think that team is like really, really different if he's not playing the way he is and controlling the team the way he is. So
Quid will win key MVP this split because I think he's been the best performing player on his team, and they beat all expectations. I think everyone expected them to be a bottom 4 team, and I think they're surpassing expectations. However, I do think that JoJo does deserve to be in the MVP talk because I think he's been playing really well even in our losses.
To me, it's like Inspired or Sensen, I think.
I think JoJo Pyong is MVP. Yeah, Quid is really good too. And then he almost 1v9 today. And then I want to say Quid.
I would say if I had to choose any single person, it would have to be like probably Quid.
I think Quid is gonna win, and because people didn't expect 100 Thieves is gonna do this well, and I think Quid is leading them.
JoJo should be the MVP of the league. Honestly, I think he is the player that probably has the most impact on his team. Like, obviously you can have an argument for River or Quid, but I think as the individual player, I think JoJo is probably the best in the league.
Quid, JoJo, or Sniper, I think. Actually, River's been playing really well too. Yeah, I don't know.
The wagon.
The Quid wagon?
Quid wagon.
So you're on the 100
wagon.
100 Thieves wagon, then you predicted NRG to beat 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They don't have to beat NRG to make playoffs. They're in playoffs.
They're top 2, actually.
So they're fine. They already have 2 lives in playoffs even.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, fans at home, remember you can cast your own votes for Kia MVP and Kia All-Pro this year, so head over to KiaLCSAwards.com to place your vote. So basically, I believe the way that works is the fans will have their own ballot depending on who they end up voting for, and that'll be looped in with everyone else's ballots, and then we'll have our MVP, which is exciting. It sounded like a lot of people, I think Quid's going to win.
That's a lot of Quids.
Yeah.
More Quids than I expected. I thought I would be seeing a lot more Inspired. What are they doing? What are you doing to your
keys.
keyboard?
You never cleaned your keyboard before?
Not on stage. Well, I've never been on stage.
I mean, this is why he's been a pro for so long. He's fastidious.
Oh my God.
Is that the right word?
Yeah.
He's twerking those
Did you hear Double Lift's co-stream yesterday when they were talking about Impact? They were so complimentary how Impact over all of the years, even since winning the world championship all these years later, is still the first one into reviews and the last one out of reviews. Always just grinding the game, talking about the game. He's so focused, and he even cleans his keyboard before every game.
It's actually so easy to at least have one split where you're losing motivation. It's actually crazy that he has what you just said basically, because I didn't hear that in that co-stream, that he's still as ambitious, as motivated after how many years in the game.
All right, what is he using those bottom keys for, though? You don't use those too much in League.
Oh, the producer just told me what we're seeing, but I couldn't hear it.
Sad. If you guys can just yell into his ears now, that'd be great.
Oh, a hand warmer got into his keyboard.
What?
So that's why he's cleaning
he
it.
had like a Svenskeren moment where it like exploded.
That's unlucky. Anyway.
How does that happen?
It is unlucky.
Team Liquid has had a lot of ups and downs recently.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of really close games. The team really hasn't put things together, as well as there being a huge amount of internet drama yesterday regarding the team.
Yeah, there were also other things on that stream I was talking about.
There's a lot of up and downs happening, but here's some of the highlights from their wins and losses these last few days.
I mean, this is the zoo comp from the other day, and then I believe we're gonna go into a Dignitas dive bot lane.
Does Nautilus count as an animal?
He's the zookeeper.
He's the zookeeper.
He's keeping the other animals.
Got the hook and stuff.
But I will say the most frustrating thing about TL is that they sometimes manage to put together really, really clean games, right? Like I think of their game against C9, for example, before the break, where they were so good and so clean. And then they have games like this where Dignitas, as you said, dying to the minion. We have games like this where it ends up that, Dignitas had a really good game plan. They set up that bot lane dive really, really well. And then it all kind of unraveled from there. So it's really frustrating because we've seen this team perform really well. Not just like the players themselves, but as a team, as a unit, put together really good games. They're just so inconsistent from game to game.
Yeah, I think the one thing we've complimented them on throughout the split has been their macro. But the biggest question is like, who are they playing towards? Who is their carry? Impact has great games, right? But like APA has been struggling massively this split. We just came off of an Aphelios game where Jan struggled, and those are their two carries. And coming into this split, I imagined Team Liquid to be playing towards bot lane pretty aggressively because that was the lane that I thought would be the one that would be flourishing the most. That has not been the case. So for a team that I think has been kind of wavering in identity, that one win that they had in that zoo comp, the ASOL plus Smolder comp, they actually fell behind massively in that game. So the fact that they even came back into that game is a miracle to me. Yes, great scaling, but teams like FlyQuest shouldn't be dropping those early games to begin with. So they do have a lot to work on to be playoff ready.
Yeah, well, speaking of playoffs, a win will get them playoffs. Impact almost always makes playoffs. He's recovered from his hand warmer incident. You can see his keyboard is put back together.
Nice.
Let's hope he doesn't have any issues. And in theory, to make playoffs 16 times in 18 splits, you'd have to have pretty good mental. And on Pros this week, Impact talked about how Umpty's mental is even better than that. Take a listen.
Actually, best mentor, like have mentor in the game. I shocked that because that situation, even me, I'm gonna say,
boom?
I'm doomed. Like in that situation, I never die to solo lane and prison wave. But he said I'm fine still. I can try my best to be comeback, and he tried to find the way. That's how I like that he mentality wise because he never never negative, in the game too. So he tried to find the win condition, not like it's not automatic play, So I like him more. Also, surprised to me, he English so much better than me.
do, specifically Breon, I think, when they were really looking at him performing on that team where he came in with the nickname The General from the LCK cast. I think he's not only known for kind of leading that team, you know, in game, but also leading them by example just through being tilt-proof, essentially.
It's always so nice to have someone who's funny on your team to break through the tense moments when there are arguments.
Yeah.
And Umpty is hilarious. Every single time we hear from him, every single interview this guy delivers. He's really such a valuable component of the squad that they've picked up.
Yeah, absolutely love his energy. One interesting thing about yesterday, though, Team Liquid will be playing against Immortals today. Immortals is eliminated from playoffs, and they were eliminated from playoffs yesterday.
They're unleashed.
When they did this, they beat Cloud9. They're undefeated since being eliminated from playoffs. And I do think, jokes aside, they have removed a lot of pressure from themselves, and I think we're able to play very free, which we've seen in kind of the history of the LCS. That usually makes teams better in the short term. So Immortals is not a free win here for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
That trap is something that people have talked a lot about, Kobe, right?
But Immortals, half of their wins are against Cloud9 only, you know? Literally half of their wins are just beating Cloud9. So, I mean, are we really going to transfer that to Team Liquid? That might be a singular issue.
I do think they're going to have a little bit of spice in the draft today. I mean, yesterday they first picked Jace. So, you never know. They're just going to pick what they want, and Team Liquid's going to have to deal with it. But we are very close to the first game of the day, Immortals versus Team Liquid. Let's head up to the stage to get into it. Oh, last week of LCS regular season.
I can't believe how well 100 Thieves have done. They're contesting for first.
I'm just excited for another Contracts Baron seal. Those games have been crazy.
IMT already beat C9. Shopify can still make playoffs.
All of our best scenarios have Shopify beating Cloud9.
We could have 4 tiebreakers today.
And Sven is going to be here to cast all of them. To tiebreakers!
Tiebreakers!
Welcome to the final day of the 2024 LCS Spring regular season. In our first match, Immortals Progressive are looking to play spoiler again after upsetting Cloud9 yesterday, while Team Liquid Honda want to end the regular season on a high note. Next up, NRG Kia look to lock themselves into the playoffs, but will have to overcome a 100 Thieves squad fighting for first that nobody expected to be so dominant. In Game 3, Cloud9 are going to have to try and pick themselves up and lock in a top 3 spot after yesterday's loss, but they'll have to do it against a Shopify Rebellion roster hungry for a miracle run to the playoffs. Finally, FlyQuest need just one more win to lock first place, but after a strong showing yesterday, Tomo and Dignitas want to keep the momentum going heading into the playoffs. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Alexander Automeeting. I'm joined by Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. We're back at it again. We're going to deliver you some hype games today. Immortals starting off the day against Team Liquid.
And Immortals starting off the day with a Dragon ban. No more Aurelion Soul for APA. Team Liquid had the double Dragons comp. Yesterday, too, Team Liquid suffering the loss at the hands of Dignitas, getting pentakilled by Tomo. They have to bounce back in this game. Incredibly important for Team Liquid, locking into playoffs. They are so focused as well. Saw them coming in today, talked to them a little bit as they were walking in. They are locked in for this game. Immortals may be eliminated, but they may also be unleashed.
That's right, and we saw what happened against Cloud9 yesterday. No one was expecting Immortals to bounce back so well and have such a dominant performance against what we thought was going to be one of our top performances going into the beginning of this spring split. The first round of bans have been concluded. Team Liquid taking that Ivern away from Armeo. What do Immortals want to prioritize? Senna is available for the taking.
Senna and Smolder both up right now. And remember, we don't have the hotfix for Smolder in, so don't have the cooldown nerf that was put on the ultimate. So a lot of teams really do prefer that side of it. But what has been most important in the LCS is how do you kill whatever AD carry the opponents go for. And the Vi has been a prime pick for that. Really, really high important pick here for Armeo to be able to lock down with whichever way Team Liquid go.
Yep. And a common combo that we've seen with the Vi is that Taliyah. Will Team Liquid look to break that up during this first round of picks? Or will they try and prioritize a strong bot lane setup alongside maybe a jungle lock-in? They're hovering a lot of ADs, but that Smolder Dragon is just too damn strong to let go.
Back on the Smolder for Yawn. Now, we usually like to wait a little bit and try and get a support counter pick as well when you pick Smolder. See if the opponents are going to go AD carry and support for their next two picks. But if not, then just in general, get a defensive pick down there. The Braum, Janna even, types of things popping up. Let's see what Team Liquid want to go for now, though. Jungle maybe here. Get something for Umpty so you don't get pushed too far down, so you don't have to drop it too far. APA and the champion pool, probably the most scrutinized champion pool in the LCS, quite possibly, with Aurelion Soul banned out, immediately locking in the Ziggs. Such good wave clear. And whenever you have a Smolder, another way to stall as well. Now you've got Ziggs and Smolder. Incredible wave clear just with 2 picks here for Team Liquid. They definitely have the capabilities to stall. But you were mentioning as well possible pairings with Vi. The Taliyah is an exceptional one that people have used a lot. Ahri is also a go-to. Whenever you have the point and click plus the assassin mid lane, definitely dangerous.
And the nice thing about an Ahri versus Taliyah, it's a lot easier to jump into the backline with that Vi thanks to that Spirit Rush. Immortals are also going to round off that first round of the draft with the Kai'Sa lock-in, a pick that we've started to see creep up everywhere globally.
And so whenever you see full dive like this from Immortals, in their first picks, very clearly, this is going to be a dive comp. Team Liquid are starting to think, Poppy, any sort of these counter-engaged champions. Already you have the minefield from Ziggs, which is pretty good, but drafting a couple more of those counter-engage options would really go a long way.
You already mentioned the Poppy. Another option that comes to mind is if you want to go down the support route. I think you mentioned at the top of the day, Braum, great for slowing things down, throw down that Glacial Fissure, create that slow field as well. Rel, and now Team Liquid are starting to look at what supports they can take away from Immortals to further enhance and elevate that dive comp.
Yeah. Because sometimes, even if you have counter dive and they have dive, if they just have too much, then you
just gotta overload it, and
can't stop it. Rel is definitely a good ban here. Obviously, is super common pairing there with Kai'Sa. So let's take a look at Immortals, though. Do they want to ban out defensive supports and Smolder pairings? Or are they just going to go for the things I mentioned? The Poppy, you definitely don't want to go, dive headlong into that one. I kind of like this, using your last 2 bans there to just do kind of comp protection.
What other junglers come to mind for Team Liquid when you want to just push opponents away? Xin Zhao, not so bad with the Crescent Guard.
Well, I'd say since the Vi is locked in, like there are other options for dueling. I kind of like what the options you're bringing up. Xin Zhao, sometimes it's really hard when you're facing a dive comp though, and you can get like picked off in the river or something like that.
Sure.
You do have to be a little bit scared. So I would like something with mobility for Umpty, so that he'll have a couple of options and you can go do some face checking. I'm assuming they're going to get a pretty beefy support as well. So you can have a beefy like jungle plus support to do the vision work and face checking. Since you do have really good wave clearing and scaling here with Smolder plus a Ziggs combination. And it looks like Immortal's also kind of thinking along those lines. So the Sejuani with the dash, a very safe tank jungler.
Yeah.
Tank junglers basically have just completely taken over now with the Knight's Vow rush. Everybody's basically running tank jungles. The carries have really gone the way of extinction, unless you're Milky Way and playing in the LPL. Or maybe unless you're Opti. All right, some dueling power probably. I like this. Volibear makes his way back onto the Rift. This is definitely a like bridge jungle.
Sure.
A lot of early game power here. So we'll see if Volibear plus Renekton topside is enough of like a focus for the early game. They can maybe like control grubs on topside, really focus on those two, especially when they both have flashes up. It is incredibly dangerous. So let's see what kind of safe pick Castle could play into it. Locks in the Gragas immediately.
You know, I've been seeing the Gragas top lane starting to creep up a lot. I haven't checked the global records competitive-wise, but at least in solo queue, a lot of top laners have been prioritizing the Gragas. Just really safe to be able to duel back and create disengage with that explosive cast. If you try to dive under the tower at level 6, it can be such a problem. Team Liquid now seeing the recon from the side of Ole, locking the Tahm Kench, even extra safety and disengage.
I saw someone in the crowd yesterday with a sign that said, "Bench the stench," and I was like, wow, that is a more offensive Tahm Kench bench calling than usual.
We're just assuming Tahm Kench is a smelly catfish. He has a top hat.
I mean, honestly, it does kind of track. He is the River King for the swamp, so
true.
Maybe it does actually track, but it is going to be unbenched. The Kench has been unbenched by Core JJ. Definitely has put a lot of time in on Tahm Kench. And of course, when you're running Smolder, looking for ways to keep Smolder alive and keep Smolder stacking. So Core JJ will be the safety net here for Team Liquid. And it does mean Team Liquid, basically the only early game play is on the top side of the map with Renekton and Volibear. Possibilities there. So probably looking at grub control, focus up there. Castle, I think he'll be fine though. Gragas is very, very good at denial. He's gone for the grasp Gragas as well.
APA might be in trouble here. Here's caught between everyone, and there's just no point to try and flash. That's first blood for Immortals.
The distraction. Tweets coming in as well. Not even looking at it. Impact is here. They want to stall it. They let the recall go off, so Vi is out.
Core JJ is also here, but Tactical is here before Yawn, so Impact takes a lot of damage, but Castle is forced to recall as well.
Man, Armeo, though, getting to start with a longsword here on Vi is going to have an accelerated clear. He did start Q, though, on Vi, which is suboptimal as far as skills. Maybe they'll just give him a leash on the first camp because of that. So get to his W right after this. And with the extra longsword, we'll be having a pretty smooth early game here. At the very least for Team Liquid, you can say APA didn't flash. He resigned himself to the death in level 1, although, you know, it's rough to die there for level 1. At least you don't now have to worry about repeat ganks and being taken advantage of, because a lot of teams have focused on the mid lane for Team Liquid, especially in the early game.
Ever since the beginning of the split, APA has been the target of many teams in the early game, as Yawn is going to get ignited early by Ole. Immortals bot lane just trying to fight for lane pressure. The exhaust comes out as well from Core JJ, so it is an exchange of summoner spells early on in the game.
Oh, I think we're going to get a red side clear Volibear gank. This is a solo queue specialty. 3 camp topside gank here. It is indeed focusing the Volibear Renekton topside. They both have flash. Good luck, Castle.
All right, how do you play this one out? Castle is trying to chunk out Impact, but he's got Max Fury. Gets a little bit of healing there. goes for the stun as well, and he cuts off Castle's escape route with the Sky Splitter, and he flashes in front of the body slam to make sure he's going nowhere. That's a kill for
Well done, General. And it is not even going to cost them much. It's pretty quick on the gank. goes for the recall to reset to his other side. And Armeo did not go over there to counter jungle at all. He had already made his way up to the blue quadrant, hit on his own side. He's not looking for a repeat here, right? All right, he's just checking around, making sure Volibear Didn't try and get anything afterwards. And so nice little move here for Team Liquid, getting them back on track in the early game. Giving up the first blood at level 1 is not the ideal play, but that Volibear Renekton, that was basically your only early game option, and they make it work.
Shout out to Core JJ. 370 games played in the LCS, passing Apollo for 17th all time in the league.
Nice. Big pass. Number 17 taking over. He's had his eyes on that one for a while. I know it. Looks like, though, after bottom side clear here for Volibear, it's always interesting when you go for 3 camp ganks because it really desyncs your jungle clear, your 2 quadrants, your respawn. So we'll see if he just does clear up into the top side again. I think that Castle now, since Castle also doesn't have flash, top side's a lot easier to be safe on. Maybe just ward the tri-brush up there. They did move in and get a ward on the second respawn for Raptors for Umpty. So
yeah,
when Umpty does get over to his second clear on his Raptors and Krugs, they will at least know that he's up on the top side again, and Castle can play accordingly.
Yeah, so Immortals operating with perfect information of Umpty so far. They even had the Scryer's Bloom to check when he was on that blue side jungle, so it allowed for Armeo to make that ward on the Raptor camp even possible. So knowing that Umpty should be on the top side of the map, Ole and Tactical will be safe at least for the next minute or so, while Umpty looks for something on this top side. He's currently hovering mid lane, but because there's a ward in that river bush, there's no plays to be made on Mask. However, top side,
they're literally pinging Umpty right now. Blue ping was right on top of his head because of that ward in mid lane that you mentioned. Even if he goes around the Scuttle Crab vision, they still know that he's around this area, and so it's to no surprise of either team, he immediately goes for the grubs. He's actually so sure about it that he smited the first one.
But
almost always you will save your smite for the later ones. He sees the lanes moving, so he's got to get out of there.
Remember, Umpty doesn't have flash. He used it in the top gank against Castle. Armeo commits his own to connect the ball breaker onto Umpty, but he's still walking away. Impact allows him to get himself out, but the flash from Mask after the body slam from Castle connects onto Umpty.
Yeah, a little bit too sure about that grub play there. Over vision, and Immortals say, that's illegal. No grubs for you. You can smite one of them, but you better get out of there quick. He goes down. Impact is best. He's trying to peel for him, but the body slam has such a big area that even with Impact moving back a little bit, still gets the bump onto Umpty, and that is enough. They get the kill. Other 2 grubs go over to Armeo, over to Immortals.
Now Impact has this timer to see if he can get some vision down. Doesn't look like he's gonna interrupt Armeo fully. He does take out the ward thanks to that sweeper. But Impact just giving more information to at least his bottom side of the map to Yawn and Core JJ that they can safely push that wave in.
Yeah, so remember, Umpty did go over that Scuttle Crab too, so they knew that he had the exact timing on starting them up, and support recall came out. Rakan was on the way. As soon as Umpty saw Castle move, he was like, uh-oh, I better get out of here. But it was already too late. From that flash that you mentioned, when he used on the first gank from top side, does get punished, but he reset back down to the dragon side of the map and immediately gets that objective for Team Liquid in payment.
All right, so objective control so far, 1 grub to TL as well as the dragon, but the other 2 grubs going over to Immortals. We'll see in the next 3 minutes on that second rotation of grubs, and another 4.5 minutes from now, that second dragon rotation. So far, even though APA died at the beginning of the game because he did not burn his flash, he has been fine in his laning phase.
Yeah, the kill did go over to the Vi, so at least for his sake, like it didn't affect his lane, like you're saying. He didn't blow his flash or anything, so he's been able to just farm it out on the Ziggs for now. And he is going the Seraph's build as well, investing in so much early mana with the tier as well as the Lost Chapter. And we'll be looking for that scaling 2-item power spike there. Meanwhile, Smolder trying to stack up on bottom side as well. 40 stacks, not too bad by 7.5 minutes. They've been kind of chilling down there.
This is pretty awkward for APA. He tried to recall, but he doesn't have teleport, so he cannot necessarily leave the lane. Mask was moving to see if he could threaten for a bot lane roam, but just moves, get some vision down first.
And since on the catch where they got Umpty off of grubs, Mask used his flash. It doesn't have the super duper threat of Ahri with ultimate and flash for that play, so he's definitely thankful for that. But like you're saying, on the desynced recall, it is not a cannon wave, so These ones are all going to die. He's going to lose out all the melees. Maybe he can bouncing bomb. He's in range for the bouncing bomb. Nice.
At least he gets 4. Armeo currently on the top side of the map. Impact does not have flash from earlier. There could be an opportunity. Cease and desist is available for Armeo. Castle also having explosive cask at the ready, but Armeo's dancing back and forth. He's trying to wait for the perfect bait.
Yeah, no flash on Impact, and Castle has his, so this should be a guarantee. They've got Gragas with flash and ultimate.
Probably just waiting on this cannon minion.
Oh,
See if Impact
the
can
hover.
be baited, but dodges. Oh, Impact styles on him! Dodges the body slam and the explosive cast. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, goes for the dive, and they already forced Tactical back. That's the end of both plays.
Oh my goodness, Impact dances in their faces. So much time used as well, hovering there. Though, as you mentioned, uses ultimate on bottom side and the flash. So it looks like they're going to avoid as well, but Impact still got it. The fancy feet, dodges everything.
29 years old, and he's still got the hands, bro.
Yes, sir. Cleaned out that keyboard right before the game, too.
Hey!
If you tuned in early
That's
and
the
you
tech.
saw him, his hand warmer exploded, and he had to clean out the little bits of the hand warmer. But immediately got that solved. No problems there. Right back to lane as well. Has a CS lead for himself. Of course, they got that early gank, and were able to get the early kill there. Nice little job here. Because you saw him press the ward, they immediately clear out some of that vision, and second spawn of Grubs is up. Remember, with 2 of the early ones for Immortals, Armeo could try and go for the 5 here. At least getting 5 gets you 1 Void Might, and is certainly a very valuable objective. Core JJ trying to punish them on the other side, though.
Looking for the Abyssal Dive that forces Spirit Rush out of Mask so that his ultimate will be expended here. Ole's ensuring that Mask will be safe while he's pushing this lane back, but because is spotted on the bottom side of the map, there's no chance that Immortals should lose any of these Grubs.
Now, let's refocus on team comps well after Castle.
That's a flash.
Nice flash. Another thumbs up from Impact. He is having a very good day for himself. Bottom side is getting counter jungled, but remember the differences in these 2 types of teams here. Off of the mid game, Immortals are going to be looking for these heavy dive plays. Wait, I mean, they're just getting zoned off tower right now on bottom side. Jan having the time of his life. Ole and Tactical back between towers while was taking Krugs, and you've got a Soz right there, so pretty decent stacking. It's always nice when you're both AD carry plus melee supports. It makes it a little bit easier. You know, he's always looking for his AoE snot balls through both of you, plus a minion wave if you can get them. So you can get those extra ones building up in the early game. The early ones, so much harder to get, but really help out with the stacking. And off of all the money that they got zoning down there in the turret plates, Essence Reaver completed for him already. It does mean on the reset, though, nice little advantage here from Immortals. Since there was such a long time they stayed out on the map there for TL. They go for the reset. Immortals pick up the Dragon. Dragons are split. No early Dragon Soul this game.
I don't know if you could hear that on the microphone at home, y'all, but the Mountain Dragon spawning just caused a huge rumble in the arena. That always feels super sick.
Yeah, which one's louder, the Dragon Spawn or Smolder calling Mom? Because
true.
I have heard people talking about how loud that one has been as well. We'll see when...
Uh-oh. API, even if he flashes, but thankfully, outside of vision, explosive charges away.
They saw you, buddy.
Uh-oh. is going to use the ultimate right onto Armeo, and they throw the Kobe down. All so much damage on Armeo, and he's got nowhere to run. That's a kill for APA.
I mean, yeah, they did see him, and Armeo's thought process was, I've got my finished Sundered Sky, so I've got the tab advantage versus finished item to just parts here. But if you don't hit your Q on Vi, you are at such a large disadvantage there, and he throws it in. The brush had a control ward in it. Wasn't sure exactly where still was, even though they saw him sneak into the brush. Moved out up to the top side. And then if you're not going to hit that, Volley Bear just crushes the 1v1 right there. And since both mid laners are here too, guess what? It's not even a 1v1. Easy follow-up damage from APA, from the Ziggs. They burst Armeo down.
Things been looking pretty even so far between both teams. Almost 14 minutes, so plates will be falling in the next 40 seconds here. When we talked about at the beginning of the draft where picking this Volibear was just one to operate as a bridge so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's done exactly what you want. Basically what you want in a bridge is some sort of grub control, which they got out of the first gank topside, so that was their objective there. You know, Renekton and Volibear, great. We're not going to give up 6 grubs. We don't have to worry about, you know, accelerated tower taking against us. And then the other thing you want is 1 dragon. All you need is 1 dragon to buy you the time for smolder stacking, and you have great wave clear with Ziggs. So job completed, really. Winning some of these skirmishes. Probably be ideal not to have that other death, you know, you're getting trapped inside the grubs, but they were able to at least take away one of them, so it wasn't a full 6 stack on grubs.
Tower exploded. APA gets the first brick. Immortals are trying to move in to see if they can cut him off. He has a flash. If he can maybe flash to the Tahm Kench and get eaten and swallowed alive, as he is saved. Umti is already ulted backwards, but APA might be in trouble. No, it's just Core JJ that gets caught out, a sacrificial lamb to make sure that the mid laner gets out alive.
Sacrificial frog, as is custom for Tahm Kench. He's there. They extract APA without APA having to use his flash, but 1 extra kill given over, and they didn't really get to push mid lane. Jan's gonna at least be able to stack up there without anybody harassing him, but they don't get like any extra sort of objective.
All right, well, while things have calmed down, did you all know that playoffs start next week? We've got games Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You'd be hard-pressed to find something that happens on more days of the week than that.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. Starting on Thursday, playoffs, baby. Yeah. The funnest time of the year. Umti actually has found Ole here, but he is Rakan.
Yep. Very slippery. Grand entrance first, and then the battle dance to ensure that he can always jump to an opponent. Armeo, does he want to look for something? It's not quite numbers advantage, but Castle is collapsing first. Armeo doesn't have cease and desist, but Umti looks for Castle first. They're going to try to find Jan in the back end. Core JJ does not have the ultimate to save him, but they have enough distance to get out of harm's way. The Rift Herald's going to be started up by Immortals.
All right. Honestly, they're going to brute force it here. I think it's good because they've got mid wave pushed in. Mask was able to get the wave all the way up to the tower, so APA is going to go mid instead. Should be an easy Rift Herald there for Immortals. Yep, and they get it. Nice commitment. Dragon will come up shortly as well, though, so they're going to go for the quick reset.
Oh, Ole, is he in trouble? Forced to flash. All right, that's a summoner spell down off the support.
Yeah, definitely makes the engage a little bit less threatening. You do have flashes on Armeo and Castle, so like it's still playable. You still have a lot of really good engage options on the sides of Immortals. Let's see about this one, as 26 seconds left means the resets here are probably a little bit late, and since Umti is going topside for that Scuttle Crab first anyways, is going to be mid lane push. First for Immortals. Tactical will get that one going. They're just going to trade here. Team Liquid have decided. We'll give up the dragon. We got the first early one that we want, you know. We've got Smolder and you know, Ziggs scaling here, so let's just go for the tower gold and maybe the kill gold.
Oh man, Impact just walks past Castle. He's like, I don't care, we're taking down this turret. The turret falls, Castle might be in trouble. Using the ultimate from Umti forces Castle's flash's response.
Yeah, I love the call. You've got really good scaling there in your 2 carries. Go for the extra gold instead, and now you've taken out the flash on Rakan. You've taken out the flash on Gragas. Basically, it's just Armeo and Mask now, the engaged flashes that you have to worry about. So the pick potential of this Immortals comp that is lined up with a lot of possible picks, a lot of possible dives.
Oh, Mom is being used just to try and see if they can chunk out tactical, force the flash to make sure that it was not lethal. Immortals on the back end of it pick up the second dragon for themselves. Will there be a fight here? You already mentioned no flash from Rakan, no flash from Gragas. He has teleport if he needs to join the fight. He's currently on the top side of the jungle, so he would have to teleport in if they need him to try and disengage this. But TL just bully Immortals off the river and move in.
I mean, this is looking pretty dang good for Team Liquid. 151 stacks on Jan. They're basically assassinating Immortals' flashes, going after everybody, getting all these key flashes off. And if they don't have the flashes, that threat isn't really there. I guess Ahri on 2-item power spike now is the main one. You're like, okay, Malignance plus Horizon Focus for Mask. That is a lot of burst damage.
Yep.
We do need to respect Vi Ahri.
Impact does have flash. The battle dancing coming in from Ole so he can get in range for the quickness. Gets the charm down. Impact in a world of trouble. 1v3. Looks for the Call of the Meek, but it's not enough. Healing, and Mask picks him up.
There you go. They get their pick on the side lane. They get the Vi Ahri in tandem. Impact down. Impact does have teleport though, and with the 30 seconds there, the wave was already pushed. So Team Liquid here should still be able to stabilize, do a little bit of counter jungling while the bottom side was taken over. To at least take over the Gromp, and it looks like it's just going to be that one kill.
I mean, considering the state of the game so far, like Team Liquid, even though there's been a couple of side lane deaths of one member being a little too overextended, it has not really given Immortals the ability to snowball and blow this game open. So far, as long as Team Liquid are minimizing these kind of costly plays, they're fine. They'll hit that scaling point, and it won't seem like Immortals will have an answer for it.
Well, we will see about it. Tactical on the Kai'Sa here. Does have the crit build with the Kraken first. We'll see about that Kai'Sa scaling compared to the Smolder. I think Jan is on a pretty good pace here. We're approaching 20 minutes and he's got 177. For pro play, my expectations for the stacking is significantly lower than for solo queue. And since they do have the protection of the Tahm Kench, does look like it's not too far off, hitting the 225. I think they'll be decently happy.
They're gonna find He has flash available, and he gets swallowed up by CoreJJ to keep him alive, but they find AP on the backside, and there's no way that he gets saved out. The satchel charge does not save him. Mass picks him up. is able to trade one back onto Ole, and now Immortals are on the right side of the flank. Blue buff caught in between, but the rest of Team Liquid, they can look to try and turn around this fight. They still have Yawn to put out the damage, but they have the prio towards mid lane, and they might just collapse there instead. As Impact forced off, but still has flash, he's not in any real danger, and Immortals trying to struggle to get themselves back to mid lane.
Nice little dive in there from Immortals, taking out mid lane, just giving up their support's life instead. Does actually open up mid here. Jan got to stack a little bit more.
Explosive cast, not quite right. Stands in front of Jan to make sure the ball breaker cannot connect, and Jan is kept safe.
No ult on CoreJJ, so they have to be a little bit more respectful here. Walks up, and here goes the charge.
Knock up from the Rift Herald, but it's only onto CoreJJ, so he's not in any real threat. Mask is teleporting into mid lane. Does not have Spirit Rush available quite yet, I believe.
Mortals have to be a little bit careful, don't want to stick around too long. Everybody has respawned for Team Liquid. Sometimes your Rift Herald can be a bit of a bait in the mid game, so they're pretty wise here in backing off and not overstaying, I feel like. APA came down. Zig's wave clear that we kept on mentioning from Champion Select. Ole's getting a little bit of a beating right now from those bombs. But yeah, the wave clear coming in big again as he respawns, heads on down. They put a stop to that push.
Throughout this game, still so far, Immortals have not blown this game wide open, but Mask has a ton of gold, almost completing his Crypt Bloom, has the 2 components for it. He will be the first champion in the game that will have 3 item power spike, and I feel like as Immortals, that is the one play that you are hoping for.
And from Team Liquid side, when you're looking at that danger, you both have to mark Mask, but you also have to mark Armeo. Volibear and Renekton, it's definitely worth it for them to move in and try and stun Armeo on his Q. Don't let Armeo get the extra distance there, because if Vi gets in there with a Q flash or something, oh, they're starting.
They're looking for it. CoreJJ already swelling up APA, but is taken as prisoner for the side of Immortals. Bomb comes through, gets some damage down, but CoreJJ might be in trouble. Impact stands in front. The rest of the backline, but Mask gets assassinated by APA, and now it's all Team Liquid in this fight. Castle forced to run. Impact already popped the Dominus as he's going to run him down.
Yep, Jan also hit 225 in that fight. It's smoldering time. The executes start coming through. Jan's flying over the wall. They're going to feed him another one.
Here comes the stop bubble. Here comes the damage. Jan picks up the execute, and down goes Castle.
All according to plan. The stacking comes in right in time for that fight. Jan just got his 2-item power spike before it as well. The Sojin came in. Jan is having the time of his life. They're even going to be able to get Dragon number 2 for themselves. A little bit more resistances for Volibear, for Renekton, for that front line. And let's take another look at how it actually started out, because Immortals definitely is a bit front-loaded with all their gauge. And Core JJ right there saves APA from the brunt of the engage. Then Immortals are like, all right, fine, we'll take the volley bear instead. And so they get a kill, but saving APA is the key part. Big AoE damage in the counter engage here as Impact just ran right through them. And then you get the Smolder stacks coming in just in time. You get the executes on top of it. It's just so much AoE damage from Ziggs plus Smolder there that even though the first kill was it was a very worthy sacrifice. Well done, General. That small little 143 damage, that doesn't matter. He did his job.
That's right.
And allowed the Ziggs plus Smolder.
Impact has just been clean with the movement. Sidestepping the charm, Mass has got nowhere to run. The mid laner's gone now from Immortals, and they might just turn to do the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly will. Huge advantage here. Castle does have teleport, but it's like, why even risk it going over there? Just keep split pushing. Immortals try and push in mid. Actually, they're going to go for it. Castle's coming over. They're walking over. Here we go. Armeo does have flash. He does have smite.
He has a control ward in the pit. He has vision. They put 2 down. They're trying to slow down the fight. Core JJ is engaged on APA with the stasis. Cancels out the cease and desist. with the ultimate jumps on Hole. A tactical finds the assassination on Core JJ, and he's out of there. Immortals have stopped the Baron.
Oh, nice counter there. They stop the Baron, and they get the kill on the drive-by here from Tactical. Sees it from the other side of the map. Gets the kill, gets out. Beautifully done.
All right. For now, Immortals have stopped the Baron's threat from Team Liquid, but it's still not enough to put them in a comfortable state as we take a look back at that replay.
All right, so they call Castle over. They're like, all right, we are not giving up a Baron. That's too much of a mid-game swing here. They try and fight it off, 4v5, going right in onto APA again. APA does have the Zonias there. He's able to deny that one, but again, huge amount of damage done to Core JJ, and off the Gragas ulting him into the wall there, off onto the side. Tactical sees the angle, it's not too dangerous. He's able to go in, has the speed to walk out afterwards. There we go. Once
Impact.
Again.
No flash. Has the dominance available, currently in a 1v2, but Tactical is also starting to make his way down towards the bot side, so even if Impact survives these two, surely he gets cut off. The cease and desist is just gonna try to lock him down here. Tactical will pick up the kill eventually. What can Team Liquid do while this is happening?
Really good pick here. Immortals playing the map better, making use of the pick potential. They lock down Impact again, and Team Liquid can't do anything else on the other side of the map. They push a couple waves, great. Really nice job here from Immortals, jumping on TL as they're trying to push out the map, making use of this extra mobility that they have, sending multiple members down there. Let's see about TL trying to actually stabilize now. I mean, you do have plenty of stacks on Smolder, and the rapid fire is going to come in soon, so it's going to be easier to even apply that. Once you get your rapid fire, your Q, of course, the range increases also, so it makes it super duper easy. Looks like he's actually got the money already, so he's going to go back and buy that now. And as we've already seen, APA on Ziggs gets to stay really far back too, so the range on the TL carries is a really big part of it. And Immortals, their task is how do we close that range? You know, we pick people off in the side lanes, we make these fights really like stretched out so that Tactical can make use of his killer instinct and mobility, you know, picking people off, and that's the way that they've got right back into this one.
Yeah, open spaces is where Immortals will be able to thrive because then you can have multiple angles.
And side lanes!
And side lanes. Impact
go.
is here once again. He has flash, but I don't know if he's going to escape. The cease and desist connects. They get the slowdown from the barrel. Mask is here to guarantee the kill. And once again, Team Liquid are not in position to get anything done on the other side of the map.
Dude, look at this jungle. This jungle is lit up with blue wards. And Immortals just take advantage. They walk right in. They're like, hello, Impact. Yes, it's us again. Rest of the team for Team Liquid. They push one wave.
Oh, Yon just trying to fight the 1v1 against Tactical. Gets the flash out. Ole tries to connect with the quickness, but only gets on the back. Tactical is able to get out, but they have the mid prio here, but Castle is teleported into the mid lane. Maybe he can look for a great barrel onto Yon, but it just punts him into safety. Not quite the angle they were looking for. That's a huge bomb from APA. Gets some decent damage down into Ole, but no one's executed yet. might be forced to save by Core JJ. Gets him out alive. Mass taking a lot of damage. Gets executed by Yon. Not quite the execution they were looking for.
There we go, TL. They're going to take that sign and move right over to Baron. Scuttle Crab picked up for the extra vision. Let's see. TL, do you just call it and go for the dragon, or do you say if we lose Baron, we lose the game, and you want to fight it anyway? I mean, they don't have Mask, the Ahri, the super fed assassin threat. Tactical is kind of the only one who could really save the game again, and Armeo is just getting poked out before they even get up to it.
Yeah,
APA zone him off with the bombs.
Nice, and the rest of the Team Liquid members are just burning down the Baron. Armeo cannot get in range as he's being punted off. Sub 1400, that's Baron secured for Team Liquid. Here we go, Team Liquid now with the Baron buff on their side. What can they do with the map?
Well, for sure, go grab this dragon. You don't want to give any other options to Immortals. They've already shown Immortals, they're very willing to just jump on anyone in a side lane, so TL don't want to leave an opening. If they do give up some more picks, or if a fight goes wrong some way, you don't want a slingshot comeback here. So they move on down, pick up the dragon, they'll reset and then push out with the Baron here. Should be able to pick up outer tower, probably push top and mid with their siege. From the side of Immortals, though, how much money more do we need for Mask to be able to finish that death cap? You finish the death cap and then you pray and you're like, all right, hopefully we can get this burst damage. You know, hopefully we can catch someone away from the Tahm Kench.
Yeah.
And Tahm Kench can't just eat them. But I would say feed as much money into Mask as you can. Right now he can, and he does get that cannon as well. Hopefully for them and for their possibilities of extending the game, that is enough to finish his death cap.
We'll find out. If he took Futures Market, he might have it, but I think it's 1,100 for the completion cost of Death Cap once you have 2 rods. So he's still, if he doesn't have Futures Market, then he's waiting on about 300 and change. His Team Liquid are just going to start the siege. Tier 2 turret falls in the top lane. Rest of Immortals hold their ground and try to buy time.
Team Liquid, remember, this game secures them playoffs. They are so focused right now. They pick their double scaling again. The Smolder, the Ziggs. Really smooth early game from Smolder too. Jan got his stacks early, but here's the siege. Armeo's looking around.
Mask jumps forward, APA dodges the charm. Forced to use the stasis, Core JJ has to swallow him up. Actually doesn't even need it, he's able to buy enough time. Jan takes the first execute, the second one goes down. It's a 5-on-3. This just could be the push that takes Team Liquid to the playoffs.
They're in the base, and they're looking like they're in playoffs. Here they come.
Damn the Immortals' resilience and persistence as they make one last-ditch effort. Tactical onto the backline with the killer instinct. Armeo sends it all, but he gets executed by Jan. Castle falls next. Tactical's the last one, and this will just be the last game of Immortals for the regular season. Team Liquid have the resilience and the fortitude to withstand and unleash Immortals and lock themselves into the playoffs.
Calm game from Immortals here, but not enough. Team Liquid too good. In the early game, Umpty here on the Volibear goes for the first gank up on top side with the Renekton. But really, as long as they just get one dragon and then allow Smolder to scale, Jan had a pretty good timing on his stacks there for Smolder. They kind of cruised ahead. And then your Ziggs plus Smolder, really good range on those carries, really good clear. They were able to deny a decent amount of those dive team fights. Core JJ's Tahm Kench, critical in that, saving key members. Despite some side lane pickoffs on impact, Team Liquid stands strong.
Team Liquid definitely taking a breath of relief now that they no longer have to worry about being knocked out of playoffs contention. There are still multiple tiebreaker scenarios up in the air for the rest of the day. But for us here, that does conclude our first match of the last day of the regular season.
There we go. All right, now they can focus on what's ahead. Playoffs. Let me remind you, Thursday we start. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
4 days, baby.
APA will be there. Will you?
A reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. We're going to be joining Jat and Umpty on stage for the interview.
Thanks, Rafa. Umpty, congratulations on the win. And congratulations, you're in playoffs. It's clinched.
Thank you, guys. Oh, is it working? Yeah. Thank you guys for like coming here and cheering us. And I think that yesterday was not a very good day for me because my Wukong was like 4k damage, like same as Rel. I cannot play like that way. But today is very satisfied, like a little bit because we just died at side a lot. I think I did a mistake to telling it, but I'm very glad to win today. Yeah.
What do you think the biggest difference was between yesterday's game and today's game to get the win?
I don't know. Yesterday just bad Umpty, I think. Yesterday was just bad, I think. What I can say.
So you've clinched playoffs now, but you can actually lock top 4 if 100 Thieves beats NRG and FlyQuest beats Dig. Do you have any advice for 100 Thieves to beat NRG so you can get top 4 without having to play a tiebreaker?
I don't care. I just want to meet 100 Thieves and just kill River.
All right, thank you very much, Umpty. Congratulations on the win and best of luck in playoffs.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And just a reminder for those of you at home, next week we have 4 days of LCS, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so definitely tune in for that. Once again, congratulations, Umpty, and we're going to break.
Hello, I'm Zazel, and today we're playing Bronze Comms.
I'm David, or Insanity, and today we're playing Bronze Comms. Green, jump.
Zach?
Yeah.
Thought you said the syllable part came easy.
This one is a little complicated. It's not part of my description.
This is a good way to make sure I get less guesses.
I'm not gonna lie, this one is like a little impossible. Play, fight.
Play? Fight? Don't you play every champ and fight on every champ?
It doesn't have to be a champion.
Wait, what does that mean? Play, fight? Summoner's Rift? I don't know. Scuttlecram? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean here?
Here? LCS?
There you go.
Okay. Rift Eye.
Back?
Rift Eye. Eye of the Herald. So it's the item for Rift. Bow.
Ash.
Lamb.
Kindred.
This one's really easy, but I might be cheating. It's Try. That's the hint.
Try brush. Try force.
Yeah. Pass. This one's impossible. This is not easy. I see how you got stuck. Sky.
Blue buff. Anivia. Pantheon.
How did you get that? It was Cloud9.
Can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah.
There he is. He's right there.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. We got 100 Thieves versus NRG just next. Just to go through the ramifications for playoffs. With Team Liquid winning this game, they are now locked in for playoffs 100%. Playoffs! So now that that's out of the way, let's go into NRG versus 100 Thieves. Very clearly, if NRG win this game, we now have our teams locked, and we could say goodbye to Shopify Rebellion and an Immortals Progressive. But if 100 Thieves win this one, then it gets complicated in weird tiebreaker situations, with Shopify having a 25% chance to lock in. But what matters most, of course, is just getting into a tiebreaker. It's a 50-50, and the next games matter. So very clear. NRG win, we know our top 6 teams. So let's just go straight into the draft.
And we have Sven here to help us through the draft.
Yay.
How you doing? Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I missed this place.
When did you get in?
This Friday.
Not very long ago. So
Yeah.
wait, this Friday, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was we were saying that.
But you've been watching all the LCS. Does anything stand out to you about the way these teams have been drafting that grinds your gears?
No, very standard bans from 100 Thieves at least. Kalista and Senna targeting FBI, who's been having a pretty good split, I think, despite his team's struggles. Especially like Palafox has not been having a good split, I think, compared to how good he was last split. That's the biggest, I think, difference maker for NRG, why they're struggling so hard.
I also like the Talia Vi bans coming out against 100 Thieves specifically, just because River and Quid have been so clean on that combo, and it was behind a lot of their wins.
Yeah, you definitely target ban 100 Thieves top side if you're gonna ban anything. Meanwhile, NRG's bans all gonna be going towards, if you're 100 Thieves, you always ban out the ball lane, while if you're NRG, you're always gonna ban top side jams. That's just how these teams play and how they win.
And we've been seeing a lot of Smolder. I wanted to get your thoughts on Smolder. This is not hotfix Smolder, so this is just the champ that's been tearing up the leagues globally. And that's the 180 carry that has not been banned, with Kalista and Senna being banned. What's your thoughts on Smolder so far? Just getting your thoughts.
I think it's very good for LCS at least.
Yeah.
I think that traditionally we've been in a very slow region, and it's a region that it's very easy to play a champ at scale like Smolder, and it seems like it's too easy to get the 225 stacks before the game is lost. So I think it's pretty OP in this patch.
Yeah, I mean, last game it happened in what, like 21 minutes, 22 minutes?
It's a very slow starter. You usually have like 60, 70 out of 10 minutes, but then once you get the second upgrade, you start picking up stacks a lot faster, but you get like 6 per wave, and it just gets out of control really quickly.
Yeah, and we'll see if NRG end up regretting letting it through to 100 Thieves, because their first pick was Nautilus, which is interesting to me.
Huhi Nautilus special for sure. He's been spamming that. He won't be able to get the Giga Farm Nautilus that he gets when they do Senna Nautilus, but it's still, I mean, Team Liquid first picked this twice this week as well, so there's definitely a scrim pocket where just having Nautilus wins you a lot of games because of the engage, I think. And it's not like he got hard counterpicked here going into the Alistair, so he's still a presence in lane.
Yeah, and then
you go for it.
Yeah, thanks, man. I like the targeted CC from Nautilus and Smolder, but I think without having a premier lane AD carry like Kalista or Senna, it makes it a lot less worth it to pick this. I think they're gonna go for Varus maybe, that's FBI special, but I think that's not gonna be good enough to like win lane hard enough, given how hard they get outscaled this game. So I'll be really happy with Hunt Thieves' first 3 here if I was them.
I wanted to get your thoughts on Nautilus first pick just in general, because we've seen Team Liquid go to Nautilus first pick a lot, but in the LEC we've seen a little bit more Braum, just a little more counter picks into him.
Yeah, I like it more if they get something like Senna following it up, or Kalista, something reliable to win lane. I think Varus is still strong after he got nerfed, but he's not strong enough that they're gonna win lane so hard that Hunt Thieves can't just scale. I think that if I was Hunt Thieves here, I'd be really happy with this draft because they simply aren't losing lane hard enough to justify how hard they outscale.
Yeah.
How hard they get outscaled from an NRG perspective. So we're very happy if I was Hunt Thieves here.
Yeah, Olaf as well for Sniper, knowing the matchup, not wanting to get banned out. He's had such an exciting year, I feel like.
He's a very hype rookie this year. I think that he's not only like a very big personality as well, he's also a super good player, and he's been having a very good rookie season so far.
Most solo kills in the entire league in a rookie split is pretty hype.
Compared to the other rookies in the league, like Meech and Matsu, for example, he definitely have the most explosive entrance to the LCS. He's the most, how you say it, you see him a lot in games. You don't notice Meech as much, I would say, or like Matsu as much, given how good their teams are.
I see.
Sniper is very present in the games.
Yeah. One thing I also appreciate is obviously he at the beginning of the season said like, oh, I want top lane to be a 1v1. Like I just want to kind of like kill my opponent. He had that other quote where he was like, but like I love it when I see my opponent dead and I like don't feel bad for them or something like that. I appreciate that even though obviously he has made some mistakes in lane, he's made a few mistakes in team fights, I love that he always goes for the play. Yeah. And that's why he's the solo kill leader right now in LCS.
That's what you want to see in a rookie as well, like not having fear, and like you want to see mechanics, and like you want to see them just playing for the lane phase, go for the kills, this kind of plays, and then make mistakes in mid game or like macro decisions. That's what I want to see from a rookie like him. So it's very impressive so far what Hunt have accomplished with like this many rookies that they have.
Yeah, like, I think we might actually have sound or a quote about Sniper. He popped off yesterday. He's actually been plotting his lane kingdom since before the season started.
My favorite change for the season 2024 would definitely have to be how isolated top lane is. Just because I'm a top laner who loves to fight. Like it's very hard for junglers to gank top lane. So it's just 1v1. So whoever kind of has like the advantage over the other top laner will get the edge of who plays like fights better or who just snowballs the game more.
I love hearing that because that was a discussion we had before the year that we haven't really touched back on. But I want to call out, we have a Veigar?
Yes, we have a Veigar pick.
Now, so 100 Thieves is locked top 2. They can still get first.
It's blind pick as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like
I know they just
or something. Just a straight blind.
He just
Veigar.
wants to play it.
Yeah.
Quid's styling.
Quid's been having a very good split, but I didn't think he was gonna pick something like this. I was gonna think of like something not like this at all. I mean, Ari was banned, Karma was banned, Wei and Oriana was banned, but like, I don't know, maybe Azir, Ty was banned as well. I mean, there's a lot of chances.
Azir is disabled this week because of the bug.
Yeah, true. So I guess control mage picks are a little bit wider, like a little more wide open.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard to pick at this point.
And a question for you, now you're Varus, you're looking at this team and you naturally want to go towards like poke Varus versus Veigar, but now you have Olaf and Alistar as frontline. You're still gonna have to go the play to the Rune King build, right?
I think you go poke this game. Unless like Hunt Thieves picks some sort of like fat tank in the jungle here, I think he goes poke because it fits well with the quirky.
Yeah.
And it's just a little bit better in lane. That's a fat tank.
What's the jungler here that 100 Thieves is gonna close out with? Vi's already gone. Other than that, a lot of stuff is open. Is this the River Jarvan return for the Varus? Probably not against Corki. Surely it's not Rammus.
Surely
It's also not sure.
No.
What?
What?
No.
100 Thieves.
That's crazy.
What are we doing, River?
Like, I didn't get the memo that this game actually matters.
You can still get first.
I really didn't get this.
NRG gets playoffs with the win.
Oh my God, River.
Okay.
What?
Okay, that's it for the draft. Let's send it to the casters.
Let's see what they got to say.
All right, muchas gracias.
Yes! Yes! I've been waiting for this since 2017. Do you remember Moon played Shaco? I was so excited. Moon finally played Shaco. We got a pro Shaco game in the LCS, and then they lost, and it looked terrible. And I was like, oh God, we're never gonna see Shaco again. He's finally back. River, I love you. Yes, Shaco. Okay, so I do want to get into it.
Keep going, Kobe. I'm going to let you have this.
I do want to get into it because there actually were Shaco buffs recently. It wasn't on this patch, but it was 14.3 where they increased the box damage to jungle, which is very, very helpful. And quickly shout out the Shaco players that I continue to follow, even though I don't main Shaco anymore. But like Chase, Pink Ward in North America, Bombers, Jokebox on EU. I am so excited for
Wake
this.
up, y'all!
We haven't seen it since it was like Worlds with DFM in 2021 was the last like top 4 region or something like that play. Yeah, 2021. Also, like Kanavi played it that year. It was weird. We got a couple of them.
LPL,
but it has been so long. It has been so long since we get into Shaco. All right, now big things with Shaco. The beginning of your clear. A lot of times you want to protect the boxes because Shaco has 2 options for double camp clears on red side. If you put 2 boxes in the Raptors, this is one that I see a lot on European West. If you put 2 boxes in the Raptors and then you start on red camp with your other box, then you can do red, and just the 2 boxes themselves will kill off all the small Raptors, and the big Raptor will walk over to you while you're at red, and then you can just smite it. And so you don't have to pay attention to it at all, and you can just finish up on the red. But it looks like River, upon getting invaded on this red side, is going to do the blue side start instead. The other option for red side, which is really good for solo queue, is putting your boxes on the red and then on Krugs, because Krugs spawn later. And so you can do your red and then just hop over. I personally really like the Raptor one because it gets your Raptors respawning quicker and sets you up for a nice topside gank. Everybody's question mark pings. Of course, this game actually does matter, like the desk was talking about, where if 100 Thieves win and FlyQuest have to lose, then this would be 100 Thieves first place. So let's take a look for it. He put all 3 boxes here on the blue because he got pushed out on red side. Didn't want to mess around with any of those. So you get your super quick start to it with the buffs to the boxes. Super nice. And he's already going for some River invade. Does get seen on the ward.
He's going to deceive over the wall. It goes straight for the red buff. Contracts should know that that is what he's going for, but Contracts is still only level 1. The only hope that he has is if maybe he can get in range and try to smite the red buff, but he has to be careful because he's still a level 1 Ivern. They're calling Huhi over. 753 HP. He tries to walk behind it. He gets the backstab. He claims the red buff. Does he deceive out of there? But he's got nowhere else to run. He's going to buy some time, but surely he will go down. And River Shaco not off to the greatest of start. It's a first blood for NRG.
It's happening again. This is Moon all over again. No! I'm going to have to wait another 7 years. Oh, honestly, though, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? It's just one death. Brush it off. Double buff Nautilus. It went to the Nautilus. You know, whatever, dude. Let's see it, River. Bounce back here. You still have your Ignite. Let's try and get a cheese kill to get back into it.
Yeah. Now, we do have our gank counter. This was from the last time 100 Thieves met up against NRG.
Yeah.
River technically got 2 more ganks off of Contracts. It's a little different with Shaco versus Ivern here, as both of these guys are be wanting to farm camps. But the question is River going to be playing more to invade rather than to gank lanes?
Yes. Yes, he is. That is the question. That is the answer. He does find Contracts after Contracts has cleared out his full blue quadrant, though. So the job's already done there. Shields him off. No problems here for Contracts. NRG, good job, you know, collapsing. They know River. They know River's going to try and do some of this early invade stuff with the Shaco pick. And they had the ward here, seeing the invade come. Nice little collapse there. So let's see what they can do for it. Honestly, the bottom side getting the kill, even though it did go into the hands of the Nautilus. I mean, that's your Smolder lane down there, 400 Thieves. That's supposed to be like your late game insurance. They're like, okay, if our Shaco pick goes crazy and bad, you know, at least we'll be able to rely on a Smolder later, right? Well, as long as you don't feed too many kills into the NRG bottom lane and make it even more difficult for the Smolder to keep up stacks, then yes, that will be the game plan.
Hook onto Alum, but he should be fine just walking on out thanks to the Aftershock passive. Oh, this could actually get dicey here. Huhi is going to flash to guarantee the roof from the passive. Ayla punts FBI away, waiting to maybe flash the arrow. Great timing, but another dredge line means that Ayla still goes down. River's going to be here to answer for the gank. Meech has already been chunked to 50% HP, and River now realizes that gank might not be successful.
It's every passing second, we're getting less and less likely to see another Shaco in the LCS. the bottom lane off of the extra kill. Now they got another one, and Smolder's 50% HP under tower. You're gonna get dove.
I mean, FBI, does he just pull this off? He's already chunking Meech and forces him to stay under the tower. Cannot help River get invaded by Contract.
Yeah, at the very least, Meech does have flash, so he can outplay under tower. Nautilus doesn't have flash anymore because he used it to go after Alistar, so at least Meech got to keep farming there and stays under tower and get a couple of extra stacks. But yeah, let's see about the bounce back here. 400 Thieves. At least River was able to get...
Oh, that was close. Does he look for the undertow? He pops the ghost. He wants to get in range. Flash connects Sniper! This guy just does not miss when it comes to solo kills.
Oh, he's got the ghost, so he just runs on in, flash auto, gets the level up, finishes off the wave. Look at the wave dying to the tower. Wait a second, Contracts might catch him on the way out. His level 6 is here for Olaf.
Ragnarok, can he survive the 1v2? But the Ignite ticking down, and they're keeping their distance to make sure that Sniper cannot maximize any chance for a comeback. Contracts takes him out.
Okay, so at least they get the trap kill there for NRG on the way out. Sniper, even though he got his solo bolo, did use both of his summoner spells to do it. He decides to hold on to his ultimate here and not try and run out. He figured, they probably have enough damage anyway, even if I use it. So he holds onto that for his lane, and it's gonna be felt in the CS there, you know, because of the dive. Sniper moves on through, and even though Dokla can immediately push it back, looks like Sniper will get here pretty quickly. Loses 2 melees because of the roam from Huhi and dropping there, but not too bad for him. He'll be very happy still with that outcome.
So let's do a quick status check. You already mentioned that if the Shaco pick does not pan out great in the early game, 100 Thieves are depending on kind of the late game aspect. The Smolder is the insurance.
Yeah.
I want to also say that Veigar will also be some insurance as well, because he's going to be continuously stacking throughout the game. And even Whippo has mentioned that many people have perceived Olaf as this like early lane kind of dominant champion, but he has said, nah, like if you get 2 item power spikes, then this guy just literally runs through an entire team. So as long as 100 Thieves can withstand the early game, they should still be fine the later the game goes on.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because the Veigar and the Smolder that you're talking about, a lot of their late game scaling does a lot better in reverse than it does charging forward with an Olaf. So I'm very interested to see how this Olaf plays with the rest of the theme of the team, because if you're charging into a team that is kiting back and has an Ivern, sometimes that can be super dangerous. Like you're saying, if you're fed though, and he did get his solo kill, then maybe he is just so fed that it's dangerous for Ivern to even walk around him.
Sure.
And you just pop your ultimate. Running down an Ivern is one of the most satisfying things for Olaf players or any players otherwise. So definitely will be interesting to see, especially if, you know, River gets his Profane Hydra. By the way, the Hella Blades and Lethality build for Shaco is so fun for solo queue right now. Profane Hydra is in a very good spot for solo queue. Burst damage galore. If he's in there with an Olaf running someone down, you've got Ignite, you've got Hella Blades, you've got Profane Hydra. They can just pop people and try and chain kills that way. Then, of course, late game, Veigar cages plus Smolder and all the stacks on all the champions might be the recipe. But NRG, critical for them. They got to keep focus in this game. They've got Dragon #1. They have a slight gold lead here, despite the top lane difference.
And another reason why NRG want to focus up in this game, not just for the sake of the game save, but because if they beat 100 Thieves, the uncertainty is over. They no longer have to worry or care whether Shopify wins their game against Cloud9 later today, because NRG will be locked into playoffs. There will still be tiebreaker scenarios for seeding, but if NRG take this game, they're in playoffs. No more concerns. Sniper, does he look for another solo kill here? Dokla pops the Dominus, and that's going to be it from Sniper. He's going to hold on to the Ragnarok.
All right, Ghost Chain traded out here. Definitely a very scary Olaf, scary summoner spell. And that's going to attract junglers, I would assume, because Dokla's just getting whittled down here.
This is scary. Dokla, nice call of the Meek empowered onto the minion wave, gets some healing back.
Gets the touch on Sniper as well there, so evens up the health bars, but River gets in here for the early vision. Ivern Hover from Contracts just out of vision, ready for any sort of aggressive play. They are expecting it, but again, the burst damage, if River gets in there with the Olaf, brushes are used by Iverns. They're kind of spammed for vision because they give you really good vision.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the biggest tools there, so that's why we got the Ivern vision on the top brush. They were thinking River was there. They check here as well. Contracts keeps on checking all these corners, but 100 Thieves, 4 members top.
I mean, Dokla doesn't have dominance. This is 4 members committed to the dive. Contracts is trying to beeline back to his top laner to see if he can at least provide a shield, but they just completely demolished Dokla in the top lane.
The Avengers have come to take down Dokla. No chance there, and with the Shaco ultimate also invested, I mean, I guess you can count it as 5 up there to make sure that they continue on with that one. If we count that as a gank, holy moly, that is a team gank right there.
They brought all the fans for Dokla to sign. But what's worse for Dokla is that he just expended teleport to come back to the tower, and now he has to walk back. He lost to so many minions, as now great hook by Huhi and Meech! Meech is dead!
It was so funny watching the mind games in real time. Meech was like, all right, I got this. You know, I'm gonna fake dodge the hook. And Hui's like, okay, I guess I'll just throw it right at you then. And he nails him. Oh, okay. Well, Meech still has his flash for the next fight. And they've got some extra gold for the kill.
Things are starting off well for NRG. They have diffused the Shaco pick for now.
Yeah, I mean, the level 2 invade and the ward there is really the only thing that went super wrong for him. Obviously, you would love to be able to counter jungle and Ivern. You would love to be able to get an earlier kill with the ignites. On solo queue, if everyone's taking this into solo queue after this, then you do want to get one of those early kills off of your ignite. But not too shabby. Once you get to your Profane Hydra, he's going to be a real threat. Owie.
A lot of damage. River forced to deceive just to make sure he didn't get executed by the arrow. We have the next dragon spawning in a minute's time here. A lot of damage. Primordial Burst is not going to be enough to take out Palafox, but it does force him off the wave.
Testing damage here. Damage thresholds.
You gotta do that often as Veigar as the game goes out. It's like, do I kill here?
Yeah, I mean, it's always worth pushing them out because even if you don't get the kill, you get turret plate money, full access here. Slowly whittling away. They did get the 3 first grubs, so he's gonna get 2 for his troubles. Really nice play there from Quid. Lands everything. He got the stun, gets the combo, unleashes ult, and ult guarantees him 2 of those turret plates, and that scaling insurance plan that they have with the 2 stacking champions is right on schedule here. 74 stacks for Meech is definitely a little bit slower, but I guess Quid is like, don't worry, I got you. I'm also scaling.
That's right.
One of our 2 investment in scaling plans will work out.
And it would be almost surprising, but because we've seen it so many times before, Meech is forced to flash away from the package. As we were saying, at this point, it would not be surprising if Quid finds a way to bail out 100 Thieves again in this game if it goes late, as he has done so many times throughout the spring split. Have to remind ourselves that in his debut summer split last year, so many people were wondering, does he belong in the LCS? Does he deserve another chance? 100 Thieves.
Yeah, nobody wondering that anymore.
Nope, not anymore.
Now people are wondering, do I put him first on my All-Pro?
Does he get MVP?
Probably do put him
He is
up
making
there.
a damn strong case this split. As the Dragons have been started up by 100 Thieves, boxes are set up. The flash from Huhi tries to connect onto Meech, but the fear from the box interrupts halfway through, and Huhi just might go down to Quid. FBI forced to flash over the wall. Dragon still at 3k HP. Sniper pops the Ragnarok. He runs down FBI. Palafox is gone as well. How does this happen every single time, Kobe?
Beautiful boxes bait right there, I gotta say. Lining up the boxes by Dragon, and then Huhi hooks right in. 100 Thieves just trap them at the Dragon. Quid lays down the cage. I mean, you got such a nice early game from this Veigar. Quid is rolling in the money right now. There it is. You get the hook in, box pops, he gets turned around on, you get the ultimate off, and Quid executes him. Then Sniper from the other side. Olaf runs down the backside, River over the top with his Q here from Shaco, lending the extra damage, and it just turns into a massacre. 100 Thieves. Oh, guess what? Profane Hydra's also done. Nice. Maybe we get to see some highlights now from Shaco.
Yeah.
Some real burst damage in action because FBI has no flash now. Palafox has no flash now. Those are the two guys you're looking to get your really big chunks on.
And one thing I want to see River do is the way that Shaco passive works, for those that might not know, is you do more damage when you damage a champion when their back is turned towards you, called backstab. So if NRG keep that in mind, assuming the fight is not chaotic enough, can NRG remind themselves always face Shaco so that River doesn't get the empower damage? His bot lane, there's a dive, and good God, Dokal is just gone again.
Sniper and Quid, baby. Linking up for the bottom tower. They get the free money as well. Meech trying to stack up in mid lane. Pretty easy little bit of juke here. They just played down to their bottom side that already won. Honestly, you just keep pushing bottom. Veigar, freest game ever. 5 stacks on his Rod of Ages.
Oh, this is scary contracts. Dokla just died on the bottom side of the map, and the collapse from Quid could have made things dicey for them. NRG have to cede control of this entire bottom quadrant. River's gonna take it all.
Yes, sir. Red buff taken away. Top side, they get the reset. So Sniper was sent up top side after they killed bottom. He's going to go answer the Corki push. You don't want to let the Corki scale either too freely. And looks like, 100 Thieves not too worried about that. One thing that could cause some problems, though, is if Corki did get super fed, got the Muramana transform. But Palafox would need a lot of gold for the poke to be a real hindrance to 100 Thieves. So looks like as long as they keep it in check, then they should be okay. Meech now at 111 stacks, 16.5 minutes into the game. And the Veigar is going to be quite an issue here, especially with the free lane here. River just keeps shadowing him. They go for Dokla again.
River pops up from stealth and ensures that Dokla cannot clean up those Krugs. Quid is just getting the auto attacks down onto this turret. The rest of NRG might just try to cut off Quid. River already completed his back, but Quid is already making his way out of there. Should be safe. Next objective for the taking is going to be a Mountain Dragon, which will spawn in 2 minutes. So there's still some downtime before NRG and 100 Thieves need to move to make those vision plans.
And an easy play here from 100 Thieves. Ayla on the reset. Even though Ayla was seen by the ward here through the river, doesn't matter. The goal is get Sniper that top tower gold. He gets it, finishes off another outer here. So 100 Thieves get to get a lot more area to play with on their side lane push here. And now they can go back, clear out all those wards that were through the river, and allow Ayla and River to poke around, threaten those possible flanks.
All right, still a minute and 22. Gamers, I'm once again contractually obligated to inform you that playoff starts next week, so we'll be back on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's a lot of days. Just making sure that everyone at home knows. And this will not be the last time you hear of this, so I'll be saying a lot throughout the broadcast.
All right, we got the Shurelya's done for Quid as well on the Veigar with Ghost plus Flash plus Shurelya's. This will be the fastest Veigar that you have ever seen. And I hope that's, oh no, he's got an Amp Tome, so he's not going for a third item Death Cap. The only thing is, like, because Death Cap multiplies your AP from your passive too, it is always such a massive Veigar item. But yeah, honestly, Quid, you can do whatever you want, bro. I've got full faith in you. 3 kills for himself. His Rod of Ages is almost done stacking, 8 stacks here, so very close to his bonus level from that as well. And 100 Thieves, they have plenty of damage. So looks like a little bit of the utility there. Let's see if they can get any picks. Ayla and River here. Dokla, I feel so bad for him, man. He literally was in urgent care heading into Super Week, had to power through it, still play for the team, and then every team is camping him and sending multiple people constantly to dive him, to pick him off in side lanes. Meanwhile, at least something here for NRG. Their comeback plan, trying to get that money into Corki. Secondary towers are worth so much. Good job from Palafox. He sticks around for the local gold. Oh, Rift Tail. Go in there, one more auto. He'll just finish it himself.
Auto attack it. Boom. All right, he's got it. Dragon has spawned at this point in the game. Currently, 100 Thieves have taken up residence on that bottom half of the map, so it should be theirs easily. Looks like River's going to be the only one dedicated to taking it down. He's going to pop the Hallucinate as well to make sure that between both of them, they have more than enough damage to take down the Dragon, while the rest of 100 Thieves are going to be finding the map as Meech dodges a chain of corruptions from FBI.
Okay, I guess now we're looking at Smolder Watch. Definitely a lot slower stacking this time around, but as we stated, isn't too much cause for concern, as they have many other options for scaling here as well. Quid burst damage plus a Veigar ultimates is going to be, River burst damage plus Quid burst damage is going to be kind of scary too, so anyone getting caught out definitely has a lot of pain to look forward to. Maybe Contract's shields will be enough to keep them upright. NRG definitely are going to have this like huddle turtle defensive setup here with the team, where nobody's out by themselves, because you'll get run down. There's a lot of mobility and pick potential here for 100 Thieves, in addition to have kind of a scary team fight. So you can see NRG, they slowly move up. They use these Ivern Brush for vision, just trying to keep some sort of ward placement for themselves so they have some options. We did at least for Palafox get that Muramana transformed. Spear of Sojin is done as well.
Oh, hook onto Ayla, forced to immediately pop the ultimate. It's going to be huge for the next fight if NRG force one around this Baron. Contract stuck in the cage. The Event Horizon's going to keep him locked in, but already popped Daisy to make sure he had a bodyguard there. 100 Thieves can try to be patient with this one.
Yeah, honestly, I'll start with that ultimate is definitely a liability, but because 100 Thieves have so much control of the map right now, I think they'll be fine just keeping energy bottled up on NRG's own side of the map, continue to starve them out a little bit. Red buff is up here, and since we're past the 20 minutes, it's actually a pretty decent objective. I love the new changes where everybody on your team is going to be able to get one. Contracts has it already pre-channeled though, so he should be able to go over there and snag it. At least get NRG some fighting chance here. There we go.
Things are so tense here for NRG. Reminder, 100 Thieves. The most that they could play for is first place, but it would have to depend on them winning as well as FlyQuest losing. His Contracts is forced to flash, gets caught out by River and Quid, but who he is here for the collapse. Hallucinate already used by River. They try to flash right on top of Quid, but no one is there to follow up, and the Event Horizon is going to keep him stuck. And meanwhile, Sniper just completely took down Palafox in the mid lane. Another kill goes over to Quid. NRG are falling to pieces. 100 Thieves are tearing them apart.
It's a massacre! 100 Thieves are rolling them over with Shaco Jungle. Quid gets flashed on again.
But the Event Horizon keeps Oakland from being in range, but FBI has the damage necessary to finally take out the raid boss. But 100 Thieves know that Contracts is gone, and they are burning down the Baron.
Oh man, 100 Thieves are just having fun. Sniper here. Ever since the beginning of the game, I mean, he was so confident. He went for the solo kill onto Dokla under tower. Both summoner spells used, he got a really big lead for himself, and he never looked back. With the Hydra plus the experimental Hexblade as well, he used that to run down Palafox in mid lane. Now Palafox wants some revenge.
Dokla, help! There's a giant Viking! He pops the Ragnarok, he looks to burn down Palafox, he gets one! Does he look for two? Who he's brought along for help, but the Ragnarok is immune to the CC! He's burning him down! The lifesteal! He gets another one! And he can burn down Hui, but FBI finally takes him out!
Bring more men! You gotta bring more to take down Sniper. The whole team for NRG started moving up there. Sniper turns and fights. He's good for two.
What an incredible debut for Sniper this split, as Quid is going to get locked up by FBI. The Primordial Burst does not do that much damage. FBI should be able to win this one. Dodges out on the W. The E finally takes him out. NRG are really fighting for their lives right now.
100 Thieves are having so much fun in the last game of their season, which does have implications for if they finish first. This is what I love to see from a first place team. They're truly loving League of Legends. And here is how he got the solo kill. Okay, it was a really good brush advantage from Sniper, waiting in that little brush inside your jungle. Palafox was trying to rotate over to mid lane. Just really good little surprise play from him to get the first kill. And then we already saw like the beginnings of that team fight on bottom side that led to the other one. But the fun one was the top lane play. All right.
Not again! I've seen this! Wait, oh, it's just... I thought this was live.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I got baited. I was like, there's no way this is deja vu all over again.
I thought you were just like, oh, don't show it to me again because it was so brutal. But here we go, Baron.
Oh, three-man knockup from Ayla. Mom comes in from the top rope. Sniper finds the first one. Contracts is not long for this world as well. The Undertow doesn't find him, but he takes out Hui anyway. And the Baron should be theirs to claim. River burning it down, 2,000 HP. Contracts, can he get in? But he's being zoned off by River. The Deceive into the backstab. Dokla tries to fight off Sniper. They find one thanks to the help of Palafox. He Valkyries out, but I don't know if Dokla can get out alive from the rest of 100 Thieves members. Meech is looking for the damage. Does he have to execute already? Flap comes in, not quite yet, but he doesn't need the execute. It's just enough damage to take out Dokla.
Look at Quid. He's not even done. Quid's not even done.
Oh, God. The event horizon, where does it go? Oh, my God. It's just the primordial burst.
Outplayed, sucker! R to the face and 100 Thieves. Take a victory lap. Honestly, take a victory lap. Summoner's Rift is theirs. 7.4-ish, the gold lead. Up to 8K now after the tower. Easy reset over to the Dragon. All right, honestly, Cyclo Sword done plus another serrated Dirk. Shaco Jungle has not been the star of this game, Rafa, but Shaco Jungle will get a win in the LCS. I think that is important. Honestly, though, running over the fight, we mentioned as soon as you get that Ravenous Hydra, Sniper has done so much work. Ravenous Hydra did get a small buff too a couple patches ago, where they buff up the healing that you get from the active, 150% the lifesteal, which was quite nice. They always try to play on the edge there. At least NRG do get the shutdown. They're gonna show you a third time, buddy.
Man, this is just cruel. You know,
it actually is cruel. Like, I don't think we've ever shown another replay of the same thing. Like, I think we have a big Sniper fan in the production.
Is he gonna Mew on him again? Okay, not quite. Okay!
That's why!
He's cooking him!
That's why they're showing it again. They really wanted to get the dances in. Sniper's been so fun to have in the LCS. Celebrating his wins, celebrating the victories.
Now, Monka W, Olaf is right. You see him charge out of the bush, and you are just praying the Ragnarok runs out before he takes you out. 100 Thieves, I mean, this roster has just been such a pleasure to watch. I know we did not have high expectations for them, but they have continuously impressed and surprised everyone. There's a reason why they are finishing as the top 2 team in the league.
And players are still talking trash about them. Did you see the interviews from both JoJo and Inspired?
Yeah, they're still calling them frauds.
Inspired said, I hope we get 100 Thieves in playoffs because they're a free win.
Yeah.
And JoJo was talking about them being overrated as well. But
yeah.
100 Thieves keep on winning.
Yeah, JoJo literally said, if I face 100 Thieves in playoffs, I'm celebrating early. That's big words. As we get River, forcing Dokla to pop the dominance, River's gonna have to run away. He's not getting out of that one, so 5v4 for NRG. Maybe they can hold the line, but 2 inhibitors have already fallen from 100 Thieves. My mistake, it's only just 1 inhibitor, but they're making short work on the top side of the map. Sniper pressing the charge. Here comes Ayla. They find the knock on the contracts. He flashes out. Ignite ticking down. Quid and Meech still holding the line as well alongside Ayla. He goes in for the knockup, but Meech has the execution ready. Mom, once again, comes through. And they get the inhibitor. They're trying to walk it out now. Quid, sub 50% HP. Looks like 100 Thieves will make it out.
The only thing that's really hurting my heart this game is that there's no death cap for Veigar. He is going into tank items now too after the Leandries. Probably a dead man's to look for picks. I think it's Quid. Quid is like, you know what? I'm actually getting too much credit now. Before, it was not getting enough credit.
Yeah.
And now everybody's jumped on the train. He's like, you know what? I'm getting too much credit, so I'm going to get a bunch of speed and make picks for the rest of my team so that the other players can get more credit as well.
What a team player, Quid.
What a guy.
What a guy.
That's the homie play you're looking for. River here. He's the one that we need to lift up, actually. So make some picks for him because Shaco, we want Shaco to shine so you can like bait more people into playing it in pro.
And he's got the, what is it, the Cyclosword?
Heck yeah, Cyclosword plus your Profane and the extra serrated Dirk here. Only problem is contracts. This pesky Ivern is hovering around everyone. You know, like, these shields are so annoying, man. Let me just get a solo on like Palfox or something.
Yeah, River just wants to one-shot someone without any counterplay whatsoever, and Contracts is making that job very difficult. Also, the lock and shield from Hui, if he times it well, will also prevent an assassination. But this bot inhibitor just might fall from 100 Thieves. A couple more auto attacks from the minions and the members, and that's that. All 3 inhibitors have been taken out, so double super minions will be pouring into the base.
Yeah, they will. And all of 100 Thieves are going to be pouring into the base. You're going to get 200 Thieves here pretty soon.
Sniper forced to pop the Ragnarok to avoid the chain of corruptions. Mom, once again, comes through the top. Sniper is able to evade danger here. River pops the clone from Hallucinate. Buy some time. They're waiting. Oh, Quid forced to flash away from the dredge line. Great use of the Summoner Spell there. Pops up Prevent Horizon, tries to buy space. They're playing around the boxes to see if NRG get too close and get feared by one of these boxes here. Ayla gets engaged on Hui, forced to flash. The Death Charge connects onto Quid, but he's able to distance himself well. Palafox still has the package available. He wants to look for a Desperation Hail Mary, looks for Meech, but he's also forced to flash. A lot of Summoner Spells being burned by 100 Thieves, but no deaths.
All right, let's start the story of an epic comeback. 100
boy.
Thieves here. They're just gonna crumble. They're getting too ahead of themselves, you know? It's all going to their heads. The success is going to their heads. They're probably gonna get Baron. And then Dragon Soul is coming up really soon too. So we're just gonna get those as well to make the comeback even more epic for NRG when they're able to do it.
Does this story have a Contracts Baron seal?
Not this Baron,
nope.
But next Baron, yes.
Oh, next Baron. Okay, can I hedge you on that?
Yeah, go for it.
You know what, chat? Let's get your opinions. Does NRG come back in this game? Yes or no? Just simple poll.
Put your entire net worth on the game right now.
Put the house and the second mortgage on NRG to come back.
Otherwise, I don't believe you. Otherwise, you're just troll voting.
Just a reminder at home, we are not responsible for your financial decisions.
All right, 100 Thieves. They're coming to end it. Pick up your Dragon Soul on the way in, Mountain Drake. But they don't see the big turn coming inside the base. The NRG team fight. They're lying in wait. Level 16 for Palafox. Oh, 4-item power spike, level 16. Corky.
4 items as well for FBI on the Varus.
Don't mind that there's a level 18 Veigar on the other team and an 18 Olaf as well.
Or the fact that they just got Mountain Soul. That's fine. It's fine.
All good. All right, here we go.
100 Thieves with the super minions in each lane. Make one last push. Chain of Corruption right onto Ayla and gets stunned up. Doesn't even pop the ultimate because he doesn't care. Takes a lot of poke from FBI in the back end of it. Dredge line does not connect onto Quid. With the movement speed, Ayla forced to engage. The first Nexus Tower falls. Bomb from the top rope once again. The executes are going to start coming in. The first one goes on to Hui. Topla's forced back. Palafox and FBI keeping their distance. They burn down the second Nexus Tower. 100 Thieves will fade away from NRG's hands as they look to try and fight for first seed against FlyQuest.
All smiles there. 100 Thieves were having fun in that one. Just playing some League of Legends with your friends on stage with a huge crowd, everybody watching. Styling on them. Sniper got to live the Olaf dream, running through multiple players. Not exactly the Shaco dream, but he was in there.
You know, when historians look back on this game, Kobe, will they tell the story of a successful Shaco pick?
Yeah. Hey, look at the Crocs too. Everybody in Crocs. Didn't they like get fined for wearing Crocs or something? Is that a Croc protest?
I have no idea. That's not up to me to decide.
They were all matching and they looked pretty clean.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give them a pass.
Matching on the style, matching on the vibes as well.
Yeah.
That's the 100 Thieves way. Just what an incredible run from them.
Oh yeah. Looks like there's a bit of broken synergy between the coaches there. Golden Glue bumping into Sam in the back. As long as he didn't step on his shoes. All good.
But it does put NRG's future into absolute uncertainty. It is no longer in their control.
Yeah.
It is now down to the C9 Shopify Rebellion game that could make things interesting for tiebreakers later today. There's even a world where NRG could just be straight knocked out of playoffs.
Definitely is one of the timelines that has branched off. We'll see if we actually live in that timeline or not. But man, I cannot love this team. Having so much fun. Winning in the LCS. Looks like they are getting ready with the interview. And guess what? We've got Sven doing the interview. So
baby!
I guarantee this one is going to be a banger.
Oh, yes.
And he also has the Shaco ready for interview. So excited to see this one. The level 2 invade.
You know.
Wards, pesky wards.
The Shaco was in the game. Well, with playoffs on the horizon, we're excited to let you fans at home know you can cast your own votes for Kia MVP and Kia All-Pro this year. Head over to KiaLCSAwards.com to place your vote. And with that, we're going to be joining Sven and River on stage for the interview.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm here with River. Clown Shaco performance, I must say. So talk to me. Why Shaco?
I played Shaco in like solo queue and scrims. I think it's really strong. And then
okay, it didn't look that strong. So what went wrong?
We should ban Ivan, I think. I didn't play against Ivan.
So the classic, when something goes wrong, blame the coach for draft?
Probably.
Okay. Something a lot of people have been talking about is MVP recently, and almost all pro players say 3 names. It's you, Quid, or Inspired. Who do you think is MVP of the split?
I think Quid is like smurfing every game, I think. And then really like easy to play with Quid, because with mid is always winning. So I wanna give Quid MVP. Yeah.
That's a good teammate. Do you think that he's having such a big turnaround because of you? Because last year he wasn't doing nearly as well as he is now. Is that thanks to you?
Probably, but like
probably, right?
I think Quid is really Quid was really good like last year too.
Okay.
And then like communication is really easy with me too.
If you have to choose a player not from 100 Thieves, who's the MVP?
It's Sniper, maybe.
Not from 100 Thieves?
Me and Quid?
Yeah. Anyone else than 100 Thieves? Who's the MVP? Inspired, you said?
I think Jojo Pian.
Okay, how come? Why?
I think he's like the most important player in C9, and he's really like strong lane, I think.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well, I have no more questions to ask, so thank you everyone for being in the interview. Thank you, River. And after the break, we'll be back to C9 versus Shopify Rebellion, and I'll be casting, so stay
Thank
around.
you.
Thank you.
If you definitely
Try to run. No, I'm just gonna trade one for one. I'll trade one for one.
Wow. No flash Renekton either. What's no flash, guys? Just kill Renekton. Kill Renekton.
We come after.
No flash. Okay.
Let's go.
Can you cancel? Cover me.
No. Or
Red Bull gives you wings.
Make more good in the Kia Sportage X Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
#1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it.
Welcome back to the LCS. I am here with a quick playoff update after that statement victory from 100 Thieves. They are still in the running for at least a tiebreaker for top 1, but they do have to rely on FlyQuest losing to be able to get that. And for NRG, essentially, if we have all red side victories, they are out of playoffs. So they're no longer in charge of their own destiny. They just became the biggest C9 fans who will lock top 6 with a win and set us up for one tiebreaker. Take it away, Flowers, Jat, and Sven.
Thank you so much, Emily. Welcome back, everybody. It's the last day of the regular season here for the LCS. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat for the next couple of games. And we got Sven as our special guest here on the casting desk. You've been here a couple of times before. It's great to have you back, man.
Good to be back. I miss this place so much. You have no idea.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How are we feeling coming into this C9 versus Shopify matchup today?
I'm not feeling too good about the Lucian first pick.
Okay.
I am not a fan. I mean, even though Berserker passes the passport check for the Lucian pick, you gotta be Korean or Chinese to play that one, I still don't like it. I think it's not C9's biggest strength to play. I think that it's worked. They've won some games with it, like yesterday or the day before, I think it was. But I'm not a fan of it.
I mean, I will say that you showed up to the studio and we immediately got bangers. We got the 100 Thieves picking Veigar Shaco,
oh, yeah,
styling and winning, and then one other thing we're talking about is if 100 Thieves ends up being second seed with a FlyQuest win in the next game and a C9 win this game, that would be their first round playoff matchup. Would actually be C9 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
But the chaotic thing, I'm actually looking for, and I know you might have a little bit of C9 attachment still, would be the Shopify Rebellion win, because that can create the most tiebreaker scenarios. That can still move them into playoffs. It could mean NRG could straight up just miss playoffs. I think that's the maximum chaos situation that I'm here.
Do we want chaos?
I want chaos today.
Okay. Well, we've got Lucian and Nami and Renekton for C9. Fudge is back in Lizard Jail as Shopify will draft the Ivern for Boogie, as well as the Kaisa Nautilus in bot lane for B-Boy and Zeyzal. No Smolder or Senna this game, by the way. Didn't call that out at the start as we jumped into the Champ Select, but both of our infinite scaling marksmen are gone.
Both teams are banning for maximum entertainment here. We're getting down, getting a hand
Absolutely.
Game with Lucian versus Kaisa. Guaranteed action in the bot lane. So that's nice. I like that.
And Sven, I know you've been spending a lot of time in Korea playing solo queue for their amazing solo queue.
Nice.
You've been watching LCS, but you haven't been involved or seen any of Cloud9's discussions. But from the outside, what do you feel like they've been struggling with this split? Because I was expecting them to have 10 or 11 wins by this point, but they're 7-6.
Yeah, I think C9's biggest issue is identity issues. They have been playing too many different things.
Yeah.
They should be playing, I don't like them playing Enchanters for the first. I know Berserker likes to play Lucian Nami, likes to play Hyper Carriers and Enchanters, but I don't think it fits Vulcan at all. I think that's the first thing they've been done wrong. I think they've had a lot of really bad drafts. The Ornn yesterday was a big mismatch for C9. I think previously they've been picking Akali to Talia Vi. It seems really hard to play for them. That was only a one-time occurrence either.
Yeah.
Just a lot of questionable drafts and seemingly identity issues. Playing around the wrong lanes when they shouldn't be, for example.
Yeah, and I think what you say about
this one here
the
is
missed identity, I mean, stuff like this, we count Engage as Ornn. He was actually 3-0 on the Nautilus before he played that for Engage. And the 2 Lucian Melio games they played, they lost. The 1 Lucian Nami game they played, they won. I think it shows up the most with Blabber, actually. He's played 10 unique champions. He's played no jungler more than twice, right? Like, that's not a sign of a team that really is committed to what they've been doing. They've been experimenting with a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, obviously the draft where they had first pick Nautilus, and then they were picking either Senna into Smolder or Smolder into Senna. Those drafts fit them a lot better. Even if Berserker had a pretty bad game yesterday on Senna, I think that style with the Smolder fits them much better.
All right, let's see how this last ban is going to go. The Aatrox banned out by C9, trying to keep that one away from Fake God. Hui will also be the ban. This champion has found a lot of popularity, a lot of success so far. Sejuani and Ari also banned out. Shopify still need to pick both solo laners. I'm expecting top here since you already know what the enemy top laner is going to be. And then you save the very last pick of the draft for Insanity. Udyr was something we saw so much of back at the start of the split a few weeks ago. Has not been the same level of presence since. Has been some nerfs and things like that. But let's see. Do they really want to lock that in? Could just be that usual. You can kind of pick it into anything choice.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for Shopify to just pick a tank top and just play a tank versus tank matchup because it's been all about B-Boy for this team. If they win, it's him who's carrying. If they lose, it's not him who's carrying. Then no one's carrying them. It really is that simple for this team. I think B-Boy has been a silent MVP for this team. It's the B-Boy show for the most part. Kai'Sa Nautilus against Tsunami is a explosive lane. There's a lot of potential for someone dying a lot in the early game. Either way. So I think it's important Shopify picks a tank top and lets him be on an island the whole game so they can play on B-Boy.
Yeah, I agree. Also, the fact that Fake God is 2-0 when the team has played Udyr. I believe those were both Scion Udyr games, so they just had a bunch of circular tanks when B-Boy was able to carry. I also think there's a unlikely but outside chance we could see Insanity AP Kai'Sa mid. It's something you've played in the past. It's because they have Kai'Sa Nautilus already as such a good pair, and I don't see like some flex actually catching them off guard here, but I always do wonder if Insanity is going to pull out something weird.
Yeah, I think Kai'Sa mid's generally only viable against like LeBlanc type of champs, low range, non-poke matchups, high against mages like Nico. But we'll see what they build as well on the Kai'Sa. Has to be AD this game, I feel, with the Ivern and the Udyr. We've seen a lot of different builds on Kai'Sa recently. Static Shift Ginsu is the most common one these days.
They could go with something like Jace mid, and that could allow them some flexibility, but
They do have the Ivern, so Tristana an option as well. It's not banned, I believe.
that would be pretty nice.
Tristana versus Nico is a pretty explosive matchup, but I have seen it before. It can work.
All right, Blabber Kindred, final pick of the draft here for C9. They'll be rocking that one. So we've got the Enchanter with the Nami, two different marksmen to be able to bless up. There's not a true tank on the side of C9. I mean, you've got Bruiser Renekton, but we're not really looking at any straight-up meatball here to deal with Shopify. Final pick, Tristana.
I will say that Tristana gets a lot better against Kindred because you can like put a bomb on him and you can push him out of his own ultimate and then explodes out of the Kindred ultimate. So it's a lot better now. They kind of like almost like gave it to them.
Yeah.
Like pick it, I dare you kind of thing.
I also see this is the first time Blabber's played Kindred this split, but I know it was a go-to, especially when you were on Cloud9. How do you feel about Blabber's Kindred? What's unique about it?
Yeah, last year we really liked the Kindred Melio combination. They gave Kindred a lot of range.
Basically never lost with it.
Yeah, we were undefeated, I think, almost the entire split with it. We lost one game to TL, unfortunately.
Close to now.
Hey,
Close to
hate those guys, man. I hate those guys.
Yeah. It's all right. Everybody gets one.
Yeah, but Blabber is a very Kindred player. He's very in your face. He likes to invade, likes to go for the marks, no matter where they are, at what time of the game they are. He creates a lot of space on Kindred. He jumps in, flashes one ability, jumps out again. His biggest problem with Kindred is that he does that a lot.
Okay.
He's a very coin flippy player in Kindred sometimes, where he might get one shot by the Nautilus hook into the ultimate and not get his ult off, or he will kill everyone.
But do we think that's a good thing going up against something like an Ivern, who whenever we see this champion, the thing that you always think about is that first clear is so fast if he's not interrupted, if nobody messes around with him. So Blabber's the kind of guy to mess around with you a little bit.
Against Ivern, teams almost always pick carry junglers. Last game was Shaco, but in the past we've seen like Kane or those kind of junglers that are a bit more fast-paced. They like to invade or fight early game, where Ivern is weak until 6. So I think it makes sense to look for something like Kindred. Only thing I'm worried about is that Sion doesn't have a tank. They have a Renekton top. It's more of a bruiser, right? Normally see like an Orin top or Scion when you have Kindred, so you have one guy who can just be, soaking damage for you to move forward. So C9 has to have a problem if they don't have a front line this game and they fall behind.
So based on both complete compositions that we've seen so far, where would you rather be playing, the C9 or the Shopify side based on the comps?
That depends if I'm the ADK or in support.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, which for which then?
Okay, I would rather be playing Kai'Sa than losing Nami.
Okay.
But I'd rather be playing the Nami than the Nautilus in this game.
Okay. Interesting. Both sides of the coin there.
It just depends. I think bot's going to be very explosive. I think that Kai'Sa Nautilus can't just farm minions for free. So they're either going to get their hands dirty, get in there and fight, or they're going to lose. I think Shopify knows that with tank versus tank top matchup, it's going to be either mid jungle game or bottom game. They have to just choose.
Yeah, and these drafts for me as well show, again, really strong early game priority for Cloud9. Like, this looks to me a lot like the drafts they were playing even in week 1 of the split, where they're like, we're just going to pick prio everywhere and then hope to turn it into a win, which is where I feel like they fell short a lot of the time, because sometimes they'd use their prio to like stack 2 early dragons or get a bunch of grubs early, but the actual transition to a win is difficult. And I think they could be in the same position here unless JoJo has like an insane game, because he's going to be the one that actually has to do all the engages, but with no front line, he could very well get one shot at the start of every fight.
But if there's one person on Cloud9 that you feel comfortable saying he needs to have an insane game, I feel like it is JoJo. Because even though this team has not been at the level where a lot of people were expecting them to be coming into the split, he has had a lot of individual pop-off moments, even in losses.
Yeah, and many other pros in the league also recognize that JoJo is performing very well, MVP level even, some people say, despite the fact that his team is struggling. Well, there's 3rd place right now, I believe, 7-6, but compared to what people thought they would be, he's definitely playing a lot better compared to his teammates, you know, Berserker, for example. So I think it's valid. Win lane, win game has always been the one thing that breaks all drafts. It doesn't matter how bad your draft is, if you win all 3 lanes, it's fine.
You just win the game.
Yeah, then it doesn't matter, because it won't be a team fight, except for the ones we are so far ahead, so win lane, win game.
Yeah, I feel like that's also oftentimes, as Insanity's already going in for a big trade, more true in scrims than it is on stage.
Oh, yeah.
Because you win all 3 lanes in scrims, the other team loses their mind trying to come back in. They're like, okay, we're out of the game in 12 minutes. But on stage, they're like more patient, willing to wait it out. And then they actually kind of, like, 3 winning lanes, a lot of times on stage ends up being a trap. Because there's too much you can play around, and it makes the scaling difference even bigger for the other team, which is kind of close to the situation we could be in here. Because if Fudge plays the Renekton right with the buffs, I'm not sure how that matchup goes, but I could see a world where C9 actually wins all 3 lanes here.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that in scrims, comps like C9's comp wins more often than they do on stage.
Yeah.
They might still win this game, but in scrims, they definitely win this game.
I feel like that's got to be the Lucian Nami effect, right?
Oh,
Lucian,
yeah.
Lucian and Nami has to be one of the most scrim buffed duos,
He's
right?
the biggest offender, for sure. And he's got his partner up there in top lane as well, the 2nd biggest offender of scrim win rate.
The Gunman and the Lizard, taking over Scrim since the dawn of time. You can see Boogie hanging out down here, seeing maybe there's an angle. There is that ward in the Pixel Brush heading into bottom lane. So Berserker and Vulcan will get this wave shoved up, crash into the tier 1, and they'll take the opportunity to just head on back to a safer spot.
Let's see if Blabber wins the coin flip here on the crabs.
All right.
Oh,
nope.
Nope.
Unlucky.
He might actually be able to get it still.
He could.
Blabber probably will
enough
assume.
cryo.
Yeah, Blabber will probably assume that it's gone at this point. So he might not even go for it, even though it's still up. Or he might cross map here. JoJo has prio, so no, he's assuming that Boogie's on the crab. Sees him now, though.
He would know, but at this point, the bot lane's recalling.
Now Boogie knows.
Sven, being a former bot laner, AD carry and support, we do want to get your opinion on the bot lanes, kind of about who is better.
Who's better?
Amongst these 2 bot lanes.
I think there's a difference between who's better and who's performing better.
Okay.
Because I would take Berserker over B-Boy any day.
Well, actually, we're talking about you.
Oh, shit.
So is the better bot lane Berserker Sven or Vulcan Sven? Because you've played them both.
Ah, shit, man. I mean,
putting you on the spot here.
This is tough because I'm good friends with both Berserker and Vulcan. So what do I do here? Who do I throw shade at here?
Which position do you want to play
more? It'll be easy if you ask like Berserker Vulcan and Berserker me, you know? Think like, no, it's me, obviously. now I have to. Nah, I can't do this.
It's a tie.
Yeah, it's a tie. I will say though, me and Vulcan in 2020 spring were like, I think we had the best record of all time. As a team, that's split, right?
17-1.
Yeah, and then we didn't make Worlds somehow. That's impressive.
Yeah. So you're not going to answer the question, but
can we just move on from this topic?
Okay.
Chat's going to answer it. Chat's going to answer it, but we're moving on from it as far as the cast goes.
Oh man.
All right. Well, we'll check back in with the chat later, see where their opinions lie, and if nothing else, you can just go with whatever they said and pin the blame on them.
I really care about their opinions, so thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. It's very important to contemplate the Twitch chat hive mind. Fake God proxying up here with the Udyr, as we see so many Udyrs often do. The power of the champion to both spam the waves down and get away has been a big part of the popularity he's experienced in the top lane so far this split. No kills on the board for either side, but it is C9 up about 500 or 600 gold. Blabber now starting up the grubs. We can see no Ivern anywhere in the neighborhood because Shopify is focusing the other neutral objective at the same time. That first Drake Infernal here, 5.5 minutes in. It'll be a nice and early one for them, but it will come at that 3 grub cost going the other way for C9.
Yeah, I will say I think the Dragon for grub trade is pretty good for Shopify. I think that they have a worse early game all around, so I think them getting a good trade like this is worth it. They're the scaling team, you would say. So the Dragon is the easiest win condition for the team that gets outscaled, right? Get 4 dragons by 25 minutes and then just win.
Yeah.
The grubs don't matter. Don't matter that much when you don't have like split pushing champs, right?
Right. Yeah. You have
Not like
Renekton
Fiora or a Camille or something like that, so it's not that big of a deal, I think.
You've got the Renekton and the Nico, which seem much more like they want to be a part of the bigger fights, opposed to Tristana and Udyr, who can both be very successful.
Yeah, but this way Shopify can be like, oh, we all have 1 dragon, now we can give 1 and just get more gold somewhere else, right? Whereas the best place for Chance to be would be like, oh, we have 2 dragons, our opponents are forced to team fight against Nico, who has a flank, is a big old, you know, Renekton has a 2-amp power spike or something like that, so I think so far it's pretty good for Shopify. Not down too much gold. 1k is decent, but not too shabby.
I think overall I do like the Shopify comp. I would be concerned though, like, I think Cloud9 probably had a choice of whether they wanted first Drake or Grubs.
Oh yeah.
And Blabber just picked the Grubs. I think part of that could be, as Berserker might get engaged on here. Yeah.
He's already dashed away. Zazel flashing to lock him down with the passive. The intention there would have been to follow it up with the dredge line, but Berserker, having already got enough distance with a flash of his own, means that Shopify can't really get the angle they were looking for.
Yeah, no kill angle there. It almost feels like this will be C9 going for as many plates as possible because they just triple grubbed. They have prio in all 3 lanes, and they need to cash it in now. Like, if they don't get the plates, 100% it ends up being a bad choice, but I think that's just the priorities that Blabber and C9 have this early.
Yeah, the grubs don't scale poorly. You know, if you get 6 grubs, it's 6 of them. You get 2 of the grubs on the tower. It's not bad. You get more plate gold. You can get more items, but how are they gonna win the game?
Yeah,
if they don't agree. Yeah, if they're not gonna stack for soul and fight dragons, then they need to get Baron early. So I think, you know, the game so far pretty good for Shopify. I think once they get to mid game and they can put his star on side lane, he will beat both Nico and Renekton in the 1v1. And then once the Ivern joins the 2v2, I think that wins against both Nico and the Kindred 2v2. So.
And as we're moving through the game, we're also going to make sure that we're keeping track of how soon Blabber hits that critical mark of the 4 stacks. Still only has 1 so far. Usually you want to make sure that you have that 4 breakpoint by the time you get to the first big fight for the extra range to make sure that you're not stuck in so many bad spots. You already talked a little bit earlier, Sven, about how, especially against champions that have a yeet button like Tristana, you don't have the same protection from the ulti, so the extra range, very important.
Yeah, he's got a Doran's Blade here as well from Blabber. So he wants to get... hang on.
Uh-oh. Vulcan? He's good. He's good. Yeah, it's a little dicey, but he's good.
Cecil.
There he goes. Oh. Nice! The dredge line has found Berserker. Now the chase is on. Cloud9's AD carry. May not be long for this world, but the Lamb's respite keeps him alive. Berserker holds on.
Blabber with the bus kill right there, denying us our fun. But still.
That was a big play by Zazel.
Yeah, into the bush as well.
If they get first blood on B-Boy, that could have really turned things. It's still a nice chunk, right? The flash is still down. He's a little bit low, but I mean, he's actually going to catch the whole wave. I'd say that ultimate really saved a lot for C9.
Yeah, the Hex Splash into the Iron Bush was kind of smooth.
Sick.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that was a cool play if it was on purpose, you know. If there was a bush there for that reason alone. Berserker's not been having a good time against Nautilus this split. He had a disaster against FlyQuest, I believe it was, on Bush as well. He's gonna get some PTSD at this point.
Just gotta try to. Maybe that's why they keep drafting it, so he can overcome that.
I will say, Joker is making good use of the grubs so far, getting himself 2 plates now and a 10 CS lead-ish.
Yeah, we're still at 0 kills, and it's a 1,500 gold lead for C9 just from this lane dominance that you're talking about, as well as the extra plate-taking capability from that first set of the grubs. You can see the gray hourglass in his top side pit means that second set is coming up soon. Chad has decreed Berserker and Sven are the superior bot lane. Congratulations.
That's recency bias, surely. You did mention the 17-1 Sven Vulcan.
Yeah, so you guys want to hear me or what?
Could be a tie.
I think people just think Berserker's better than me. And that's
the disrespect.
That's kind of messed up.
The disrespect.
I guess he's all right.
Oh, this could be 6 grubs. They're sending the farm.
I think it is 6 grubs. But they are also sending the whole squad there for the grubs. Don't make the head send Vulcan up here for those. This might give B-Boy a single plate here.
Yeah.
Once they're facing.
You can see a bunch of assist me pings coming out in the red side jungle of C9 now as they're saying, hey, this is kind of where we're going to have to answer. Berserker has been left down here to respond to the crash, but yes, 6 grubs for C9, 10.5 minutes in.
Shopify should try to take control of this bot side here, so they get a favorable dragon fight. Or just dive Berserker.
They just want the dive. They know there's no Kindred to save them this time. Berserker's gonna get bursted down. Zazel should die in response. It'll be a 1-for-1 here at the start, but first blood's over to B-Boy's Kaisa. Daisy's tanking up the turret as JoJo's got half HP left. Vulcan has joined the fight with a bubble over the wall, but there's no damage to follow it up on B-Boy. So Shopify can get all of their men out. Still a very, very even trade. 1-for-1 at the end of the day, plus 1,000 gold for C9, same as it was before.
Honestly, not that bad for C9, given that Shopify had, you know, it was their turn to play, and this was what they got from it. 1-for-1 isn't that bad for C9. So I think C9 will take this. They got the grubs, and 1-for-1 is totally fine for them. Now they probably get the dragon as well, since Shopify used all 3 of their ults in jungle and bot lane. I think there's no way that Shopify can fight this dragon at this point.
Yeah, and I think JoJo's going to need to pay this forward as well. He's the one who's gotten the 2 plates. He's the one that got the first kill. He's now proto belt first. So that's huge if they want to try and fight this dragon, because they could actually get a really big fight. At the moment, I think Shopify just wants to avoid big fights.
Right, especially you brought up the proto belt for the Nico. There's also Eclipse completed on the Renekton. That is 2 fully completed items on your 2 solo laners, which are naturally your highest level champions anyway. The power spike is real for these guys. Only person with a completed item on Shopify is the static shiv for the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa who had already just used the Killer Instinct, the ultimate's still not ready and available to use yet again. It's going to be harder to pilot one of these 5v5 fights from Shopify's side.
Yeah, I think when you look at B-Boy versus Jotapune right now, the 2 Fed guys in both teams, I think Jotapune is just so much stronger in a fight right now. He's got the completed boots, he's got the proto belt, much stronger than the static shift, and he's playing Nico, level 10 Nico versus level 7 Kai'Sa. I think he wins that every time of the day, so I think C9 should try to force this dragon very soon.
Yeah. At what point do you feel like the Kai'Sa turns on? Because there's so many different Kai'Sa builds now. So he's static shift first, Hail of Blades.
Yeah. So
when does he get strong?
He goes Hail of Blades for the lane phase power, which I think I'm fine with. He's going static shift, so probably Ginsu's is the second item here. It doesn't scale as well as some sort of like AP build or like a full crit build, but it's very strong on 1 and 2 items. I think that's why he looks to fight. But this game, he's not the late game insurance. Insanity is.
That's
so,
the Trist.
Yeah, still like the Kai'Sa is supposed to carry them through that.
If they get this Drake, that's hugely disappointing for C9.
That's a complete steal, I feel like, for Shopify. Not sure. Blau's going for an invade of some sorts, but
getting crap.
He already. there was a. That was Fabers right now. Oh man.
Oh no.
There was a mark earlier on the chickens, which Fabers just realized is no longer there.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. I mean,
Shopify's happy for that, man.
Might get a mark on the Krugs in a couple seconds once the timer starts. It should be very soon. That will be like some sort of saving grace, but this feels not very good for C9.
It honestly reminds me.
Oh, it spawned on the Grump instead of the Krugs. Yeah. Unlucky.
Man, it reminds me of the C9 we've kind of seen all year, where they have these small advantages, like JoJo being 15 CS up, or the fact that they get 6 grubs. But then the next step of answering how you win the game, they don't have an answer for that. They're just like...
Yeah, they just bought their Kraken Slayer, their Mandate, and the Stormwizard on Lucian, so they must have thought that the spikes they had weren't good enough. They needed more damage to win that fight. They also got the Eclipse on Fudge. Blabber.
But then at what point are you strong enough if it's not on these items?
Yeah.
Boogie. The Daisy running out of the brush, the extra Krug as part of the camp that Blabber wanted to run up there and take. So he knows that they were looking for maybe something, but now the presence of Cloud9 with Vulcan, Blabber, JoJo all down here together means that there's not really a play for Shopify to find. The game state has been pretty much this for the past 10 minutes. It's Cloud9 with 1,000 gold lead. Nobody's really going crazy for the PvP yet, and I think a lot of it's what you guys were talking about with Shopify recognizing, hey, we're trying to scale, right? Like, we're not the 5v5 team. We're not the early game power team. They're just trying to avoid the fights, and Cloud9 aren't really forcing them, but the tidal wave comes out now, and B-Boy's going to eat most of the culling. Zeyzal steps in to make sure the last few bullets don't find him, but now the Nautilus has to be careful. Chunk onto both players from the bottom lane of Shopify means that C9 will force them back into their own jungle for now and continue applying pressure in mid lane.
And Blabber's really sad because that was another denial there. I feel like actually Boogie keeping Blabber on 1 mark 14 minutes into the game has been really successful.
But C9 just brute forcing the mid tower here.
That's good.
Of course, there's no wave clearance in Shopify Rebellion, so they can't defend the tower, so there's a big wave and more people for C9, so that's good. I thought Shopify was going to try to make a play for the bot tower and give the Herald, and I think C9 realized that, and they were like trying to match them on bot side, to not give away the bot tower for the Herald. It might end up happening anyways, but C9 pushed them out of jungle into mid tower as a extra on top. And they might still be able to defend this bot tower here. Yeah. They can't really die of Fudge, can they? No, I don't think they can.
Yeah, Boogie wanted the root collar there, but
he thinks they can, so...
Alright.
Okay, well, bot tower for the Herald anyways, but they all got mid tower on top of it, and I think they might be able to get top tower as well at the end of this round. Okay, they are recalling. Respect no deer.
Yeah. This might be too simplistic of a question, but who do you think wins? Okay, how much of a gold lead does Cloud9 have to have by like 25 minutes in order to win the game?
I mean, it's kind of like interesting because Lucian doesn't scale poorly necessarily, right? At 6 items, he's fine. He has like this mid-game power hole where he doesn't do damage to tanks, but the Kindred can make up for that, similar to how the Tristana makes up for the Kai'Sa, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting that both teams have one guy who scales really hard, the Kindred versus the Tristana.
Yep.
And then they have like all the tanks and the setups, right? The Ivern and the Nami are both doing the enchanting, while the top laners are doing the tanking. So I think honestly late game C9 can be fine as long as Blabber's in a good spot.
I guess that makes sense.
It's just gonna be by execution, I think. But I think that Shopify will run the game on side lane once they get Tristana 2 items. I think he can just jump on top of Jordan's head and just tank his damage with lifesteal.
Yeah.
And I think the 2v2 is winning for Shopify mid jungle on side lane, like what they're doing right here, trying to 2v2, you know, cover Insanity, get him his farm.
And it's going to be pretty hard for them to kill Fake God too. Frozen Heart Rush, Ninja Tabi.
Yeah.
Because JoJo doesn't really want to catch Fake God with any of his burst, so it's pretty much all on the Kindred and the Lucian to try and take him.
We had this joke in C9 that Berserker would always buy Fire Cannon against tanks no matter what, and he wouldn't do damage to them. I asked him one day why. He told me it's my signature item.
It's my signature item.
Signature
Rapid
item.
fire cannon.
And I was like,
what?
I was mind blown. I was stun locked. Like, bro, why don't you just buy like, you know, Lord Dominic's or something, or like Cycle Sword at least second like signature?
Yeah. Like, how else will they know it's him?
Yeah, exactly. Or like one time he bought like, he was playing Jinx, he bought like Gale Force, Fire Cannon, Fleet against double tanks. Hang on.
Oh boy, Zeyzal immediately finding an engage here on Blabber, but now he's got to be careful. The calling from Berserker just going to burst this guy down. Blabber ends up taking the kill, and Fudge has made his way into the fight. The Dominus is ready, but Shopify disengage after that. They have lost one, and now Insanity's under pressure. Fudge going in, but doesn't really find a whole lot. The mobility of the Tristana can disengage that, but importantly, JoJo and Fudge now have free reign to knock down this tier 1 turret here in the top side. Demolish, plus the baby grubbies. This thing's not long for this world, and C9 is going to go up to a 2,500 gold lead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Shopify was trying to accomplish there, being so far away from the towers.
There's one place you're supposed to be.
Yeah, I think they should be playing through Insanity on side lanes. I think they shouldn't be trying to scrap mid like that. I really think their only condition is playing through Insanity at this point. Just 2v2ing with him.
They might get a fast play on Dragon here though, because a lot of the ultimates are down for C9. Blabber would want to steal us, but he's got no ult and no one else is here to go in first.
A little heist perhaps?
Okay, this is interesting. That's an eco.
They want to go for it. The Ivern brushes are up. Fake out in the middle, but JoJo goes in for the engage. He finds Boogie. The burst isn't there in time to kill him, and now Zeyzal's got to try to play Interceptor. JoJo getting himself back here yet again. He's grabbing the kill on Zeyzal, but they're going to trade 1 for 1. The Drake is still alive as C9 wants to get the hell away, and they're going to secure the Drake while they do it. They've lost Blabber. They've lost JoJo. They've only traded it back for Zeyzal. So Shopify wins the fight. C9 wins the Drake.
This is spicy. Thank goodness Blabber got that smite, because if they're sole point against that, that's a disaster. JoJo looked like he had a good engage, but then the fact that he gives the bounty back to Shopify and the Dragon was still a flip, that was just a missed timer from Cloud9. They've been slow to every Drake today.
There was no follow-up at all. He flashed in, hit B-Boy, but there was nothing else. There was no cooling, no Nami wave, there was nothing there.
Yeah, well, they don't even have the cooldowns because they used them in the earlier fight.
Actually, it didn't hit B-Boy, it was Boogie who he hit. It was kind of a lackluster engage.
Yeah, he didn't get B-Boy. I got B-Boy and, Boogie and B-Boy mixed up. If you don't catch the Kaisa or the Trist, it's not a great ult.
Yeah, and even if he had hit Boogie, I mean, B-Boy, there wasn't any follow-up anyways. There was no Nami ulti, no cooling, no flank from Fudge, no nothing. So,
yeah,
pretty bad fight for C9, not gonna lie.
They chunked Boogie enough that it wasn't even a smite flip, though. He wasn't even in range to get the smite, so at least they were able to secure that.
Like you mentioned, thank goodness the Blabber got the Dragon for C9. Otherwise, it would be very silent right now in the comms. It's always the worst when you get ace in team fights and you're like, oh.
There's just nobody's got anything to say.
And then one is like, all right, guys, let's go topside. Like, let's go somewhere and get some work done.
Just try to get something going
good,
again.
bro. Or like when you die in lane, someone's like, it's fine. No, it's not fine.
It's like, it's absolute cope. Total cope. We've got Blabber with 3 stacks now on the Kindred, so 1 away from being able to get that first range bonus. Baron now making his way onto Summoner's Rift as Zeyzal trying to see if he might be able to go fish in here. No, Vulcan had just enough distance, so there's not an opportunity to fire off that dredge line. Still 3 minutes until our next Drake spawns. We'll see how that fight ends up shaping up by the time we get there. But checking in on item power spikes, it is the Ginsu second fully completed now for the Kaisa. Ivern gets to enjoy shopping at the thrift store the entire time as a jungler. He just buys this cheap garbage that's made for supports. So he's also got that second item power spike way before Blabber has one.
Insanity's got to have a full item soon. I feel like he had a Vamp Scepter like 10 minutes ago. It's got to be very close.
1,600 gold in his inventory right now.
Okay.
What is he buying with that? The longsword and the Vamp Scepter.
Steel. What would the second item be here?
Because shield bow is a pickaxe.
Oh, okay.
Quick cloak, right? While BT is a BF sword and a quick cloak.
I mean, he
Maybe he's buying a Void and just has like a power spike Memsetter in there, you know, for the silent.
Yeah, he might just have it because he's getting a little poked up by JoJo.
Of course, no pink ward. Typical mid laners, man. I hate that guys. I had to beg MNS to buy a pink ward. It was tragic, man.
Hey, it's the refillable potion is very important.
He buys the Memsetter and the Fleetwood work and the Doran's Blade. So he needs more life steal with the potion.
You gotta make sure, man. You gotta have that extra HP.
So here we have the C9 Classic called a Decoy Herald.
Okay.
You send the Herald to his death for nothing.
It's the just straight out of the playbook,
send
right?
your whole team to Herald to do this with it. Yeah, that's all we have.
So what do you think the comms are for C9 right now? How are they trying to set up the next play? Because it definitely feels like they are technically in control of the game and Shopify has to react to them, but Cloud9 hasn't been able to pull much off.
Yeah, I think the first thing they ask is what went wrong. Like, how do we have such a bad dragon fight? Should we have given it? Should we have had TP flanks for JoJo Pune? Where's the follow-up? Should Fudge be on the flank? Like, you have to like kind of like problem solve in game, right? Like, what went wrong in this team fight?
How do we make the next one better? Because it's going to happen in a minute.
Exactly. Talk about next dragon fight in 120 minutes from now. Do we fight this one? Do we need better setup? What's the issue?
So would you have wanted to see a more aggressive early game from Cloud9 with how they had such winning lanes across the board? But we got to, what, 14 minutes? Like, plates fell and the score was 1-1.
Yeah, there was a time where JoJo had CDR shoes and his proto belt, and Dio had stack shift, second dragon timing, and they just gave it. I think that was the best kind of fight from my perspective, at least. But Cena obviously felt like they needed to complete their items in jungle.
Blabber trying to help Fudge get this kill on Fake Up, but it's Udyr, man. He just runs away.
Walks it off.
Yeah, it's just he just walks in the other direction.
Start right now.
And they have damage. They have Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Okay, Shopify onto the Baron. It's already down to 5k. Blabber is nowhere nearby. Zazel goes in for the dredge line on JoJo. Even if he dies, JoJo's not going to find the team fight angle now. Baron drops, but so does the Nautilus. Now, Fake God's got to be careful here in the front line. C9 are trying to keep these guys trapped. Boogie flashes back over the wall. B-Boy flashes back over the wall. Fake God has no flash. Udyr is dead. The sacrificial tiger, bear, phoenix, turtle, whatever all of those animals together are. It's a Baron in exchange for 2. Shopify catch C9 sleeping.
Not so bad though, like Baron for 2 kills is not bad at all. Now just give up the dragon and try to get top tower perhaps.
Yeah,
it's not going to be too bad for Shopify.
It simplifies the decision making for the game because they're going to be dead by the time the dragon's up. Blabber's just going to get the second dragon. They're still 10 minutes away from potential soul, and they're going to keep the gold even. I feel like that's a weirdly neutral trade because Shopify might have been able to win a third dragon fight. Instead, they preempted.
It's got the marks too on Kindred. It's got his 5th mark, I believe. So
yep,
online.
Yep, not too bad. I think this situation where both teams are like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Shopify takes they get like a 7-minute, breather, so to speak, where they can just farm and chill. While C9 gets a dragon, they're like, it's okay.
Yeah, I do wonder if Shopify is going to be feeling any pressure now, though, because just the stakes for this game, the fact that we had the energy loss earlier, Shopify does need to win for their season to continue. Right. This could be the last spring split game they play if they end up losing, but if they win, there's an outside chance they'd just be in playoffs without tiebreakers. A win will guarantee them at least a tiebreaker for playoffs, but a win is just, I'd say, much bigger for Shopify than it is for Cloud9.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because C9's still going into playoffs, right? Like, Shopify does not want to end their split here today. They have the Baron for another minute and 20 seconds. The Baron power play is still currently lower than the amount of gold you get for killing Barons, so you'd like to see them accomplish at least something more with it.
Yeah, I saw big damage there from Berserker onto Fake God. Black Harbor does some actual damage.
Hey, that's signature damage.
Signature damage.
They know where it came from.
Yeah.
The Lucian rapid fire cannon.
I will say it is pretty standard build on Lucian by fire cannon second. It's just fun, to see him.
Just banter.
Yeah, it's
just banter.
He's going for a lot of Dominics now, so maybe he heard me.
There it is, exactly. He could tell. He could tell what's going on here. As now Boogie getting caught out. The burst damage goes through, but Redemption saves him just in the nick of time. Now Vulcan's bursted down by B-Boy, and Insanity finds a nice double knockback. Fake God's made his way in. It's a double kill back over to B-Boy. Shopify Rebellion are steamrolling Cloud9 as Fudge tries to get away, but Shopify's hungry for dessert. The Lizard is burning, and Shopify's turning their attention right back into the top lane. That was a disaster for Cloud9.
What a massive fight there for Shopify. 3-0-3 on B-Boy's Kai'Sa now. 2 items going on 3. They still have a little bit of Baron buff to get turrets after the push, and they have their first big goal lead of the game.
Disaster. They didn't have enough damage to kill him here. They thought they had enough damage with Vulcan and Judgment alone, but just the redemption.
Just barely. Just barely, man.
Yeah.
And then he's still full Ivern for the rest of the fight.
double ulti from Insanity.
That was sick.
The insect play. I like that a lot.
Berserker, or also Blabber doesn't get his ult off before he dies
Look
either.
at B-Boy, untouched the whole fight.
Beautiful.
That's the dream.
He just served another right there on a silver platter, just like that.
So that is the second time now this game. The first one being that fight back in the Drake pit where JoJo only gets the ulti on Boogie, that we have seen a solo Nico ulti on Ivern that doesn't kill him.
The dragon fight was bad, but this time I think it was fair enough. He thought he had enough damage to kill him with the Vulcan's, ult and his Q. The man, the damage is probably kind of big, so this was not that bad. I think just a bad judgment call on the damage they had. But the dragon was very bad. I agree with that.
Yeah, Bloodthirster did eventually come through for Insanity, but it was the third item, so he was just delaying it. I do want to mention B-Boy, though, because you were mentioning that he's having such a big split. It's not like he's some rookie. He's been...
I don't even
look
know,
at this.
I don't
Look
even
at
know
these tags.
half of these teams, bro. What is the one 2021, 2022? What is that?
Inactive? Oh, I want to say like Furiosa? I don't know either, man.
What is the one? Furious?
Oh, no, so Furious is before.
Yeah,
We're embarrassing ourselves at the moment. But
I was going to say, why are you guys drawing attention to this? Just
because that's how... Like, to me, this is how committed B-Boy is to competitive League of Legends. The fact that he's had to play in this many different regions with this many different teams, and still now, like, he needs to win to go into playoffs. Like, he wants this so much, and I think he's actually been playing really well this split. So
he's been a sleeper MVP for sure.
Well, we've got the third item power spikes for both of the marksmen on the side of Shopify. You guys already mentioned the Quick Blades, the Bloodthirster there for the Tristana, Nashor's Tooth completed now for the Kai'Sa. These two are so scary if they are left untouched like we saw in the last fight.
Yeah, this is the point where Insanity goes side lane and he walks forward, the other guy walks backwards. There's no...
It's Tristana when she's fed, man. It's tough.
I think if Insanity right-clicks Dodipune and Dodipune hits all his spells perfectly, maximum damage, he still loses. It doesn't matter anymore if he hits all his spells or not. He will lose the 1v1.
It's 100-0 or just lose.
But yeah, it's Blabber kills him, or Berserker kills him with some sort of like a gank, or no one kills him. There's the Iron Shields, the BT, the Flash, the W, the knockback with the ult.
strong.
Even if you see Dodipune press ult, he just ults him back, and then nothing happens, right? So it's at this point, it's very hard for C9 to fight, because Insanity will always be pushing first and moving first. Like you see here, he's here, but Fudge is not here. Fudge can't even push his way right now. Look at him. He's afraid of getting ganked by Insanity. Has to catch it defensively.
I'm a little interested that Shopify is on this side of the map. Baron and Dragon are coming up at very similar timers, but I'd almost want to say like they should set up at the Drake because the Soul is ultimately how they're going to win. And I think they have enough power that they can bully.
The Soul is pretty weak though for both team comps. They aren't very ultimate reliant, I suppose. So that could be their thought process. If they get Baron in the game in one push, perhaps.
Fair.
Big damage here.
Yeah, not as much as you'd like. But it's Lord Dominic's, so we got
sending a message.
We got that in there. Yeah. Letting them know.
Letting them know, but now the engage coming out from Zazel. The catch, the damage. JoJo barely gets away back into Lamb's Rest, but looking to keep himself alive with a massive counterattack. JoJo Pyun again with the clutch for C9.
Is that how it ends? No way. Out of nowhere, just like that. Can't take out clear the wave. Okay, it's a Baron.
What an insane play there. So he
got knocked out of the ulti by the Tristana ult, somehow didn't dive to the bomb, and then he got back in with his, and it flashed onto...
So I think he proto-belted into the Kindred ult without using stopwatch, and then flashed in to land the real ult.
Yeah, Insanity had to make sure that the bomb actually explodes at the end of the ultimate by hitting it 2 times first, and then ulting him.
Oh man.
Wow, that was such a close fight, but man, Dodipune has been really showing up. Like,
yeah.
I will say, the first Dragon fight was bad, the pick in the blue jungle was bad as well, but it's always him.
Yeah. He's the clutch
him.
factor.
Yes.
He's the difference.
It's always him who makes the plays, which is good to see from Dodipune that, no matter what happens, he doesn't get, afraid to make big plays.
Okay, we're seeing exactly what happened.
It looked really good though.
Third Drake, he gets hooked. It looks like they're going to be able to one-shot him. And then, let's see if we had it right. He gets ulted out with Kindred being up. Yeah, he proto-belts in to stay alive. And then just starts channeling his ultimate, flashes in with... He had like 50 health before that went off.
Yeah.
Those are some slim margins.
Yeah, that's...
The triple replay. Damn.
Oh my god.
Perfect would have been to stopwatch right after.
Yeah. That would have been like a him moment for sure.
Man, JoJo again in one of these game states where things are turning against C9. We had just got done talking about how hard it is to win these fights and find the angles where you can deal with these two fed marksmen. And there it was, JoJo finding that massive ulti to get C9 the Baron. They're up 3,000 gold now, and they've got the Baron for another minute and 45 seconds. They're already at plus 2,400 gold from it now that that bottom lane tier 2 has been knocked down. And Shopify, everything's different now. They're on the back foot.
Yeah, they're gonna hate that if this is what loses in the game. They did get the dragon though. While C9 took the Baron, they got the dragon. They have 3 dragons now, Soul Point. And B-Boy still is strong, so is Insanity. Like, I still think if Shopify goes back to the same game plan they had before this moment, nothing has really changed too much, honestly.
I think so.
I still think that Insanity will win side lane against anyone. He will still be pushing, so I think they can still just default back to the same game plan they had before.
Yeah, I think Blabber, Berserker are going to be at a point where they can start making Fake God a little bit more paper. Like, they're going to have enough damage.
Blabber especially.
Yeah, because how many marks is he at now? He's at 7.
I don't really like the Hurricane, though. I don't feel like that's a lot of value in this game. But,
I mean, if you're Fake God, you just go Randuin's here, just become Turbo Tank.
Yeah, but he's been buying that. He's buying something that looks like a Jack Show or a Knight's Vow or something.
I mean, Knight's Vow for B-Boy could be really strong. That
yeah,
is really
would be good as well, yeah. I think that's good. It's the double crit champs.
It's kind of, I think it's really about Cloud9 holding position here. So, like, yes, they have Baron for 43 more seconds. I think they're going to want this turret for gold. But then, like, finding a way to keep deep wards and stop Shopify from having a good setup on the next Drake is going to have to be top of mind for them.
The Grub's coming in big here for C9. Getting them 2 towers now.
That's true.
They made this Baron work. 2,000 gold so far from the Baron buff. They might get top tower as well. They have a pretty good siege with the Kindred and Illusion range at this point. Shopify doesn't have a lot of wave clear. They can't really defend towers very well.
Baron still for another 15 seconds. Nami Tidal Wave goes out. Fake God's going to explode. Barely survives thanks to the redemption there at the very end as the Ignite was ticking on him. But now you got JoJo getting bursted pretty low. Stasis to keep himself alive. Lamb's Respite to keep himself alive-er. And C9 walks out with all 5 of their dudes still breathing.
Alive-er?
Yeah. The first one kept you alive. The second one kept you more alive. Boogie's nearly dead. Shopify trying to get away now as the tier 2 turret's going to be forced down. And Berserker's ready to go in. Zazel goes straight to his death. Shopify in a 4v5. C9 still pushing up.
The Baron's out though, and that is a flash from Berserker. You have to get the tower here, or it's not actually that worth it, I think. It unironically is not that bad for Shopify. They got the flash on Lucian and Kindred from this fight, and they only lost 1 guy.
You're right.
And Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, so they won't have flashes on 2 of their biggest carries. It sounds like cope, but actually it's not too bad at this point in the game to trade your life for a flash.
Quick reminder, LCS playoffs are going to be starting Thursday, Friday, and then also being played on Saturday, Sunday, so 4 days of
big
LCS.
week.
The Thursday, Friday games are big games, too. Those are the upper brackets, so that's going to be the 2 vs 3 game and the 1 vs 4 game on Thursday and Friday. But watching this one more time, I agree that overall, the cope of they use flashes is going to work, but I think Cloud9 saw a chance to potentially win the game. Like, if this fight goes correctly, they can get a few more kills and maybe end the game, but...
I think Berserker didn't have to flash the hook at the end there. I think you just have tanked it and then just kept going with the culling afterwards. I think he had to cool him back up at the end of this replay. I feel like there was more to get there. This is my moment right here. I feel like he can kill everyone. Plays as well. Dashes forward.
Turret's on it.
Flashes the hook, but I feel like no one will kill him there if he doesn't flash it, right? And he had to ult still to go. Perhaps.
Yeah. Instead of
never
going
know.
back even, you maybe go forward, maybe the Nami starts
just tank the hook. No one can kill him anyways, right? B-Boy couldn't 1v5. Insanity jumped out at the same time.
We got the Dragon set up now, though. 45 seconds. They have Fake God pushing bot. They still have all their inhibitor turrets, so they don't really have to worry that much. Insanity can even catch waves and teleport, or Fake God can catch waves and teleport if they need. This is going to be a really big Dragon fight. I know the Cloud Soul is not the be-all, end-all for these comps, but it's still a big bump of power.
They really need to get Jordan either a flank or a TP ward. So far, they don't have those. They might just go down mid here and give the soul to get the base. They could push mid and top here at the same time and just go for 2 inhibs. They're tipping for it.
Yeah,
going for it.
C9 just wants to hard force this. They're saying if you're going to go after the Drake, it's not even spawning for another 15 seconds. C9 brute force down the tier 3 turret. Fake God coming around from the flank. JoJo finds a knockup on 3 again. The angle is there. The burst is down. And Shopify's already lost 2 men, but JoJo expires 2. Now Fudge cuts down B-Boy in the 1v1, and Insanity needs to mop him up. A double kill for Blabber, and only Insanity stands on Shopify Rebellion. A TP to try to bring himself back into defend in time. Insanity has to try to hold this somehow.
I don't think he can.
280 carries and a support and a 6 grubs.
It's tough, man. Insanity flashes away from the bubble from the Nami. He wants the burst on Blabber. The bomb still strapped to his head. Kindred, he dies to the turret shot. Insanity's defense will hold the line.
is huge. They can go for Dragon now, maybe. I think he actually might be able to one-two them here at Dragon. Berserker. Oh, good blue trinket from Insanity. He smells them right there.
This is crazy, man. Insanity keeping the game, keeping the split alive for Shopify Rebellion.
Fake has TP. They were right to the Dragon here, or to the Baron, or both.
I mean, it really felt like this was actually the end.
This has to be a massive misplay from C9. There's no way he can win this 1v3 here.
Turret goes on
Berserker and
Blabber.
Blabber are completely off sync here. One guy dashes out, one guy jumps in.
They could have had it. I think if C9 played properly, it's
Even
over.
hitting the towers alone would have been enough, I think.
All right, Shopify back out on the map. The Drake is alive. That is a soul if they claim it. The Baron also back up there in the top lane. Nami Wave flies out as Fake God looks for potential angle here. Remember, Blabber's still dead for another 5 seconds. Shopify are walking over to Baron, but they got to remember, there's super minions pushing down mid lane. The Nexus only has 1 turret left guarding it. Shopify cannot just give away full mid lane priority to Cloud9.
They're losing 4v5 while Blabber is dead.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. It's time to go. Go hit the Dragon or hit the Baron. Just do something.
Yeah, I thought they were going to run straight to Dragon there and just flip a fight.
Yeah.
One big thing about that last fight, though, is Fudge just completely mauled B-Boy. Like, he completely 1v1'd him in the backside. So this Kai'Sa that still hasn't completed Death Cap just isn't strong enough. Blabber's going to pick this up for free. That was a window. I think that was a window where Shopify could have capitalized, but I think they were afraid of the open Nexus situation to actually go for Drake.
Yeah, perhaps that's what.
Exactly, 3-3. 3-3 on the Drakes now, so next one's Soul no matter what. You just mentioned the Death Cap not being completed yet, Jat, and right after you said it, it was purchased from B-Boy. So 4-item power spike there for the Kai'Sa. You can see the Tristana from Insanity now also having his. This game is going all the way. Like, even though it's a 7,000 gold lead for C9, Shopify can still win a fight depending on the execution.
I have some Jat stats here. How many games have we seen this split so far with 6 dragons being killed?
So this week, all of them. Like, there's,
I feel like I've seen these movies before.
Yeah, it's happened so much. It's a little bit ridiculous. And it's at the level of parity we have in this league. Teams aren't blowing each other out early game. Like, we said, Cloud9's the best early game team in the league. They're almost 500. 100 Thieves is the worst early game team in the league. They're first place. And that's how close we are. Because, like, worst is relative, right? They're all pretty even at 15 minutes. So we end up getting these really close games.
Oh, man. Shopify are just dedicated to the... We've got an ARAM, boys. They've got to defend mid. They do not want to allow C9 to try to force this down mid lane. Insanity has lost half his HP. C9's going to force him back with a culling. Also chewing through Fake God down to 2/3 HP here on the Udyr as the redemption is necessary to keep Shopify healthy enough. C9 potentially thinking about where they could go with that chunk. The healing is enough to get Insanity. Fake God, everybody's still doing good enough on the side of Shopify to not have to head back to Fountain, but both neutral objectives are up. Well, just the Baron for now, I guess. Sorry, misspoke. Was thinking about earlier where the Drake was there. We've got the one neutral objective that's very important still up. And at the rate this is going, the Dragon's going to be back up before either team leaves mid lane.
Lucian had a bit of a power hole early in the game, but now he's fully online. Doing some actual damage
strong
now.
So strong. He's also got the Serpent's Fang as the final item to cut through some of the shielding coming out from the Udyr, the Nautilus, the Ivern. The Baron's already down to 2,000 HP. It's going to be claimed by C9 before Shopify can even get into the area. And because there's nothing else for Shopify to take, C9 are feeling good about making that call.
Blabber is actually so strong. 308 CS, 11 Kindred marks.
What's that range? Like 700 at this point?
Jojo, huge engage, finds two, but now B-Boy goes back over the wall with a killer instinct, looking to take him down. Blabber's here on the front, and Lamb's reference already used. B-Boy finds the kill on Jojo. What looked like it might have been the angle here for Cloud9. It's Shopify's fight to keep going. A snipe nearly kills Blabber, but he barely hangs on. B-Boy making the outplay against Jojo's engages. Berserker goes in looking for the 1v4. Vulcan gets the kill on Fake God, but it's going to be traded back against Berserker.
Can I just push on mid here?
They can push a lot, but they don't have Baron, so Blabber, Fudge, and Vulcan can probably suicide to keep these waves alive.
Probably just a few towers, yeah.
They have 280 carries, though, and Zazel could tank.
Dude,
There's a chance.
That was insane by Insanity. The ulti over the wall into B-Boy's ultimate, chasing him over the wall and finishing him off. That was actually a crazy combo. Might have been not on purpose, but that was sick.
Okay, they definitely run out of minions.
Yeah, just 1 tower, 2 towers. Wow.
Man.
That felt like the moment.
What a game.
Right there to win. If there ever was a moment.
I was literally checking Blabber's range at 625. I missed the start.
I just realized
that's how fast it happened.
We haven't had a single fight this game that wasn't either Jojo engaging or getting engaged on.
Yeah.
It starts and ends with him, no matter what. It's always him.
Okay, I mean, it looks
Insanity,
so cute.
But
that was so fast.
That was such a nice ult by Insanity. He saw it coming, I think. That has to be prediction.
Yeah, and then B-Boy instantly going to chase him down.
He saw his moment.
Beautiful.
Killer instinct, super nice. At this point, it's over for C9. They can't fight back at this point until FlyQuest goes way too deep here.
I actually can't believe that W didn't kill onto Blabber in the back.
Yeah.
With a death cap, Kaisa?
I mean, he's like half and half, right? He doesn't really have the full poke build. He doesn't have the full DPS build either.
True.
It was really important there that FakeGod got that punch on Berserker right before he died to stun him. Guarantee that it's a 1-for-1. Fudge completing the Sterix Gauge. Renekton now full build for the side of C9.
Isn't it crazy that you can play a whole split of LCS and then whether or not you go to playoffs or your split is over can be like, oh yeah, that one frame where FakeGod auto-attack Berserker, or like that one missed W.
That one-time W got back the Kindred ulti.
The culling is just a Gatling gun at this point. Zeyzal trying to hook away to safety. No, Berserker got him. That might just be the end of the game right now as Insanity has to disengage and B-Boy's running to the safety of the tier 3 turret. C9 have the Nexus in their eyes. It is only one turret left to protect it. Berserker! He wanted to go, but now he got got. Jojo with the rest of C9. Still looking maybe for an angle here. It's still 4v4. Berserker was so hungry for it.
Bro, the dragon is spawning in 10 seconds as well. It's gonna be a solo for Shopify.
Or then they have the Baron buff just ending. They have them pushed in, but surely, yeah, the death timer difference between Berserker and Zeyzal, they should just push through mid, go towards Drake and get it.
Death timers and the importance as well. I think Berserker's a little bit more important than Zeyzal, even if they're both alive.
Does Jojo go for a fight here to contest? Does he?
This is, yeah, they're on the brush. They're just setting up inside the control ward. FakeGod's the only one here who's going to face check it. He stays alive for now when he gets away. Insanity knocking them out. Yeah, there's just not enough damage to kill FakeGod. There's not enough damage to do anything to the Cloud9 players.
I was just preparing my Berserker's back speech. I was thinking in my head, the MVP he's back, he's so back, and he brought it down. I'm like, no.
So we, yesterday, the day before, we asked questions about is Berserker him? Talking about, you know, is he that guy? He thought he was that guy.
I thought he was him.
Right here. He was not that guy.
I gotta credit B-Boy though. He was channeling the W as Berserker goes for it.
It's like, oh man, I'm inting. That's my face as well.
B-Boy had all his buttons up.
Yeah.
He just got him.
You never dash and flash in as Lucian. You typically just...
That was definitely... I have seen Raz do that exact play before.
Why that was Raz over there. That's kind of messed up.
No, there's a scale from Faker to Raz. Have you ever played a game with Raz?
No, thankfully.
Okay, I was gonna say that's why you asked the question. Once you play one game with Raz, and you will realize why Raz is. we love you, Raz. It's all banter. It's all banter.
I have played with Faker, however. Well, against him.
Oh,
that's not so nice.
Yeah. Probably you understand why he's at that end.
I will say, out of the 12 or 13 games against Faker, I've won one.
That's more than most people have.
That's more than most people. Yeah. I think we take those.
I mean, we're moving towards item cap. Berserker's been 6 items. B-Boy's 5.5.
Somehow B-Boy's not full build. I don't know how.
360 CS, 6 kills. That is a good question.
His stuff's super expensive. Yeah, his stuff's super expensive, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. The fire cannon. I mean, actually, no, they are all expensive. I don't know. 3K plus. Everything for Berserker besides the Serpent's Fang.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, I can't. I don't know the item gold.
I think everything they're buying is 3K plus besides the.
Yeah, maybe he's just drunk on potions because they've been on the brink of death.
A lot of potions.
So he's just been.
He's thirsty.
Spending 500 gold.
Just sipping potions all game long.
This fight is the next one. This is the most important fight. I buy a potion. Next fight is the most important one.
Well, the big takeaway from that is just this gold lead for C9, this 8,000 gold, means less and less as we keep going.
Insanity going for the Terminus instead of the Lord Dominic's as his pen item is kind of interesting. I feel like the Dominic's crit plus pen is better than the on-hit plus pen at this point. It will give you maximum crit. Or arm pen as well. I mean, I guess a little bit of defensive stats from Terminus is not bad at this point of the game. It gives like 30 armor and more at this point, I suppose.
Yeah, I could see that. Maybe he's also just going for the squishies. He's like, someone else can take care of Fudge, but they're so much faster with the Soul, but it's still Cloud9 with control here.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen Berserker ult someone down mid like 20 times this fight, and every time FakeGod tanks it with Zeyzal and a shield from Boogie.
But the thing that was different that time, Zeyzal uses the dredge line out immediately because he remembers how fast he died the last time. You can look at Fudge's position though. Fudge is looking for a potential wraparound.
The only thing that matters is Jodopion. It all starts with him and it ends with him as well. Every time he presses W, everyone knows it could be the real one.
You gotta respect it, man.
There's so much pressure on him to make the fight because he's the only one in the whole game that has an engage button at this point.
FakeGod's getting low-key chunked a little bit. He's down about 1,500 health just from little tags from the rapid-fire cannon on Berserker. They want to be able to get in position of this Baron, but they just can't seem to push Cloud9 out of mid lane. They're trapped in this endless mid lane cycle.
They can't move because the moment they move anywhere else in the mid lane, C9 has Baron.
Yeah.
So then they'll be forced to TP anyway, so why would you not just stay here, right? Because
they're really
C9
just
has
they
all
started
the,
it. They started it. Does Shopify just go in?
Okay, Shopify have to try to answer this. C9 got the Baron already down to 1/3 HP. They want to just finish this one off. Boogie and FakeGod trying to make an entry, but the Baron is already going to be secured by Fudge of all people. FakeGod and the rest of Shopify still seeing if there's a way, an angle to try to play the fight. Fudge wants to get away. FakeGod chasing after him. Insanity coming around on the side, but the calling nearly cuts him down. Berserker forces Shopify back, but B-Boy is still looking for a snipe. Not going to get it.
Did you see JoJo leaving his clone in the bush, made FakeGod, and everyone like double take?
Yep.
Like they were so afraid of checking that Baron. Really well played by C9 to get it there.
Shopify, second time this game alone, they just given a Baron.
Yeah. GA for Berserker. Who needs boots?
Yeah.
How do you stand on GA versus boots?
Oh, so I'm not going to answer that question at all because I don't actually have an opinion. I play Skirmish. Skirmish doesn't build Guardian Angel.
I hate Skirmish.
But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up for you.
Okay, anyways, move on.
Well, what I was going to get at is the critical importance of the timers here, because if Cloud9 doesn't manage to end on this, they still have Baron for the next 2 minutes. The Elder spawns in under that timer. So C9 has control over the entire Rift up until the game-ending buff spawns, guaranteed. If they don't feel that they can hard force this, they don't have to.
It's true. Even if they don't get the Nexus towers or the Nexus, they can just get 2 inhibs and then go for the Elder Rig with a good fight. They will have control of the area, guaranteed. Give it a good fight to Jodipune. There's no way.
It's just a
Shopify can
standoff.
win.
Zazel doesn't want to hook in because they're going to...
He will die one shot.
Yeah, he'll die one shot. They're going to get the inhib for free. I wonder if they just hold and try and get the Nexus turret too. Like, if they can just hold this pattern.
If the hook isn't like a game-winning, he will just ult someone and then Jodipune flash in and kill everyone.
Yep. It's a game-winning or game-losing hook, most likely. Shopify trying to hold on to their last Nexus turret. There they go. They're looking to find the burst, but the Lamb's Respite is going to keep C9 alive. JoJo's ulti doesn't hit anybody. That could be huge, but now C9's looking to fight on back. B-Boy into the back line, but he ain't going to find the kills here just yet. It's nobody dead on Cloud9. Berserker trying to come back now with the Guardian Angel as C9 disengages. A 1-for-1 trade, but it's Berserker for Zazel, and now C9's going to try to run. They lock down FakeGod, but Shopify Rebellion are in hot pursuit. Blabber and Fudge both looking to recall. Cloud Soul gives 20% move speed without your ulti even being cast. Boogie flashing in for the root collar, but he doesn't hit it. There's your Void Seeker. FakeGod's still going. He's flying like a bat out of hell. Shopify Rebellion find another. Berserker dead. 35 seconds still on that clock. Shopify with a 4v3. JoJo, the Nico ulti, I believe, is almost ready to go again. Shopify still pushing. Daisy back on the map.
They want it. They want to try and end, but they just can't get the minions to the turret.
Come on, Shopify. Let's see what you got, boys. Blabber and Fudge trying to defend, but Shopify do not have the push power. The Elder is live on the map.
Oh, no.
No, they got greedy for the end and they can't end. Now the spawn timers are going to be up in time for the dragon.
I think they have enough damage that Insanity and Boogie can just rush it. That's what they're going to try and do. Then they have to recall right away.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. It's theirs. It's theirs. It's theirs. Oh my god.
What a game! 48 minutes and 49 seconds, and I still don't know who the hell's gonna win.
3 flowers. I'm gonna fight at least. Dude,
okay, I just heard longest game of the split.
Okay.
Now you go.
Guaranteed banger. Okay, so Zazel's ult, I think it hits Jodipune as he's charging his ulti. The splash damage from knockup hits him and ruins the entire ultimate, and then it's all over. They use Kinder ultimate, they use Nico ultimate, and then it's just over.
I just don't know how Berserker got where he got.
Yeah, I was like...
Because by the end of that fight, he was still in the base, and he probably was in the middle of the fight when his GA popped, and then in the 4 seconds of the revive, C9 all ran out, and it just looked really goofy.
They're like,
yeah,
peace, bro.
I'm almost certain that's what it was. Is he died in the initial engage, and then as soon as he dropped, the rest of the team was like, all right, leave him.
Definitely, yeah.
All right, they got supers and Elder for 1 minute and 50 seconds. But they're going to try something. They can't. It's so late game. Those minions are paper.
Yeah. But Elder makes everybody paper.
They have Smolder on steroids right now.
Yeah. This is the 5-man Smolder.
I hate that champion. Just want to mention out there while we're here.
That's fair, man. That's your time to shine.
What are Shopify doing?
I mean, they're trying. They're trying to make playoffs, but this is the struggle.
My bad, Jed.
If they lose, they are eliminated from the split. If they win, they can at least get a tiebreaker for playoffs, maybe get it outright.
Have to go in and die while everyone else ends the game.
70 seconds left.
They just can't.
Just hook
on the Elder.
Backline.
The minion waves are just getting destroyed. Fake God's gonna soak the turret here for now. Daisy's coming in. Nexus turret number 1 already down. Now Fake God and the rest of Shopify regrouping, getting ready for the next wave. There's 55 seconds left on the Elder. They're probably only gonna have this next wave to still use the Elder buff. I think it's this one, or you just back off.
Last wave. Saison, just hook someone, ult someone behind him, and just die for the cause. Come on, bro. Please, someone just die here. Fake God. Saison, just get in there, bros.
Lucian calling, just trying to stop the wave. Saison and Fake God wanted to keep the wave alive. Now Blabber's got to back up. Insanity and the rest of Shopify, they know that they only got 30 seconds left here on the Elder, but the minion wave is gone. C9 will hold on.
Back to another Baron.
Yeah.
The dance continues.
Elder. Let's do it again.
I mean, I think like right now, if you measure the heart rate on Shopify's players, it's gonna be up there.
Everyone's in triple digits for sure.
It's probably one of those that's actually in a danger zone. Hold on.
10 seconds on this.
TP showing up. The Elder, 5 seconds left on it. Fake God making his entry back into the fight as Fudge has already used Dominance. Nami wave goes out. Blabber's below half HP. The Nexus turret is not dead yet. Jojo wants the angle. He goes in for the engage on 3. Jojo Pune again and again and again and again. He brings Cloud9 back from the edge.
Look at Fudge's face. He's like, oh, he's so relieved. It's finally over. Man. Why didn't they do that hook play before Elder expired? Why did you wait until it expired?
The second Elder expired, they hook in. Jojo counter engages. Cloud9 win the banger.
Shopify are officially eliminated from playoff contention in spring 2024. Jat, you already said it, the longest game of our split so far. Shopify held on for so long.
Yeah.
But I just cannot praise enough the clutch factor of this Cloud9 mid lane.
Yeah. I mean, you said it. There's nothing else to say. It's every single fight started with him getting hooked or him going in on the own team. There was no one else in this game that made any sort of play even near his level of impact.
Yeah, massive plays by Jojo, bows for Cloud9. And you could tell how much Shopify wanted that win.
Yeah.
I think how much down the stretch the nerves might have gotten them. Like that last push was so strange once the Elder came to it. You have to be disappointed after that battle. 52 minutes, clawing their way back, getting the Cloud Soul, and just losing in the final fight. 37 kills in 52 minutes.
It might be the single worst feeling in esports. That last game you play, they lost before your season is over or your split is over, right?
Yeah.
Now you know you won't play a game until summer split and then it's all over. And you can't stop thinking about that one team fight. If you had ulted this one guy or flashed that one ability or something, it will all change.
It's like we talked about earlier, League of Legends, the whole game could just come down to that one single instance, right? Yeah. The example earlier was, Fake God getting the stun on Berserker or whatever. What if just one little thing is different? What if one interaction goes your way? What if back in mid lane when the Kaisa Void Seeker hit Blabber, it does 12 more damage and it kills him, right?
One different rune maybe,
Right. Like, what if I have Scorch here for whatever reason and he just dies? It's tough.
For Shopify Rebellion, but at least they got with a big banger. Wow.
What a game, man. C9 will take their dub. They'll go up to 8 wins now. Again, still less than a lot of people predicted coming into the split, but you just can never count these guys out, I feel like, especially with plays like that from Jojo getting made. Now it's time to join Emily and Blabber and Jojo on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much. That game was, can we say, a banger, the longest game this split. How you guys doing?
I think we need a ban, but we still won, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Just be happy we got 3rd place, I guess.
I was going to say, take me through that sick, Kindred Nico combo that you guys have, because obviously that was a core part of your composition. But then the game went way longer after that, turned into an ARAM. So, Jojo, we'll start with you. Take me through your base defense. As Shopify have a tiny bit of Elder left, they're going. What are your comms like?
I mean, we just said that their Elder's about to run out, and it's our last wave, so if we defend this, we should be good. And then they just gave us an angle, and we went for it. So I think we're playing really well defending before, but I thought they could have been more aggressive, so yeah.
Yeah, I think they honestly, both teams tunneled a bit too hard on the NA RAM this game. But I think like they could have easily taken 3 inhibs with their Elder instead of just sieging down mid, 1 lane, and just taking Baron after. We probably would have lost, but I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah, it was fortunate. One thing, I was going to have you take me through just Kindred as a pick. I did want to talk to you about it a little bit, just because we've seen it a lot in LPL from Milky Way specifically, and then kind of spreading. Shin played it last night. Obviously, they managed to keep you down in marks for a really long time. So what I want to ask is, why is your team not defending you?
To be honest, I think I played like really bad today. Okay. I haven't played that much Kindred, I would say, and it was like we just had confidence in the 4-5. I think I definitely could have played better on my marks. I think my first mark, I could have got 2 on the bot crab, and yeah, I wasn't playing enough for my marks, and I don't think I played overall that well, but in general, you need to play for marks as Kindred.
True. And then Jojo, you kind of famously on Pros this past week said you would love to face 100 Thieves in playoffs.
I mean, I think 100 Thieves is really good. If I verse them, I'm going to be very scared, so I really hope we don't verse them. Actually, I changed my mind. So if we verse them in playoffs, I'm going to be really sad.
See, I was about to say, like, oh, okay, what advice do you have for FlyQuest to, like, win and then seed 100 Thieves against you?
Wait, I don't know how it works. If FlyQuest wins?
If FlyQuest win,
yeah, if FlyQuest win, you play 100 Thieves.
Because they're 2-0.
Okay, I really want 100 Thieves to win because I really don't, like, I really want to verse FlyQuest, so we'll see. Okay.
All right. And then last from both of you, I'll start with you, Blabber. Obviously, it's been a really up and down season for you guys. What do you think you have to improve on the most going into playoffs?
I think we just need to play better. And when we have our leads, a lot of times we get our leads and then I feel like we're running around like headless chickens. We don't execute well, I would say, from the positions that we have. So yeah, we have to look at how, our macro, how we're playing as a team. And in general, I think we are getting leads. We just aren't transitioning them well into the mid to late game.
Okay.
Yeah, just play better.
Play better. You heard it here. And before the break, do you guys know what's happening next Thursday? That's right, it's LCS playoffs, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next week. We'll see you on the other side of the break for FlyQuest versus Dignitas.
Oh, they're not hitting, okay?
Look, I'm sorry.
We still have to we can win. Yeah. Kill Tris. Tris is dead. Can we end? Wait, actually, we can end, no? We have Kindred, guys. Try it. Check there. I've also 5 seconds on Elder, guys. We can slowly fight. I'm bubbling Udyr. Close. Look at you guys. Look, Tris. I'm GA. Look, Tris dead. Nice, we win. We won. Go back. It's fine. Let's just celebrate this win because we got the win and talk about it in review, guys. It's fine.
I'm down. Good job.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now. Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch. Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs. I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
No, that's fine.
Oh, I locked in Mordekaiser.
Oh, what?
Oh, for me in a 1v1, I'm thinking lethal tempo.
We got 1v1s with Shopify Rebellion solo lanes, Fake God, and Insanity. LCS Discord suggested some matchups for you two. One of them is a Yuumi 1v1.
Okay.
The other one is an Aurelia 1v1. So what would you rather play?
Yumi. Let's do Yumi.
You want to do Yumi? You're that scared of my Aurelia?
Yes, I'm going to lose the Aurelia matchup. Aurelia's a mid-lane champion.
Wow.
The confidence. What are you doing, Aaron?
It's a 50-50 win.
Yumi?
You know?
We'll do Yumi.
Oh, what about our... Oh, wait, we're banning. Okay, what about our runes, though?
Figure it out for yourself, bro.
Oh, what? We're not
You
doing
want to match runes?
Yeah, let's match runes.
I thought we're supposed to use our brains here.
Oh my god.
You have brain power left, right?
Oh yeah, you're gonna use that as an excuse afterward, after you potentially win.
Yeah, why are you screen peeking? Stop screen peeking.
I didn't realize I was showing it.
Oh, you didn't realize while you looked straight at the monitor?
I didn't realize it.
Yeah, I didn't realize either when I just looked up as well.
Hold on.
I have shadows on, I can't play. Oh, you have a bad item.
Dude, I'm stuttering across the map.
I'm just getting shit on. Nice, I crit for that minion. I'm out. Oh, no.
Wait, you started Zeal?
I thought I was going to crit more, but it's fine. That's why I said I was going to leave it up to chance. Hilarious,
awesome.
you know?
I'm going to slow push.
Dude, where's my Hextech portal? This map's outdated. You're a little low there, Aaron. You want a base? How are you level 5?
Because I've been slow pushing.
Why are you slow pushing, you tryhard?
Oh, you beat me. Oh my god.
Wait.
It's level 3 versus 5.
Oh my god.
I have barrier.
That shield? You have barrier still?
I didn't use it.
Okay. Wait, my death timer is... It was like, what, 20 seconds almost? What is that? I'm level 36, man.
Ult is worse.
Can I FF? Can we remake?
Yeah.
I kill you once already? Okay, I gotta look for another kill.
What are you gonna do, Aaron? Are you
That's
gonna
push?
Or are you gonna base?
My condition's pretty good, and I don't care about mana.
That's how you know he's sweating. Just listen to this guy.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Oh, he's diving.
Woo! Oh, I can't auto.
Aaron?
Oh, no.
Oh! Wait.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it didn't matter.
Yes.
What did you even hit me with?
Auto.
There's
That's
so
what
many
Yumi
poros,
does.
by the way. Look at that. It's so cute.
Yeah. Well, easy win, as expected.
You left it up to chance. Sometimes the dice doesn't roll that way. But we'll see you next
just
time
unlucky.
on 1v1s.
Do anything. Genji is too controlled.
Because of what you said.
I mean, normally I feel like I have to beat my old team because I'm like, I have to prove I'm better, but it is Dignitas, so it's like, you know, I didn't really feel too much there, to be honest.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got FlyQuest, we've got Dignitas. That's going to be our technically last game of the regular season. Then we have tiebreakers. So here's the ramifications of the next game going forward. FlyQuest. If FlyQuest wins, they have, as this is just loading up, locked in first place. They get sold first place, and a very boring tiebreaker between 5th and 6th. That's just for the lower bracket. Here's the exciting one. If Dignitas wins this, as we clear this on up, if Dignitas wins, 100 Thieves will have sole possession of first place, and it'll be a tiebreaker for 4th and 5th, which determines who gets in the upper bracket and the lower bracket. Let's take a look at what that playoff bracket would actually look like. That would be 100 Thieves going up potentially against the Team Liquid or Dignitas. So huge playoff ramifications if Dignitas wins. So stay tuned for that one. We're going straight into the draft, FlyQuest versus Dignitas.
Yeah, I think if Dignitas wins, it's a very big if.
Yeah. It's it's an uphill battle for them. Obviously, Fly already removing the smolder for Tomo, which I think they've been really successful when they've been looking at bot lane focus compositions.
Yeah.
Like when they have a clear idea of here's how we want to play. We want to play around Tomo. This is what we want to do. They've looked really good, like better than I had expected.
Yeah.
When they don't have that kind of clear game plan.
Yeah, and very obvious and easy win con to execute.
Yeah.
It's Dignitas' like best way to play.
Ooh, Senna first pick for FlyQuest.
Escape Iron, let's go.
Iron. Congratulations.
Man, I wonder what it's like down there.
I don't know.
Anyways, Senna first pick, answered by Vars. I think FlyQuest is pretty happy about this one. They get the Senna and okay, the Nall's taken away.
Yeah, Null's taken away. Then you probably just want to go towards the Tahm Kench bot side, right?
Yeah, maybe the Ornn.
Oh, no. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I think Tahm Kench is probably the most likely pick here. Busio is the kind of guy he likes to be funny.
True.
Sometimes. He's the kind of guy, if something else is going to be played, then like Tahm Kench or Ornn, it's him who's going to play it.
What's the most creative pick you've seen from Busio, just in general? Because I've seen, like, at least in solo queue, I've seen Camille support or whatever.
Yeah, Camille supports. It's not that almost specific for him, but I've seen Rumble supports.
Oh, there we go.
I've seen like Nico's. I've seen a lot of fine things from this guy.
Yeah. As a reminder for everybody, Orianna banned. Azir's unplayable. So
unplayable.
Unplayable, literally.
It's just that broken.
Yeah.
Thank God, honestly. It's a nice ban.
So that just means Jensen's going towards the Hwei.
Some people are like, oh man, like Jensen's like, that sucks for him, right? He can't play the Azir, but some people are probably so happy about the Azir ban.
Yes.
I'm happy about it.
Yeah,
it means we get more interesting
It's a win for
drafts.
viewers for sure. The way blind pick is interesting.
What do you think Dignitas is going to use their counter pick for? Because usually FlyQuest on red side will dedicate last pick to Bwipo.
Yeah, I think top lane last pick would be the case no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, in this case, it's easy because FlyQuest just blinded way in the first three, so now just pick mid and then the last pick top with jungle on 4. But even if they didn't do this, I think Dig was going to last pick top no matter what. And I think that's a slam dunk against Bwipo. He's like the kind of guy that giving counter pick is dangerous. He plays like the fine champs like Olaf and, I don't know, Darius or Trundle top. I don't know. Like, I've seen this guy play some funny things before. Echo top, Victor top. You know.
Oh, no.
Cho'Gath? He was a big Cho'Gath
He's
enjoyer.
He's a big dark technology kind of guy. So you definitely don't want to give him a free pick, so to speak.
On the opposite side, not this year nearly as much, but previously, last year, Rich was known for kind of doing that too, like slamming. So I'm kind of waiting. I'm not sure if they do it, because like there's two sides to it, right? In such a crucial game like this, R5 counter pick, we're going to go hard counter pick. We're going to rely on Rich to play something like he has in the past.
Yeah, we've seen the Quinn, we've seen the Alawi. Alawi's not good right now, but still.
Or we just go something, we remove what he doesn't want to face.
Despite Dignitas being better than last year, relatively, I still feel like Rich has had a kind of sleeper split. He hasn't been as, important in their games as he was last year.
Just want to point out the misban from FlyQuest is actually a visual bug. It is a Gnar ban. So it's Gnar and Darius for FlyQuest.
And Darius is the team banning from FlyQuest. It's interesting.
We're setting up for the Udyr, I think. I feel like they're saying, Dig, you want to pick Udyr here, or we're going to pick it.
The Gnar ban definitely implies they're picking either Udyr or K'Sante, perhaps.
Yeah.
I might just get a K'Sante versus Udyr.
Oh, Viego. Viego being picked in for XU. So actually, yes, as we mentioned going into the start of the draft, it's going to be 5 pick for Rich.
I can't say I'm a big fan of like picking reset champions like Viego and Ari against champs like Tahm Kench.
Yeah.
And then obviously it's going to be either a Udyr blind pick or a K'Sante blind pick from Bwipo, which means there's going to be a lot of champs that are hard to kill, and you rely on like, limited DPS. You rely more on like burst, one-shot, reset, and then keep going.
Yeah.
That's so hard to do against like long-range champs like Hwei and Senna and 2 mega fat tanks like Tahm Kench and Udyr. And this is probably a tank as well, or some sort of like bruiser from Inspired.
Oh.
The Graves.
Wow. It's a Graves pick.
I think it's a good pick, honestly. I think they need a little bit more damage than just the Senna and the Hwei, so some sort of bruiser or semi-carry would be good here.
Any form of DPS would be good from Rich's side. I was thinking Aatrox, but he's going towards just the AP hovers.
Yeah, it'd be curious to see the Mordekaiser we did see.
Don't do that.
Oh no.
We're gonna. Oh!
That like
Twisted Fate top!
He locked it in!
It did get nerfed on this patch, I believe.
Yes.
Second time it got nerfed in history, and it's definitely not as OP now as it was like 2 patches ago. It still works, but I don't think it's nearly as oppressive as it was before. I think you could pick something else too, like a Vayne top would be on the same thing here.
I was thinking about that. That's what we saw from Dokla a little earlier on. Actually, a question for you. Which draft do you like between both of them? As it kind of just...
I think both drafts are fine.
Yeah.
I think that the last pick top could have been better for Dignitas. I think something more like the Vayne would have been better than TF this game. I don't think that it's easy to make plays with TF against Tahm Kench Senna. It's hard to like find a pick against the comp that they have because they're so much range. So, but I think both teams drafted to their conditions as a team. So
I like that thought.
Yeah.
I want to hear from the casters on that and what you guys think.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last regularly scheduled game of the regular split for spring 2024. Savannah's back there in the lounge. It's just me and Jat for this one. I like the point that they bring up, Jat, about how it's harder to play champs that want to have resets, like the Ahri, like the Viego, into just super tanky run man like Udyr, and then Tahm Kench, who just saves the squishies.
And then they have Twisted Fate top lane, which is a really exciting pick, but also just plays towards that pick playstyle. It's almost like Dignitas said, we want to do this reset, catch people out thing, and FlyQuest ends up having a very good team composition against it. But again, it's going to come down to a lot of execution. Resetting the stakes one more time for this game as well.
Okay.
A win means FlyQuest is the #1 seed.
Because of head-to-head with 100 Thieves.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Even though they'd both be 10-4, they're 2-0 against 100 Thieves. What's interesting is Cloud9 is the 3rd seed locked. So a win means the first round matchup is 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. But if FlyQuest loses, they're playing C9 in the first round. And we just saw C9. They're not necessarily in top form, but they still have that name recognition. So I definitely think FlyQuest is trying to get that first seed.
Exactly. You don't want to start off the first round of playoffs against the team that everybody thought was going to be the top dogs coming into the split, even if they haven't met that same level of expectation so far. On the other side, though, when we're talking about Dignitas, it has been 969 days since Dignitas last made playoffs in 2 consecutive splits. That's almost 3 years.
That's a long time.
Been a long time, and for Dignitas, they're already in. That's big. So they want to make sure that now that they're doing it, they're making a mark.
And they could actually get top 4. They win this, then they play again in the tiebreaker. They win that, they'd be top 4, and they'd actually end up playing 100 Thieves in the first round. So like the pathway opens up for them. I think they've been, even though they're 6 and 7, in winning positions a lot. Their early game has been incredibly strong. I think the longer they're together, the better XU is getting at kind of guiding the team towards victory. I think he's been, to me, one of the standout players for this team. So I want big things for Dignitas, and it's going to have to be against a really quality FlyQuest team here if they want to make some noise.
Well, worth pointing out, too, with the Senna and Tahm Kench, sometimes you see these two start with both going a Dorian's item, delaying the support until they do the first back. Didn't bother with that this time around. It's Senna immediately going for the support item. TK here to farm up. Really want to see how well Masu is able to stack on this one going forward. We expect Varus to be the stronger laner, but Senna obviously to scale up to the infinity range and everything later on. Also want to point out Bwipo's Summoner Spellbook on the Udyr. I think that's pretty important. Going to open up some more options later on in the game. Does have the Ghost Teleport default that you would generally expect. But a surprise Ignite or Flash out of nowhere, like Udyr having a Flash stun at a random team point in the mid game could be a pretty big difference maker.
Yeah, that's definitely going to surprise me when it happens, but we've called it out that it is possible. Dig some really good top and mid prio here.
Okay, Isles just going in. I said, I expected Varus to be the stronger laner, and Dignitas said, hell yeah.
Bro, 3-minute, 30-second 2v2 kill. They only use Ghost and Ignite. They get the flash on Busio. Busio did go kind of greedy summoner spells with the teleport, so they didn't have direct combat summoner spells. They don't get level 3 first. They're caught off guard. That's just so big for Dignitas. And remember, Tomo's coming off that pentakill Xayah game. I think one of the ways that Dignitas has actually been able to find wins is by playing through and around their bot lane. So getting that 2v2 kill is just going to enable that strategy even more. That's so big for them in this game.
So let me ask, I'm curious if you have an opinion on this, because we just looked at Rich's TF up there in the top lane, and he does have the early point in the wild cards. I see a lot of TF tops just completely ignore the Q altogether, just go for only putting points in the W and the E. Where do you sit on this discussion?
I absolutely think that's the play. Your Q without AP does very little damage. Your Emax all day, every day. Emax into Wmax, then finally you have your Q at the end of the game, but you're really just throwing it out for fun.
Yeah,
it doesn't do much by the end of the game. You're like a 2-button champion. It's a little strange.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expect. That's what I remember back before they changed Skarner, and his E used to have that weird healing thing on it. That was a flash engage there from XU, but I mean, Jensen's already so far back, I kind of have to question whether or not you even flashed that to begin with. Like, that just seemed kind of crap. So unfortunate that that's the spending of the flash there. He's going to want that one back, but it doesn't end up costing him his life or anything. Thankfully, he's not going under the turret, not losing any pressure tempo in the jungle. But up against Graves, you really got to make sure that you're using your resources wisely, because every time you do something that's not farming, this guy naturally farms so fast, he'll be getting ahead of you.
I agree, and I think the big thing there is he was just hoping to get Jensen's flash. Like, he would be willing to do a flash for flash trade, because when Ahri hits 6, then that prevents Jensen from being able to push. He didn't actually have the angle for it, though. I'm sure he's just used to players in solo queue. Like, if someone's willing to flash at you in mid lane, you usually flash away.
Right, yeah, it's the mind game.
Yeah, Jensen's too smart for that.
Jensen's been doing this a long time, man.
Yeah, too old for that.
He knows those. That's a young man's trick. This is an old man's game. Well, those grubs are all FlyQuest, though. Nobody from Dignitas in the neighborhood to challenge those. But XU, again, this is a very similar trade to what we saw in the previous game. Almost identical, actually, where you have the one team going up for the grubs. At the same time, the other takes Drake number 1, 5.5 minutes into the game. It is an Ocean Drake first, which always feels really good to grab early on because it makes your laning phase just feel that much more sustainable.
Absolutely, and it's going to hopefully slingshot Tomo. I mean, he's got the Berserker Greaves already. He's going to consistently shove this in. He's lethal tempo on the way to on-hit Varus. I think, like, in terms of actually having damage to kill an Udyr and a Tahm Kench, an attack speed Varus can do that. And aside from the way, there are not great things for actually reaching him in teamfights. So this is a composition where Tomo could absolutely carry based on the start he's had.
All right, XU just going to go ahead, keep that farm going. 45 to 50 in the jungle. Nice, another hook coming out from Isles, but Busio and Masu are back close enough to the turret now. It's not like you're just going to run him down and grab another kill. Tomo, 300 HP left. Still ready to keep fighting, though. Yeah, he is very, very sure of what exactly his limits are. And honestly, I love to see that. I think that's one of the most important skills in the game, especially for an AD carry player, because you have to be able to maximize your damage and know what's going to kill you and what's not.
And they might dive this. They have the Viego here. They don't have eyes on Graves, but they're going.
All right, XU ready for the stun, but Tomo's already killed Masu. Busio now going to be your next target. Isles may just die to the turret. Oh, no. Now XU has to try to get out. Remember, he doesn't have a flash anymore. Inspire's ready to follow. It just might be a collateral damage to end up getting both. Inspired, there's the kill on XU, but Tomo lives with 50 HP.
Oh man, the timing of that was just so tight. I feel like XU might have been able to suicide and actually get the kill on Busio if he ults in instead of ulting out, since Inspired came in to chase them down afterwards. I love the aggression by them going for Tomo, and now there's a gank mid.
Yeah, they force out doves. Right, that's kind of the play that it has to be on Ahri every single time, is first one forces the ulti, come back later, do something else. But Dignitas not afraid to play aggro against this FlyQuest squad.
Definitely not. Dove narrowly missing Masu. Probably would have got his flash if that one lands. All things considered, though, I think even though they lost 2 in that dive, their win condition is still going to be Tomo, and that's what they're playing around. And this whole thing was set up because Isles and Tomo are playing so well in the 2v2. They get them low enough. They just get the one shot onto Masu, deny him as much experience as possible. And then just like right here, how did XU end up getting level 6? He smites a minion, and if he skills R's right on top of that Tahm Kench, maybe they have enough damage to kill, but then Tomo probably dies anyway. So I think they were just in a bad situation once Inspired shows up. Inspired really thought he'd be able to get all of them, but couldn't quite tick Tomo out.
I'm kind of surprised that he didn't shoot collateral damage at Tomo and then also use the extra momentum it would have gave you backwards to keep trying to chase XU there.
Yeah, kind of trying to do all
you try to do the back and forth 180-degree headshot Call of Duty montage thing. But all right, either way, he still ends up walking away with a kill on the enemy jungler. He'll feel pretty good about that one. Dignitas 2-2, lots of action around the bot side here in this early game, and honestly, that's kind of what I expect to see keep happening when you have the Varus against something like Senna that just wants to play safe and stack up.
Yeah, and I really think this is Dig's style now too. If you look at their last, basically since the break, they've been coming out strong, really playing around Tomo and Isles. I think it's a strength of this team. It had been a strength of the team even before the split. When Champions Q was fresh and everyone was playing preseason, Tomo and Isles were consistently right at the top of that. So they've been putting in the work and really playing well.
Whippo. Yeah, Whippo versus Rich still just... Whippo also no points in the Tiger stance at all yet. Oftentimes you'll see Udyr's take a single point in it just for the extra attack speed, the extra stance capabilities. But going up against the Twisted Fate, I can understand the value in putting one more point in the shield versus that.
And you're also just like never really having slap fights with people. Like it's all about whether or not he can get in range.
Right. You're never going to be slap fighting him because he'll just gold card you every time. And you're also never going to be hitting his turret because he's going to have lane priority.
It's such a weird start. The Swifty boots in the call. Like he can lane, but he can't really team fight. So this grub start is very risky. If there's a 4v4, I think FlyQuest is stronger.
Well, Dove wants to challenge him on that. Inspired trying to get away, using the ulti for distance, but Dove's got to be careful. He's only got 400 HP remaining. He has to flash out of the Dawning Shadow. No, but Jensen makes a massacre out of him. Spiraling Despair, and Dignitas is on the run. Isles should die here too. Tries to buy himself enough time to make his exit, but no, sir. Whippo's gonna run him down, and FlyQuest gets 2-0.
Just a disaster for Dignitas. That was actually a 5v4 in favor of Dignitas when they started that fight, because Busio was in base. After they get the first kill, Busio can teleport in and clean up, and just an unfortunate start of the grubs there. XU doesn't, he does get 1, so he's gonna prevent the 6 grubs, but that was just a poor fight, and it's because of the items, right? Like, even if Twisted Fate has a bit of lane prio, he had absolutely no combat power in that fight, so he teleports in, lands like a 12 damage gold card, and then the mid laner ends up dying. I'm watching it one more time. Yes, it looks like the start is good, but is that a red card?
That's a red card.
It's a red card, which I guess it does a little bit of damage, but you can see they don't even get anyone below 50% health before that fight turns around. Just a really poor engage by Dig.
And the damage from Hui too. He has the Spiraling Despair to slow him down, and you can see the burst. The Severing Bolt got cast above him right as Spiraling Despair's damage also hit. So you blink your eyes, Dove loses 40% HP, boom, boom, those 2 spells. He's gone. Dignitas, I like the fact that they're willing to scrap here, but FlyQuest are hands checking them right now. Let's see if Jensen can get away. Flashes, gold card's already in the air. Ooh, nice charm coming in from Dove. Tomo gets the killing spree, and that's what Dignitas wanted to see.
Dragon up as well. They can maybe get the second here. Jensen unable to teleport back even when he respawns, so I think XU is just going to start that one up. I was very ready to just do that whole Jensen spiel, like, we gotta shout him out. Everyone said he was 2 champions. He picked 3rd and then the 4th, and then he instantly died. So I like mentally caster cursed him.
Yeah, that's a whole new, you got the psychic curse now.
Thought curse.
Yeah, you've been casting long enough that you unlock the new ability. You're high enough leveled now.
And Jensen isn't playing long enough that he's learned a 4th champion.
You unlocked the new curse, he unlocked the new champion. We're all just leveling up here on the LCS today, as Rich is trying to keep on defending this, and I think I see exactly what you're talking about there with the wild cards. You throw them out, and yeah, they're there.
It's because you didn't need that mana anyways. That's the whole reason you throw them out.
My E costs no mana, my W costs like 30 or 40 or whatever.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. It's the W is 50 mana every 6 seconds, and you just, I want to use 60 more of it to do 91 damage.
91. All right. Well, let's see. He's also only got 32 stacks left to go on that call, down to 28 now, so that'll be cashing in sooner than later. You can see Jensen stacking up the tier here on the Hui. Pretty easy to spam out spells on this guy. Get that thing stacked up nice and easy. XU did take the second Drake like you were talking about, so nice early lead in that department for Dignitas. Could give them some more breathing room as the game goes forward. Is another game now with a Cloud Soul. And I actually think that I was talking to Azale about this, and he brought up how the thing's just underrated in general, because even without the ulti bonus, it's just 20% move speed.
Yeah.
20% move speed all the time is insane.
Absolutely. I also want to shout out Tomo in this game, as it looks like they're trading turrets. Like, he is giga rich. He's 5,800 gold. It's 1,000 above everyone else. Rich is very fast as well.
Yeah, it was a ghost for a ghost, like Whippo popping the cleanse there. That was the Summoner's Spellbook trick that they were going to use.
Fair enough.
But it doesn't end up actually turning into anything. Rich was ready for it, so he can disengage.
Yeah, and I think it's all uphill from here for Twisted Fate. The Swifty boost didn't seem like they're doing much now. He can wave clear a lot faster. He's still going to be able to gold card. The ultimate question will still come down to, they have all these reset champions. Can they actually get that first kill before Hui and Graves blow everybody up? Rich, overall, like, the TF early has looked relatively successful. It's given them a couple looks for potential team fights, and he's not been bullied at all in lane by the Udyr.
Yeah, but 14 minutes in now, plates have finally fallen. This is usually where I start to expect to see larger skirmishes, bigger fights. It'll be the third Drake, with Dignitas having already got the first couple. You know that it's at least on FlyQuest's radar. Hey, this is a concern if we let them get another one. So that's really where we will get to answer the question that you're posing. Can you get the reset? Can you get through the Tom Kench belly and make sure that your game goes according to plan? Teleport coming in now for FlyQuest, as they want to maintain control over this bot side river. Just guarantee that Whippo's set up to keep the push going here in the bottom lane, as Jensen is back up in the top side. Spiraling Despair on Rich, but not really a whole lot more to follow it up with. Just wanted to make sure that Rich wasn't able to run him down and kill him there, as the Herald is started up. Dignitas saying, okay, we just saw Whippo teleport into bottom lane, so let's go ahead and start up this Herald now that Jensen's ulti is also down.
Yeah, completely even gold. 2 Drake advantage for Dignitas. 1 core item on every member, and no big skirmish necessarily on the horizon. I think first turret can probably go over to Dignitas now that they get this Rift Herald, depending on what FlyQuest do with this potential dive on dub. They got 4 people, and they're moving fast.
Yeah, Inspired, Bwipo, Masu, Busio, all ready to go down here, but Dove can clear the wave away fast enough, and because Isles is there, they know that you can't just full send immediately and go after him. You'll get him. It's 4 versus 2. You're still gonna get him, but you'll probably lose a guy for it.
What cost?
Tomo's trying to get out now. They want to catch him. The Abyssal Dive. Oh, his tongue is not long enough. Tomo gets away.
Fast Ferris. Ghost, Flash, both used. Flash ult used by FlyQuest, but that's the whole turn that FlyQuest had to try and pick off Tomo. They're not able to get his pretty juicy bounty. It will mean that his summoner spells are down and he will be unprotected in what is likely to be a 3rd dragon fight, but I'd say Tomo, very slippery this game, still playing quite well.
Tomo, all 3 of Dignitas' kills on that Varus, so they do not want to give away that 300 gold shutdown. Very important to keep him alive there. The gold is still so close. I mean, it's 500. That just, even at 16 minutes, that amount of gold lead doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's just, I mean, you could have that much of a difference spent in wards, right? Like, it's just not that big of a deal. But the Drake spawning now in 60 seconds, like we already hinted at, if you give this one away as FlyQuest, you're now putting yourself kind of in that hole for the rest of the game where you have to keep answering them. As Dignitas is bringing in the backup. They brought up 2 more guys because they're saying, all right, if you want to make a play, you've probably got another dude here, so we'll bring 2. Masu also ready to reinforce for the FlyQuest side. Means a 3v3 up here in this top lane as Rich versus Bwipo continues the eternal battle of just really not a whole lot of interaction between the 2 of them. Udyr can run at you, Rich can stun you. Bwipo finally getting on top of him just a little bit, but, you know, takes that last auto attack. The wild cards unfortunately miss.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if he was Grasp or something, he could say that had a purpose. Because he'd be able to get a Grasp
I got a stack.
But because he's Spellbook, that was completely useless what Bwipo did. Still loses the turret anyways.
Well, sometimes you're playing against Twisted Fate top, man. Sometimes you just want to feel like you're playing League of Legends.
He's down bad. Like, he wants to do things, but there's really just no point, it feels like. Rich is too fast.
Well, they got the Ghost. Again, it's Ghost for Ghost with these top laners. Every time one guy presses the button, the other guy presses the button.
Rich, man.
Rich is
crazy.
Doing some goofy stuff for the Krugs. Rich is away now. He managed to use the ulti as an escape route, and there goes the Tom Kench. Jensen dies to the back end of the Q damage. The Spirit Orb from Ahri. Dignitas nicely played across 2 different situations there. They keep Rich away. The distraction for FlyQuest is enough for the mid lane group to make a move.
I absolutely love that, actually. Rich plays like a psycho down bottom. He has full vision on Inspired and Bwipo the whole time, and then he can even join by the end of it with this Twisted Fate. He's really a very impactful 0-0-1 TF. They get the 2 kills. Now they're going for Dragon. Fly doesn't want to give it up, though.
Yeah, FlyQuest are going to have a teleport to bring back some help from Busio. Yeah, FlyQuest have 4 men here to contest. Jensen has just now respawned. He's going to make his way down. XU has the smite, though. It's going to be a smite fight. It's claimed by Rich, but now he's got to be careful. He's likely to die here. Busio may just drop again, but Inspired's already got the first kill back on the TF. Busio gets away with an Abyssal Dive. Busio and the rest of FlyQuest are looking for even more, but they've lost Bwipo, Tomo, and the Varus. This guy, keep your eyes on him. XU nearly killed by Spiraling Despair, but Severing Bolt can't find the snipe for the execution. Dignitas still trying to get everybody out. Masu in hot pursuit. Tomo. Oh, no, man. That was... Oh, he's trying. It'll be a 1-for-1 there. Make it a 2-for-1 at the very end if Isles actually drops. Enough damage comes in through Airy. It's a double kill back over to Jensen. 7-7 at 19 minutes.
Almost a perfect sequence by Dignitas as they're able to get the 2 kills early. They still secure this dragon. I do want to see what happened with the smites. It looked like Inspired Smite is actually down here. So they just kind of flip it. TF ends up getting it. And then Tomo was just getting so fed. Like, watch his damage as Bwipo usually feels invulnerable at this stage of the game on the Udyr, but they can shred him down. Tomo just stacks it, uses the percent health damage with the E, gets all the way to 4-0-0, and I think at this point, Dig really just needs to run away. Tomo, I think, saw the big play out of the corner of his eye that he's going to be able to snipe Inspired and then somehow turn this fight around, but I think his appetite just got a little big there.
Uh-oh.
I think the critical thing, they gave away the bounties to Hui, so Jensen's online now.
Dove, nice interrupt there on the TP. Stops Whippo from joining the fight, but Tomo again is in trouble. The Varus, when you give all the resources to one guy, that guy's gotta stay alive.
Varus up.
And now both bot laners of Dignitas are dead. The most fed member of Dignitas is dead. 20 minutes and 15 seconds into the game, FlyQuest is on Baron.
Okay, with Senna though, they don't kill Baron very fast. Most of the damage comes from Graves and Hui, so it's the top side of Dig trying to stop them here.
Well, Rich just gave him food delivery straight to the door. FlyQuest still on the Baron now. XU and Dove cannot approach. It might be slow, but the thing is dropping, and FlyQuest is going to get a 20-minute Baron.
Wow. The last 4 minutes have been so up and down. Dignitas was, once they got that third Drake, it felt like the game was blown open. They had about a 4,000 gold lead. They were on Soul Point. But FlyQuest have just made back-to-back clutch plays, knowing there's no summoner spells on the Varus. XU's actually the one who engages the start of this fight, so he pulls Tomo into it, basically. And then Tomo just gets hit by that one tongue lash. Even though he has flash, the rest of his team has had to back up, so they can't peel him whatsoever. Jensen just continues to unleash long-range artillery. And then I honestly think they probably could have contested this Baron as well, but they just go too fast. That's been the problem here for Dig. After that 5,000 gold lead, they've just gone too fast. Because the gold is still actually really close, despite the disaster of the last 2 minutes.
It's still under 1,000 in favor of FlyQuest, and Dignitas is also still on Soul Point, right? Like, you can get a Cloud Soul and feel way stronger as the game moves forward. One of the big problems for them, though, is similar to kind of how the last game ended up with a Baron giving you total control over the map as an objective is about to spawn. Masu getting caught a little bit here. Rich tracing after him, but there's a lot of dudes wearing FlyQuest jerseys to back this one up. Dove's over the wall, seeing if maybe there's an angle here with the charm, but no. Dignitas still grouped up together. Again, though, the thing that I was trying to point out, Baron for another minute and 40 seconds on FlyQuest's side. The Drake spawns in less time than that. So it's very easy for FlyQuest to control the map and have priority over the objective. And Dignitas will have to answer that.
Yeah, really important. And I think Jensen's just gotten super fed in the last 5 minutes as well, so he could be the difference maker in these fights. In terms of straight up 5v5s, they go for Whippo.
Yeah, they want Whippo here, but that's the power of enchanting the E on the Udyr. You're just CC immune. He makes him spend a lot of time doing it, but they still get him. The cost is bottom lane. The tier 1 turret taken down by FlyQuest, and now they've still got 1 minion left looking for the tier 2. Rich has to flash away to avoid Busio's tongue and keep himself out of danger, as Dignitas still grouped up together here.
5v4.
Yeah, Rich is showing up behind him. Dignitas has him cut off. The tier 2 turret is going to die. Isles dredge line to get himself away. He does not want to be blown up before the rest of Dig can back him up. The Senna route will not find the target, but Dawning Shadow. Rich is nearly killed here with a very start. Inspire going off to the side looking for Dove, as XU has to disengage away from Spiraling Despair. XU's about to die here first, as Inspire drops to the Spirit Orb. A 1-for-1 trade, as junglers are both knocked out. Dredgeline will not hit the mark, as Dignitas are not done yet with the fight. Busio right back next to both his carries. Jensen, Busio, and Masu still grouped up as a unit, looking to make their exit from bottom lane.
This game is close to as crazy as the last one. I know between games, Flowers, you're like, I hope we can't get 2 back-to-back insane games because you might not have the breath for it. That's the direction we're trending here, because it looked like Dignitas had them in a 5v4. They didn't have all their ultimates. I'd say Jensen dodged basically everything. They maneuver their way through to not only get multiple turrets, but also deny soul points. And we have, I think, back-to-back bangers.
This is doing it, my friend. Rich going after the tier 1 on the top side. He'll claim that, bring the gold lead back down below 1,000 one more time. There's still the tier 1 standing up here, and Whippo did not awaken his E in time to buffer through the stun from Rich, so Rich can escape back underneath the tier 1. That's going to keep him protected from Busio and Whippo. Dignitas thinking if they might need to reinforce here, but they really don't, because FlyQuest doesn't want to full send here for that just yet. The Drake Soul has been stopped for now. 24.5 minutes into the game, 20 kills. We're sending off the regular season right.
Yeah, I'm kind of embarrassed to ask, but is there an item that builds out of 2 recurve bows?
2 recurve bows?
Yeah.
How do you shoot 2 bows at once, man? You have to hold it with the one hand and shoot it with the other.
Like, I could actually, is there actually an item that builds out of 2 recurve bows?
Off the top of my head, I cannot think of one.
Oh, It's Terminus.
Is it Terminus?
I am so dumb. I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's totally. To be fair, that item.
This is why I was afraid of going all in.
That item is built by like 3 champions in the game. I feel like
built by Attack Speed Varus. I should.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Send the tweets my way. This is inexcusable.
That's to be fair. Hey, I'm right there with you, buddy. I didn't know either, so we're good on that one. It's the first split. It's the first split.
Champions.
It's the first split with new items. It's the first split with new items. All right. You've got at least. It's not a real excuse, but it's halfway. It rounds up.
We need to move on.
Yeah. That was the biggest problem, was bringing ourselves here in the first place. So 11 to 9. FlyQuest still favored, but not by a ton.
3 minutes to the next Cloud Drake. Baron's still down for 1 more minute. FlyQuest, I think, stronger in 5v5s, but Dignitas still has a lot of damage on Tomo, especially once he completes Terminus.
Yeah.
So
that's a good item. Builds out of 2 recurve bows.
Incredible attack speed. Rich, as well, is starting to build fairly meaningful damage if he can be in range to auto attack. So it's really about how safe can FlyQuest keep Jensen versus how much time can Tomo and Rich have to cut through the front line of FlyQuest, because it looks like FlyQuest has started to gain some control here.
Absolutely, man. Tier 1 turret reduced to rubble. The Crypt Bloom, not the Clip Bloom, on Jensen, making sure that extra magic pen just makes it so difficult for anybody to walk up, because you're looking at Dignitas' roster. Sometimes we talk about a team that has, like a Renekton in top lane or something, and it's like, oh, they don't have a true tank. They got bruisers, but no tanks.
Yeah.
This isn't even like anything related to the Meatball family. You have a Nautilus, but it's not like it's a farming Nautilus with a Senna or something. It's just support Nautilus. He's broke. Yeah. So there's really nobody from Dignitas that can safely suffer the burst from Jensen and Inspired like you were talking about earlier. These guys are going to explode you.
Yeah, there's no true front line, so the fact that Dignitas isn't ahead now does make it really hard for them to start, and that's a lot of damage on Tomo early.
But there's exactly what we were talking about. It's hard to find those picks when Tom Kish is ready for the save, and Bwipo can just run through everybody. Tomo's going to be your next target here, but Bwipo dies, taking him out. It's a 1 for 2 as Dignitas again are on the losing side of the trade. Isles still trying to escape. Jensen can't kill him with any kind of a snipe, but Baron's on the board here again, and FlyQuest have the man advantage.
Yeah, 2 auto attackers down, so the majority of Dignitas' sustained damage completely gone. FlyQuest poised to pick up another Baron. XU could maybe flash in, but FlyQuest is just going to bombard him with poke while he tries to walk in.
It's so tough, man. The Baron does drop slow, so there's that. Yes. It's going to take him a while. Dub, Spirit Rush over the wall, really just trying to force these guys back, get in their face a little bit. Isles finally making his way over, but Dub's got to be careful. I feel like Severing Bolt kills him in 1 hit now.
Rich could teleport in with his ultimate if they delay this long enough and make it a 4v5. They're making it interesting. It's actually a bit of a flip.
No, it doesn't look like they're doing it. Rich is going bottom, Dove left up into the top side. Again, the power of the Hui. If you hit Ahri with the Severing Bolt, as low as she was, I think she just dies. And they're not willing to just give that away like that. You've also only got 45 seconds until the Drake Soul potential spawns again. So I think on Dignitas' side, you just have to cut your losses here.
Yeah, and I feel like Dignitas was actually hoping Masu would step forward because they're the ones that wanted that fight. But the way it starts is actually you're exposing your 2 squishy auto attackers, and FlyQuest correctly are just decisive, run straight at them, end up killing both of them. It's fine for Bwipo that he died there because they still secure themselves the Baron. Now with the Baron, they can get that wave control again to set up for the next Drake. It's kind of rinse and repeat to what they did with that last Baron.
Yeah, let's see how much this one gets out of control. Dignitas really gotta stop giving away these Barons. I think that's my play-by-play advice for Dignitas.
At least they're not throwing at the Barons.
True.
They're throwing before the Barons. No, they're not throwing. They're not throwing. They're playing. They're getting a little outplayed by FlyQuest, who, with a win, will be the #1 seed in the regular season. That will lock them into #1. Even though they have the same record as 100 Thieves at 10-4, they are 2-0 against 100 Thieves, so they straight up win the head-to-head tiebreaker. Dignitas needs a win because that still lets them have a chance at top 4, which is the upper bracket of the playoffs. So Dig really want this win.
And for FlyQuest as an org, remember, this will be the first time, if they win this game, for them to be first in the entire history of the organization for regular split. They've never done it before, finishing first place before playoffs.
And they were so close just a year ago with the Prince Vikla Spica roster. They tie broke Cloud9 in the final game, ended up losing that tiebreaker second, and things just went all downhill from there. So they've reset going into this year, now hoping to get that #1 seed for the very first time.
Control over the top side jungle of their opponents. Again, the Drake's Soul was stopped. Dignitas once more trying to defend. FlyQuest looking for their 5th turret of the game. They'll take out that tier 2 here in the top lane. They've still got Baron for another 60 seconds or so.
Yeah, they're just going to break this.
The minions are enchanted. FlyQuest are forcing this. Whippo is such a tank. They're just going to run Dove over. That is a huge kill. FlyQuest are not stopping.
And Rich actually has to come back there. No flash or ultimate able to be used by Dove. FlyQuest, they want to end right here.
FlyQuest is going for it. Nexus turret #1's already down. Isles is going to be hit by Spiraling Despair. He may just die. Still rooted up. There's your snipe. Jensen severs them. And now Inspired, the only one even remotely low, but it don't matter. Dash in on top of them, on top of them. Now you got XU trying to get away. No sir, no way, no how. For the first time in LCS history, FlyQuest finishes regular season in first place.
Congratulations to FlyQuest. 10-4 will get it done, and they made short work of that game. It felt like they were behind all the way until about 22 minutes, and the game ended before 31. So they absolutely just turned it on, knew exactly when they were stronger than Dignitas, made all the right calls down the stretch, and go into playoffs as the #1 seed.
There just was not enough answer on the side of Dignitas to deal with what FlyQuest ended up having. It's like we were talking about back in the draft. Dignitas makes these choices to go for things that are going to get resets, going to find picks, and then FlyQuest stops it with a Tahm Kench. They have an Udyr against 2 immobile carries and auto attackers in the top lane TF and the Varus. And once Udyr's not stopped from farming, he's just that brick wall that runs at you. If you're Varus or TF, you got one choice, and that choice is back up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there were some windows where Dignitas had a chance to snowball the game, but once this gold got even, you could see FlyQuest could just steamroll them right down mid lane. I'd say congratulations to Jensen, too. He really leaned into the memes this week about only playing Azir Orianna, with Azir not being possible to play, and then everyone just banning Orianna against them. Lost with the Karma, but bounced back in a big way here. Ahri, Hui, 2 pretty good performances. Keeping the diversity there towards playoffs.
Right. You got to make sure you got to keep them guessing. Got to keep them wondering what else you might have up your sleeves. But FlyQuest securing first also means that they will not have to play Cloud9 in the first matchup of the playoffs. Like you were talking about earlier, Cloud9 locked into 3rd. FlyQuest now having first means that they can pick whoever ends up getting 4th. I'm not even going to pretend like I know what the playoff tiebreaker status
we
of
have that
is.
really awesome tool that I've been using as a crutch to look at the standings. I think it's going to be Team Liquid there. Okay. I think we're going to have a Dignitas NRG match for 5th or 6th. Okay. But we got an interview. I think what I said was right, but we're going to confirm it later.
All right, right now it's time to join Raz, Masu, and Busio on stage for the interview.
Welcome, everybody, and congratulations, guys, on this win. And Clinching first place for this split.
Thank you, Raz.
Thank you. First of all, just talk about the split as a whole. First place and your first split as a rookie. Like, just talk about how it's been for you guys, how it's felt. Because it must have felt like a tunnel going through these 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, first place is good. I feel like our team is just really, really good. And like, we definitely still have a lot to work on bot. Like, as you see, we have a lot of early game disasters occasionally. But it's just really good that our team has our back, and we just need to keep improving because, after all, it's just regular season, and we need to be consistent coming into playoffs.
And what about you, Masu?
Yeah, same thing. It's been like a hectic, I guess, change of pace, because from Academy to this, the game is like a lot different. It's not really the same at all, especially with Inspired on the team. I feel like him, Whippo, and Jensen know the game at a very high level, so it's been just like a race to catch up, I guess. So it hasn't been too bad.
Kind of piggybacking off of that one, it feels surreal sometimes thinking about where you guys start to where you guys are at now, like just in any conversation. How's it felt for you, Busio, just like where you guys started as a duo or as a team and where you guys feel like you are right now? The games are hectic, but you guys are able to solidify that first place spot.
I don't know, it's just like day to day, you're just like improving, then you're making mistakes, and you're like, oh, we're not improving, and then you're improving again. It's just kind of up and down, but like overall up. So, I mean, looking back at the start, it feels like big improvement, but just day to day, it's just, you know, just step by step.
And looking ahead, now you guys got first place. You guys are going to be going up against 4th place in the first series in playoffs. I know you guys haven't had time to think about it, but just Team Liquid, it would be that team. Any thoughts that you guys have against Jan and CoreJJ as a bot lane duo?
Masu?
I think when they're on their game, they're very good, especially in lane. But I think outside of lane, I'm not too worried about either of them, so it's okay.
What about you, Busio?
I mean, Masu said it, like, he out-macros them. Out of lane, it's over, out teamfight, you know? So just gotta hold it down.
I like the thought of that one. Bigger brain on that one. Congratulations for that win once again and for locking in first place, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
We got one more tiebreaker to go. We're gonna be sending this one to the lounge. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Raz, and congrats to Masio. Masio? Is that their lane name
yeah,
now?
sure it is now.
Masio and Busio for their first place finish.
Yeah, and you can see 10-4, 10-4 still counts because of the 2-0. We have one tiebreaker scenario left, and it's these two.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting because obviously both teams are coming off of losses today. But before we get into that and previewing our tiebreaker, we have a quick POG update. So let's see who won player of the game for our games today.
Surely Sniper got it instead of Quid this time. So third player of the game picked up for Sniper. I feel like their solo lanes. The solo lanes 100 Thieves getting 9 of their 10 overall player of the game is very impressive. And then other than that, it's just a mid lane showing off, right? The Nico and the Hui in those last 2 games were pretty big for JoJo and Jensen to pull out wins in the bangers.
Yeah, especially JoJo. I know that game kind of devolved where he had that massive team fight win, I think around like 28 minutes with a massive Nico ult off the back of the Kindred ult. Then it turned into an ARAM, went a little longer. I think the big thing about JoJo is that he's just so calm and confident, even in a lot of these situations where it looks like their backs are against the wall. Good quality to have headed into playoffs. And then Jensen, yeah, showing up on Hui. And right now, obviously, we covered this earlier in the week that no one could catch Quid. 100 Thieves having a really fun one with Sniper taking it, as you see him in a tied group down with Blabber, Tomo, and Jan. And then Jensen and JoJo tied for second in Pogs for the regular season.
Yeah.
Now, let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week.
Looks like mid lane's a little broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
the
mid
top
lane
3
is
poggers are mid.
very important.
Yeah, maybe it's just bot lane's not as broken as usual, so they don't get any plogs. All right, SSD Fast 5. In their defense, Immortals wins 2 of the 5 categories, even though they have played their final game. The eliminated teams actually dominated Fast 5 here, Insanity with the fastest legendary as well. Then Isles and FBI with fastest kill and fastest item.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, shout out to Immortals too. They showed up yesterday. They had a pretty good early start to today's game as well. And Castle in particular, I think, has looked really good individually. So we will see what they can do. A reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points each week for drafting the best performers to your team. Congrats to those of you who claimed that reward this week. Plus, use code SSD990 Pro LCS through March 29th to get 20% off of 990 Pro 1, 2, and 4 terabyte SSDs. So, Jat, do you know how many days it has been since Dig made 2 consecutive playoffs?
Long.
It has been
many days.
969 days.
Yeah, that's a little wild. Maybe not a stat that Dignitas is going to be particularly proud of. They also didn't get the bye into the upper bracket of the playoffs here because they're now playing this 5th, 6th tiebreaker, which doesn't have massive implication. It is going to be some seeding for them. They're probably quite disappointed because they were in a winning position against FlyQuest and were probably thinking maybe even a little bit moving on towards the next game, but they fell short, but they still did make playoffs.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, as we see some kind of highlights from Tomo from earlier today, and then yesterday.
Yeah.
I think the big thing is this Dignitas team, we kind of covered it in draft talking to Sven, when they have a very clear game plan around how they want Tomo to carry, it ends up looking really good for Dignitas. Obviously, just as you pointed out in the cast, there was that kind of unforced error in mid.
Yep.
Once Tomo is eliminated, if you are playing these kind of compositions, even with the pick potential of that TF coming out of the top side, it didn't work out as well for them. But I think, yeah, the big thing to watch out for this Dignitas team is how they're able to play around bot side and also how they're able to protect Tomo in these fights as we look through his pentakill from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you've been bringing it up kind of all day that Dignitas has found this identity of playing around bot lane. I ended up mentioning it a lot in the cast as well. He's had such a big year this year compared to last. He had his interview yesterday with Mazel as well, where he was talking about the vibes just being a lot better for the team this year, and that's really enabling him to play freer on stage and have more fun rather than it being this kind of grinding job that he has to have. So you see that improvement. He was in a position to carry that game, didn't quite play perfect, and now he's going to have to bounce back because they're playing NRG in the next game.
Yeah, and NRG themselves are going to have to bounce back. They had a really tough game earlier today.
Oof, tough week.
A really tough week, but in particular, we saw them earlier today coming out against 100 Thieves, and they had a really tough time into this kind of Vigar Shaco composition that 100 Thieves brought out.
Probably one of the coolest games we've seen in the LCS. If you're not NRG.
Yes.
If you're NRG, this is one of the worst regular season experiences you could possibly have. The first Shaco since 2017, which didn't even win. It doesn't do anything all game. They still lose to it. Vagar builds Shirelia's second, which maybe it's Dark Tech, but it sure didn't feel like it in the game. And they just get rolled. Sniper gets like 4 solo kills with the Olaf. It was just a total disaster for NRG. And it's not like their other games this week have been clean, right? They lost yesterday as well. They've just been having such a bad week where it looked like they were really kind of locked in top 4. If, you know, they do a little bit of something, they lose a bunch of games. Now they could fall as low as 6th.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because obviously Digger's still coming off of their loss, but I think they can very easily pinpoint, okay, you know, here's where it went wrong. Let's regroup. We've got this. NRG are coming off of, again, as you said, a really, really tough week. Yeah. Hopefully they have had a lot more time, obviously, to kind of refocus and regroup. Do you think that like helps or hurts in terms of they still have to kind of hang out, right, to see if they're going to play a tiebreaker?
Yeah, I mean, I think it helps, and I also think with the way the playoff bracket works, this game is a little bit of a gift. Losing it isn't super consequential, but
True.
Getting some stuff sorted out before they have to play an elimination best of 5 next week is almost more important.
Yeah. Well, we will see how NRG can do if they can recover. We are headed to break, but a reminder, playoffs start next week, and that means we will start live on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's 4 days, count them 4. We'll see you on the other side for our tiebreaker between NRG and Dignitas.
Thursday 1, Friday 2, Saturday 3, Sunday 4.
Sure.
4 games.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are here, final game, final week. I'm Azael, joined by Sven for your first ever duo cast.
Oh yeah.
How you feeling?
I'm nervous.
You're feeling nervous?
Yeah,
You got this, man. You're a content machine.
Anymore.
You can talk forever.
About this game? Hell yeah, I love League of Legends, man.
It should be a good one. NRG, Dignitas playing for 5th and 6th place here.
A good one?
Yeah. It's going to be a good one.
Dignitas, a good one.
Whoa. Come on, bro.
Joke.
NRG won. They got 6th place, or 5th place rather, last split, and then they won the whole split.
Yeah,
this could be our future champions right here.
I remember that. Thank you.
Exactly.
Oh man, can't believe I lost to those guys. But okay, they both lost today actually.
Well, G2 lost them too. They got stomped at Worlds.
Yeah.
They're the GOATs.
Hell yeah.
There
America.
you go.
But both NRG and Dig lost today. NRG got stomped, let's just say it that way, by Shaco and Vega mid jungle. While Dignitas actually played a pretty good game, I think, against FlyQuest earlier. They lost, but they played a good game for the most part.
Yeah.
So, but Dig lost like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Well, NRG had a lot of time to like think. So perhaps NRG is a little bit more fresh, I suppose, a little more rested, reset. While Dig is like perhaps a little bit tilted, emotionally affected perhaps.
It'll be interesting to see kind of what their headspace is, because I think, while Dignitas played a bit of a better game perhaps, they also, I thought they were in a position to win, and it felt like a pretty big throw.
Yeah,
like their plays around
it was definitely a
Dragon,
game.
Tomo kind of stayed around, got caught for no reason.
Yeah.
That death really hurt them. It snowballed into some more catches. NRG on the other side, they went 0-3 this weekend, right? They came in 6-5, actually in position to potentially get first place in the split.
0-4.
They had, they're going for the 0-4 nightmare potentially.
Oh god.
Dokla was really sick on day one. He had actually, was in the hospital, came, wasn't really in great shape to play. So that could potentially be affecting them. So you have to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt, but it is going to be the draft starting up. Smolder first pick here for NRG. How are you on the Smolder train?
I initially thought that it wasn't that good because it was bad against those two champs that were just banned just now. I thought I can't lane versus Kalista or Senna or Varus. But when they're all banned, it's kind of nice when this happens.
The other team banned them for you.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna say, like, I don't know why I think that's banned all three to then give Smolder. I'm guessing they're gonna play either Kai'Sa. We saw that earlier.
Probably Kai'Sa Rel.
I've heard that from some sources that the LPL likes the Kai'Sa into the Smolder. But the LCS is not the LPL.
That's true.
We don't play Kai'Sa as well here as they do in LPL.
I mean, I feel like no one plays Kai'Sa as well as the LPL.
That is true right there.
The LPL Kai'Sa is absolutely hit different.
Alternatively, it could just be something like the Siri. That's the LCK special.
Yeah,
The Siri actually
scales
wins
really well.
lane against Smolder 1v1. So if both supports roam to the Grub, to the Herald, and you win 1v1. The way last game for Jensen was really huge. I liked it a lot.
It feels like one of those champions that I think a lot of people realize is really strong, but not everyone's comfortable on it.
Yeah,
We've
for
seen
sure.
some monster games from Insanity playing it. Jensen looked really good on it. And when you look around some of the top players in pro that are playing around the world, it always seems to look really strong.
Yeah.
But a lot of players, I think, just aren't comfortable on it. They're not sure when to use which spells. They don't know all the matchups.
Very different compared to the other control mages.
Yeah.
And with Talia being permabanned every game, and with Asir being literally permabanned from every single region, he's like a new mage.
Yeah.
It's like him and Orianna in every game if you want control mage.
Yeah, it's also kind of interesting because I feel like it's one of those things where people aren't even that comfortable playing against him. I see so many players getting caught by the root, like the little root that you just place on the game.
Yeah.
And because when two spells hit you, and it guarantees the Severing Bolt, which is the QW, that procs not only the passive, but the guaranteed isolated hit. So it's so much damage if you get tagged by that. And so many players can make that mistake.
I remember I was a fan earlier with the sign, pick Jinx.
Okay.
You got what you wanted.
So how do you feel about this? You talked about Zeri as a scaling option. Jinx was kind of seen as that, but Jinx has really kind of fallen off.
I hate Jinx in this game. I think it's gonna be so easy for him to get Nas ulted or get bombed by way from long range, and like Smolder even can just hit him with a fire cannon Q as well. I think it's just hard to get going against Jinx nowadays. There's so many times I can jump on you and just one-shot you out of nowhere. If you don't have flash, you can't play the game. So I'm not a fan. I think Seri would have been better, or the Kai'Sa even.
Is there anything that you could see Dignitas pick alongside it that would make you feel more comfortable? Like if there was a secondary, like if there's an Enchanter, if they grabbed like an Ivern, or if they got an Emilio or something along those lines, would that make you feel like, hey, the Jinx is going to be able to be in a position to succeed now?
I just hope the Rail's jungle.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. I really hope the Rail's going jungle.
Would you want to see an Enchanter here?
I had something like a tank, I'd say, is better.
Like a Braum or something more defensive.
Maybe Alistar.
Alistar.
Some semi like defensives and can also engage. I think Dignitas needs to go full in here. Needs to have like a bomb combo. Rel flashes in, Orianna ult on top, Jinx ult on top, and then just get the excitement going, and then you kill someone. I think Jinx can't really function if she doesn't get excited off the bat in the fights. I think she needs that to get going. Jarvan is good. It's a good. We have Jinx, we have Van Jarvan. That's how it goes.
Especially with Wei, it's so much guaranteed AoE. It's another one of those combos where it's almost like Rumble status, where he ults in, all the spells are guaranteed to hit, they all get overlapped.
It feels like champs like Jarvan have good combos with everything. Jarvan, anything is a good combo, which is true, right? It's like
great combo with Sundered Sky as well. It was looking good this patch, guys. Okay, so they're considering the Tahm Kench.
It's not bad. It doesn't really fit the Rel that well. I should have, Rel jump in and then Tahm Kench W's on top of him. It's kind of hard to pull off, but
I think Tahm Kench is probably just sitting on the Jinx, and they need a dive buddy top lane now,
so
right?
now Dig's playing like Kiteback comp against two champs that have more range than them, like arguably the same range as them, with the Wei and the Smolder. It's like, who actually wins the range battle, the standoff, right?
Yeah. So from this position, with Tahm Kench getting locked in, you're saying, okay, maybe they're doing more of a kite back comp. Would you rather see them pick something that is long range top and kite back, or would you rather see a dive buddy for the Rel? Because that's the question: is if the Rel's diving in, can another top lane pick, be enough to kill the Wei off, be enough to kill the Smolder off? And if they're not, then you probably shouldn't be playing a secondary dive, right? You should probably be playing either a tank or something that can kite back along with the rest of the team.
I think the best pick for Dignitas would be to pick either Udyr or K'Sante.
Okay.
Whatever is better in lane. I'm not a top lane expert, so I can't comment, but tanks are bad against that one, though.
Yeah,
tanks are really bad.
Tanks into Lilia Aatrox doesn't sound very fun. Because Aatrox is pretty tough, I think, for a lot of the tank top laners as well.
Honestly, Dig have always checked all the boxes. They have tank, and they have, scaling. They just need a top laner to do something. He can be either a hardcore side laner like TF or Camille or Vayne. Gnar is a good in-betweener. Yeah, I like it. It's good.
All right, so Gnar going to be coming out.
Yeah.
Which draft do you prefer?
NRG. I think that Dignitas is too, static. They have no mobility at all. They rely really hard on this Gnar to create space in side lane, and they can't really make any plays themselves.
Yep.
It's like, who does something in Dignitas? If they can't win the standoffs with the range, then what can they actually do?
Yeah, that'll be really difficult. And I mean, I think when you're in those positions, you kind of have to then win early to be able to actually be first to the objective, be the ones controlling vision, be in that better spot. Just an update, we're not going to see the swaps here actually visually on screen. The swaps will happen in game, so it's not like it's going to be Smolder top and stuff.
Whoa!
Well, sometimes that signifies that it's going to have to be a remake, right? So it's not going to be a remake. Okay. So we're going into the game. You'll see the people playing the correct champions on in game.
The PSA there, like it.
Yeah. I mean, there could be some of them you have seen. Have you seen much Smolder in solo lanes? I know it gets played a little bit in pro and mid and top. In solo queue, I was seeing a lot of people play grass Smolder top for a while.
Yeah. I actually thought it was better in top and mid for a while than ADC because it was just so hard to lane bot.
Yeah.
But obviously, we banned 3 AD carries. It's not that hard anymore.
Yeah.
But I think I've come around on it. I think it's better in ball lane, generally speaking.
Where do you stand as far as Smolder's late game? Like, obviously it's very strong when you hit 225, but do you think it's as powerful as it appears to be in the West, where it's like you hit 225, GG?
Yeah, in E and NA it feels like it's a ticking time bomb, where the little moment it hits 225, it's over. Just one team fight, pentakill, GG. But if you watch like LCK or something, it isn't uncommon that Smolers have like 400 stacks and they lose to like Siri or something, right? So I don't know. I think in this kind of game, if he gets to 3 items, Shojin or Essence River with Fire Cannon, it might just be over. I think that there's no one that can touch him in this game. It's going to be really hard for him to die to Orianna. Just flash it or eat or an ult. And XU is going to have a hard time getting onto FBI through all these other people, so...
I don't think it's a funny tweet, but I'm a C9,
I think they shouldn't talk after what they did against who was it earlier? I forgot.
I'm completely spacing out.
Dude, they play against B-Boy. Shopify,
Yeah, Shopify.
Yeah,
of course.
I wouldn't talk shit after that game, personally, if I was C9.
I mean, C9's been having, for expectations, a pretty rough split, right? They're supposed to be the Giga Super Team. He's going to get interrupted here again. FBI now can't base.
Dude,
so he's actually just going to stop his base, and he is starting Doran's Ring 2 pot, so he's going to pop 1 potion now. Where do you stand on the Doran's Ring versus Doran's Blade start ever since there was a...
I think the Blades is better. I think the Blade stats just scale better. The AD is better. Lifesteal's better late game. Early game, the Doran's Ring doesn't even feel like that good. Like, you can do this, but like, that trade alone would have been better if you had Doran's played. What's the actual purpose of the Doran's ring, right? Mana regen is nice, I guess, but I think it's not that big of a difference. Just better scaling with the Doran's played. I also think taking heal on Smolder isn't needed this game. I don't think you're killing him on 2-2 this game or dying 2-2 better. I think Ghost, even TP would have been better. The only thing you have to do as Smolder is to get to the stacks as fast as possible. Nothing else actually matters, right?
Yeah. And I will say, playing against Tahm Kench, that is an easy champion to stack off of.
Yes,
like I was playing a lot of Smolder when this came out. When I saw Tahm Kench, I'm like, yay!
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It's a free stacks.
Any lane where you can farm is like, oh, thank God. There's no kill assist, no bars, there's no Sennas. I can actually just farm in peace. So I think Ghost or TP would have been better, but Jomo and Niles actually have been playing really well in lane. Today especially. They stomped FlyQuest earlier, and that was a holding initiative, and now they're playing really well again. So very impressive so far from Dignitas. I think they will be pushing most of the game. Maybe get a play or two, but not much else. So we'll see if they can convert into anything more than just, you know, a little bit of plays and a little bit of push.
Yeah, FBI has already used both his potions. XU heading into the bot side jungle is going down there. There's no camps up. Potential to maybe look for something here, but the wave is going to be gone by the time he gets there. So they have already gotten that first plate. Is going to wrap around, knows that there's no camps, and now I think they are thinking about potentially setting up for a dive on this.
They know Contract is not here.
Yeah, XU wants to go.
They know where he started.
He knows there's no camp, so he's going to be going for it. We'll see if they can actually set this up well. XU coming in behind him. No cleanse on FBI. He's going to go for the flash in. He flips him up. He's stunned up, and FBI is going to go down. First blood grabbed there by Isles, but it is traded back, and the kill went to the support.
I think that could have been played a lot better from Dignitas. I don't think flashing in is the move for XU. I think should start it in the mounted form, Q, then W, and you know, be at the edge of tower range. I think there was a way there to get a 1-for-0 without dying.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, even Isles starting up with Ignite. A lot of times in situations like that, you can just walk in and ignite him.
Time to take Q and E and just tank like 4 tower shots and then just walk it off, right? He has level 3 here. Should be able to take like 4 or 5 tower shots easily here.
Yeah, but he does set it up. I guess they were more concerned about him getting up, so they get the flash in, they get the stun. They obviously have the dive there from the Tahm Kench to knock him up after, but I think it was a pretty guaranteed kill with him having no cleanse.
It's still worth for Dignitas, right? It's still an okay play, but the only problem is that Contracts just got like 3 camps while XU did nothing, right?
Yeah, and now it's going to get annoying on top side. And Hui's actually moved up here, so they're trying to punish with this Raptors steal.
And then fight for the grubs afterwards.
Yeah.
Even go cross if they want to.
Nice hook in there. Is going to actually connect on Isles, and the damage coming through from Palafox. The passive is procced, and XU is just going to get taken down. Smacked over the head by Hui with the anchor. That is a huge punish now from that bot lane.
Very unnecessary death from XU. Just give the chickens, bro. Not worth dying for while losing the chickens. Now it's going to be down to double CS.
Yeah.
This dive is becoming a very big problem for Dignitas.
And Contracts is just going to reinvade on the other side. Now they're pinging in towards the blue buffs. They're just going to meet him there as well. Hui knows he can punish. He can just move around with the jungler. Hui's going to get spotted a little bit far forward. But now, can they actually make the move to help him out? Dove is coming. Isles is coming. So Dignitas does have the extra man. Palafox will be late. Hui has no flash. Hui's going to die now. So they're going to give a freebie back.
As Tomo, give it Tomo. Nice.
Yeah, Tomo going to be able to get the shutdown.
Every 80 carry is screaming, please give me the kill, give me the kill, give me the kill.
Man, that is a little bit messy though from the other side now. I think the initial play was great, but then they don't have push in mid. The AD is going to come first from Dignitas as well, so they end up in this 2v4 situation. And Hui spent his flash on that previous play, so
not
that is
the first time NRG has a good early game and then botches it like this.
Yeah,
that is not the first time.
Jinx is now very ahead because Jinx got a kill there, got the shutdown, got the red buff as well, I believe.
Yeah. Nice person.
So that is feeling really, really good. Already had that earlier plate. Contract's going to be down here on the bottom side. Obviously still very far ahead of where XU is farm-wise. We'll have to see if he can really turn that into anything.
He also farms faster. So he's going to, at least going to get it even bigger later on. He might get the grubs here, but Contract will just base and just farm faster the entire game from now on. So I think if they just gave up 1 objective, maybe 2, he will just be like up 2 levels the whole game at this point onwards.
Yeah, it's really going to accelerate after the bye. Isles coming in, I think probably just looking to cover to help him push that in. Dove going to be able to take the reset here. Mid lane just going to be a bit of a farm fest, but there is the Haunting Guys and the boots already done there for Contract. So first buy, really strong for him. Void Grubs will be taken there by XU. But what would you like to see XU do now? Is it just recovery mode, go back to farming? Are you trying to be locked into a position where you have to keep looking for plays because you feel like you're going to get out-farmed?
Yeah, I think you can't, at this point, farm even nearly as fast as the Lilia. So just clear a couple camps and then start an objective. I think he has to keep playing off of this Jinx and this Orianna. He can't really ever get back in the game by just farming. He farms too slow. But this will keep happening to him the whole game.
Yeah. If mid lane has push and you have Lilia
living in his jungle the whole game to remove XU from the game.
Yeah, I mean, XU just has no ability to fight Contracts really at any point 1v1. Contracts already level 6 as well, so he can start looking for some plays. It's going to become pretty difficult to deal with him. And Palafox just non-stop going to be looking to shove this. Obviously, Dignitas do have pressure on bot side, are going to be pushing in there. That's their main advantage, trying to keep this Jinx ahead of the curve and trying to put the Jinx in a position where, you talked about it, getting that first kill for Jinx in the team fight can really mean so much. You get the move speed, you get excited, and that can help to snowball it.
This is, I think, actually really good by both teams. Dignitas needs a fight to happen to come back in the game, while NRG doesn't want to fight and throw away that lead they have in jungle. So I think XU giving up his red buff here for this dragon is worth it for him, even though it looks like he's gonna be down 2 levels the whole game. I think it's a good play by both teams actually to give up this this dragon here.
Yeah.
Just keep playing on contracts. Use his lead to just hope he carries later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for XU, the game's not really about him at all anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like his game is absolutely cooked after the bot lane dive into dying on his side of the jungle. So he just kind of has to accept that, play for his team, try to put them in a position to succeed. We'll be able to grab that dragon as they take that first objective. He got the first 3 grubs as well, so maybe they can look to play towards that.
And now he sees the bad news that his rep buff is gone to Contracts, who will get all his camps bot side here, be over double CS ahead of XU. But I mean, if there's any champs in the jungle you want to be behind on, it's like it's Rel or Sejuani or some sort of tank. His job is to flash in teamfights, die, and then hope that Tomo gets a kill.
Yeah.
And gets excited and carries the whole game. That is just how it is as a tank.
Now the difficulty, I guess, is just going to be, can they actually get to Smolder? Like Palafox, obviously, he could be pretty vulnerable here on the way, but on the Smolder, if you can't take him out, it does get really tough in these team fights, and it is a champion that can stay pretty safe, has pretty good range, with the abilities, and also the ability to just like fly over walls and get a lot of these dangerous spots.
Yeah, FBI is doing okay on the counter so far. 60 at 9 minutes isn't too bad, not too great either. But normally you have a pretty slow start on Smolder, and then around like the 125 mark, start stacking faster and faster, getting 6 per wave at that point. Yeah, early game it's kind of hard to get a stack on every minion.
Yeah, and you get more CDR, you get the obviously cooldown on the abilities as you get more levels, so it does really ramp up. I think for pro play, this is actually a pretty fast pace that we've seen. We've definitely seen some really slow ones.
Yeah, Meech had a really slow start earlier today. He had, I think it was like 23 minutes, he still had 200.
Yeah.
Which is pretty bad, because at that point the Baron's already up and taken.
I mean, we've seen a number of games where it's like 27, 28 minutes until they get 225.
Yeah,
so
that's really bad.
It's definitely rough if you get in those spots, especially if you fall behind and it's double ranged. I find it's so much harder to actually stack up if you're playing against an oppressive double ranged. Like I've played this into like Renata Callista and things like that, and you can't farm, you can't really interact because you're gonna lose every trade so hard, so you can't farm stacks off them either, and then those situations become really difficult. But FBI working towards that Essence Reverse. Mid lane just been a farm fest, and the game has really quieted down after those initial kills here.
There should be some action here at the Herald. I think Dignitas should probably just give it. I don't think they can fight, to be honest. I think Contracts, he hasn't based yet, to be fair, so he has a lot of gold in the bank right now. But I still think that their 3-3 is pretty strong.
All right, well, gonna be going
Miles
for this.
Is here. FBI is here too, but they have the TB on Palafox in bot lane. Tomo's hovering up, so it might just be a 5-5 for the grubs.
I mean, this is a little bit weird though, because Contracts has 1,500 in pocket, and Doka has 1,500 in pocket as well, right? So like, they have not spent their gold on their strong members, so they're not actually strong. And there goes Rich. He's gonna catch Contracts, and Contracts trying to get out of there. Will flash back. Mom gonna get called over the top, as it will be the disengage here for NRG. But Dignitas win the fight. NRG hadn't based before this scrub setup, and it should be 6 scrubs now for a Dig, and they're gonna be in a great spot.
Dig moved their whole team for these grubs. Palafox was already bot lane early. He could have gotten like at least 2 plays bottom here if he just stayed bot. He TP'd in for nothing.
Yeah.
I think if NRG just bases there, gets their items, and gives the grubs, they get 2 plays bottom, it's worth it.
Yeah.
I don't think 5 mana in the grubs is worth it because you lose many plays bottom. NRG a bit indecisive here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You can see the LCS spring playoffs start next week. It's going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We have those 4 games. And Sven, your tiebreaker record, 3-1.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Why is this on the podcast?
We're talking about ties, talking about tiebreakers here, Sven.
What tiebreakers have I played? I beat Rogue at Worlds 21.
Okay. I wonder if this is LCS tiebreakers or if it's international tiebreakers or if it's all tiebreakers.
Right. Blushing guy, can we get a confirmation on this?
We'll get some confirmation.
Don't remember my
it's LCS only, so it's LCS only.
Okay, only LCS.
Do you remember your tiebreakers?
I played one versus FlyQuest for first place when I had Prince, and we won, I think.
Okay. Who'd you lose to?
I don't know. You think I remember when I lose or what? It's not like I care about that.
Just immediately gone. Gone from your head.
I'm sure I remember the game if you tell me what game it was. I just don't remember it being a tiebreaker specifically.
Yeah. Fair. All right, well, we were actually looking through a lot of the tiebreakers. So NRG, they have not actually, as an org, played in any tiebreakers. And Dignitas, guess what their tiebreaker record is?
0-0.
3-1.
Not bad.
Same as you.
Okay.
Dignitas, Sven, basically the same. And you actually lost to Echo Fox in a tiebreaker in 2018 summer.
Oh, hell no. That was for the dark times, dude. TSM Sven was...
Oh, yeah, that was back in TSM.
Yeah, that was tough times.
Tough times.
Let's just move on from this topic already.
Well, good news is
I feel like
you can't play for TSM in the LCS anymore. Pardon?
I feel like I'm going to clown on broadcast.
Wait, how are you getting clowned on? You're 3-1. We were talking about your incredible tiebreaker record.
Incredible tiebreaker?
Yeah.
Yeah, we take those.
And you got,
Okay, so who did that beat? Can we talk about that instead?
Who did that win against? When they tell me.
Dignitas, Free Dragon. They've gotten every neutral so far for free as well.
6 scrubs, 2 dragons. I mean, there can be such a thing as kind of putting too many eggs in the smolder basket, right? It's like, this champion is strong, we get 225, but Contracts is caught. He's going to die potentially here.
No flash.
He's got no flash, and he's gone. Tomo from downtown snipes him with a Mega Death Rocket.
Another person for Tomo.
Another freebie for the Jinx. They're getting all the gold right where they want it. This is so good for Dignitas. Like, yes, there is a smolder stacking up, but he's down 1,400 gold to the Jinx, who's in an incredible spot, and you have an angle to win through soul stacking, through so many different ways now for Dig.
And Nara went silent the whole game as well, with the grubs too, so you get a lot of plates thanks to the little grubbies here.
I mean,
honestly, Dignitas is playing
really well
today.
Yeah,
both in this game and FlyQuest game until
until the wheels fell off. But we have to see, can they actually play it out clean? And I think that has been some of the struggles for some of our teams, towards the middle and the bottom, is that a lot of these teams have shown some good strength, but they don't always have the consistency on how to close it out, how to play it out from those positions. They were in a pretty significant lead earlier on today, actually more of a gold lead than they are now. Of course, they do have the objectives, but weren't able to close that one out. They are going to be able to grab this Herald, though, so the objective stacking continues. And there's no turrets down yet, so this one very likely would lead, especially if you drive it in and you have 6 scrubs. You spawn 12 of the Void Mites when you actually crash. So it's pretty easy to grab first tower.
It's like playing StarCraft.
It's a circling rush. Pull the SCVs. You got to defend the turret.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know what NRG thinks is their power spike this game. They really think
225.
Is that all it is?
We're all in, baby.
Because I feel like if you're giving every objective like this, even with the stacks, you don't auto win against these champs that Dignitas have. They have tanks. They have shields. They have hybrid carries themselves. Not that easy to just win,
I think their plan realistically was probably playing 4-second grubs, utilize the lead that they had on contracts, but he didn't have the right base timing. He was 1,500 gold in pocket. Aatrox is 1,500 gold in pocket. Once you lose that, I think they were really put on the back foot. It's going to be a flash forward. Here comes the Lilting Lullaby, going to be slept up. Can Dokla connect on the knockup? He can. Rich going to flash out, but there's the bowling ball of death. Contracts bowling a strike there onto Rich. They get a kill back on the top side.
The Mega Knight just ran out as he was slapped right there. Good timing by Contracts, and finally something good happening for NRG besides the early game.
They are going to be able to push Tomo out here.
They're giving their bot tower just for a potential siege mid tower, but they don't have any. Okay, just giving their bot tower for fun.
Yeah, they will drop bot tower.
Maybe they will get dove by XU if he stayed bot, but that's a free tower. First tower as well. To dove.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to use the Herald for it. So now they're going to drop Herald mid. They are going to move around mid now. It is just FBI here for now.
Dove could TP
but we could see Contracts and Boogie moving over to try to connect. Mom going to get called, but they TP on the minion, and here comes the crash. All the Void Mites piling out of the car. It's a clown car, but FBI, he actually got all those stacks.
Yeah.
You get stacks off all those.
That is true, yeah.
So there you go. It was actually brilliant to give up the 6 void grubs, because now you're just more stacks for the Smolder. He's at 125.
That is really low still, though. 129 at min 16 isn't that great.
Oh, here's the TP coming in deep. It's going to be Palafox coming in, but the tower's already gone, and Rich is going to be able to just turn this around onto Dokla. The Super Mega Death Rocket is just barely going to miss, but in flashes XU. The crash down connects. Dokla getting incredibly low. The spiraling despair is going to take out Rich, or is it? Rich is on the run here. He will finally go down to Palafox, and Huhi comes in to help Palafox clean it up. It's going to be a second kill there for NRG. Getting another couple back on the top side, but still with the tower and 1 kill, the gold pretty even off that play.
That looked a lot worse for Dignitas than it actually ended up being. 1-4-2 was not that bad considering they got a tower as well. I thought it was going to be a disaster for Dignitas here. 2 kills for free, but Rich actually got the kill at the end, and they got the trap and almost lived for a second as well.
Yeah, if that Jinx ulti connected also, it could have potentially gone better for them. You know, buys Dokla some time. That misses, he flashes out. The ulti came in from Palafox. They're barely able to finish him off. I thought he was going to go down there, but then you always get nervous when Triumph comes out. You're like, what if your spells are on cooldown? What if he lives here, guys?
Important thing here is Dove used his TP mid for the mid tower play, so Palafox had TP advantage and used it for a flank play on Richer. So I think things had to play safe here on this side of the map when they don't have TPs.
And quietly, Palafox getting pretty strong. Does have a couple kills now. He's working towards that second item. It's just sitting on the Null Magic Mantle, which I don't think is going to be built into anything for a while.
Items, though, to Dove, right? He doesn't have anything else than what Dove has. Actually,
it's the objective diff, right? 3 towers.
3 towers.
And
first tower.
Dove got first tower and all local gold on it.
Yeah. He has also the upgraded Seraphs, which Palafox probably won't have in this fight until the fight actually starts.
Yeah, and this is going to be that 3rd dragon here. We'll see if they're going to look for it as Dokla.
Dig has control, which is huge, because Orianna and Jinx are sort of controlling space.
Yeah.
Their jokes are so hard to enter, and I think NRG knows this, so they're just going to give it up.
Yep, they are going to give it up.
Really hard to be in, because now you have to fight the 4th dragon, no matter what.
And it's Hextech Soul.
Yeah, the most OP soul in the game, and the easy one to play with as well.
Yep.
And FBI, he's probably going to make it there. 75 souls, or not souls, dragon practice stacks.
Yeah, 75
in 5 minutes
stacks.
isn't unrealistic, but also not easy to get. You know, you can get 12 stacks per minute off of waves alone.
And you can see they're parking him mid now, so he's going to be farming the wolves there. The Raptors just respawn, so he's going to be looking to try to do that. But this is actually smart from Tomo. He moves in, he sees FBI on the way, so he's just going to steal the Raptors away. This is minus stacks for him.
Dude, farming Raptors is like the biggest. It feels so good on Smolder, just like yoink those, get a couple stacks.
Yep. It is actually a really big deal, and that's how people really accelerate their stacks.
Good stacking so far. W on the casters, then kills the melee and the casters with the Q. Got 5 on this wave. But he usually gets 12 per minute, right? Off of the 6 minions per wave. It's still not enough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
More than that.
They're going to need a little bit of heroics here potentially, but it's not the easiest team to hard engage into, where there's Isles in the background, there's a lot of peel, there's a lot of counter engage.
Yeah.
You look over at contracts, and he's still very, very farmed. This is a guy who's going to be rich. Probably can finish the Riftmaker up before that next fight. If he gets 2 core, he can be a threat. But the question is, can he actually get to the backline and kind of make something happen?
Yeah, he needs like a multi-engage, like a
multi-man sleep.
Yeah, sleep on both Orianna and Jinx, which is kind of impossible to be honest. So that Tomkins can't eat both of them. Definitely needs some big engage. Perhaps who he can distract the team fight by hooking one guy, ulting the Tomkins so they can't help everyone at the same time. But Dick keeps a good composure,
Stay spread, be first to the objective. It's going to get hard. And I mean, there's both a Knight's Vow on Tomo plus the Locket on Isles as well. So there's a lot of tools here to try to keep this guy safe.
Yeah, Isles got a Fairy Charm, which I think means he's going for the Mikaels. He understands that, hang on.
Oh, Dokla going to be in trouble. He's going to have to pop the World Ender here defensively, but Rich is crushing him and he's about to mega out. The Q3 connects, but he gets scooped against the wall. Will back it up as he knows no one from his team is on that side of the map. It is Tomo and XU threatening the 2-man Baron. Likely will be pushed off, but this is a slow response from NRG. They're just going to stick on it, and I think it might be gone before contracts can even get there. NRG are just not even reacting to the Baron. They're going to give up a freebie here. 20-minute Baron giving up uncontested 2-man from Dignitas as Rich makes the space, and now they're going to try to find the engage. Flash out there from Huhi, and won't amount to anything more than that.
I'm so confused. Dignitas is playing actually good League of Legends here.
They're smurfing.
This is really unusual for me.
It's a tiebreaker buff.
What happened
How do you feel about the fact Dignitas is going to have a better tiebreaker record than you if they win this game? You're only 3-1. They're going to be 4-1.
That's messed up. Come on, NRG.
So you're gonna have to come back next split, get yourself in a tiebreaker,
now it's
face Dignitas, and take him down to reclaim your record.
Yep.
Because that's the crowning achievement. That's the crowning achievement of your career, your tiebreaker record.
I've accomplished nothing in my career besides
tiebreakers. All right, scoops him back. It's gonna miss, but it doesn't matter. There's no flash on Huhi. They forced it out early, so they do get the pick. And now the question is, how much gold can they get off of this Baron? They're already 3K up. They're on soul point. They have the Baron. And NRG just feels like they have really got nothing done this game. Has been an unfortunate one for them. You know, they got a jungle lead, but that's it.
Yeah, they haven't usually played anything besides that one gank top that didn't even do anything, right?
Yep, it's going to be another turret going down. Tier 2 will be quick here to fall as Dignitas stepping forward.
Dig has a very good siege as well. They have 2 long-range carries, a lot of zone control, and good defensive support in time. So at this point in the game, Dignitas comp is really good. It's very hard for the NRG to actually wave clear against super minions, or rather Baron minions.
Yeah, this is looking really tough. There's only 120 until this next dragon spawns. That's going to be Soul. And FBI...
30 stacks.
Yeah, 30 stacks. Not going to happen. But they're going to be TPing in here. It's going to be Dokla on the flank. Can he find anything? It's rich split, but you can't engage by yourself into this. The rest of the team is not in position to follow up, so they won't get anything from it.
NRG needs to hold control of the dragon no matter what. They cannot leave this area at all. They have to just ARAM if they have to and just hold this area until the dragon spawns. But FBI doesn't have stacks. Hui's
XU's threatening. He's stepping forward. Remember, there's no flash on Huhi, and Hui's going to go down in a hurry here. Tomo going to get excited. We'll see how much more he can get as he's going to chase forward. Gets another kill. Contracts is down already. Isles is piling forward, and Meganar comes out. That's going to be another kill. It's a triple for Tomo. He's looking for the quadra onto FBI. He's going to get it as Dignitas wipe NRG off the map, and they could even march on the Nexus here 23 minutes in. Dignitas stomp NRG.
It's just over like that. 6
just like that,
5
man.
people alive, clean ace, down mid. Is it just over like that?
It's looking like it. We'll see. Are they going to be TPing back in?
Again.
The rest are going to stay. They're going to TP back on the minion. They're going to actually look to close it out. Tomo takes a couple turret shots. Hui's here, but there's no one else to follow up on it, and Dignitas have done it. They destroy NRG, move NRG to 0-4 on the week. They claim the 5th seed here, putting themselves in better position for playoffs and knocking the defending champions down a peg here on the final day of the LCS.
Dignitas actually playing good. That's so mind-blowing to me.
They look good, man. They looked really strong here.
Nice early game, besides like the XU chicken incident, and then good macro mid game. Got every objective for free. NRG seeming a bit lost, to be honest.
Yeah,
they didn't fight the Herald, but they didn't actually like anything else either. They TP'd and didn't fight. Then they lost the objectives. They gave up the dragons early game. Did one gank top and that was it.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Yeah, Dignitas played it well. We're able to donate so much gold into Tomo. You know, Rich was playing well on the side lanes. As you said, they were always first to the objectives.
They had that one single play at chickens into the mid and the blue buff, and then it all just went downhill from there.
Yeah. It felt like they were kind of playing to fight heavily around second grub setup, but didn't have the bases for it. You know, didn't have the gold spent to actually get in that situation when they lost that fight. Felt like NRG was very heavily on the back foot.
Second grubs definitely must have stung for NRG when Palafox was bot lane with TP in an empty lane. Could have gotten 3 plates, they could have moved down there, gotten vision, anything like that. But then they lose the fight, they TP in, do nothing, lose the objective, lose the plates, get no farm advantage, nothing.
Yeah, definitely a tough one, but Dignitas going to be happy about this. Yeah, really tough week. They come in, they were playing potentially for first seed, and they end up going in as 6th. A 6th place seed has actually never won the LCS, so they are defending champions.
What's the lowest?
No, 5th.
NRG, right?
They did it. I think someone else has done it as well. I can't remember exactly who, but I know a 6th seed has never won it. But we are going to be joining Emily and XU on stage for a post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I am joined by victorious jungler XU after a loss and then a win. So I guess initially I want you to tell me how you guys kind of regrouped from the FlyQuest loss going into this game.
I think my team did a good job of like staying positive. I think personally I was pretty pissed. I think I played really bad in the series before, and then this one I also didn't play very well. So it hasn't been the best day for me, but I'm glad my team is really smurfing, and especially bot lane, they're really performing, so.
Yeah, we've actually talked a lot about your bot lane. I mean, I talked about it with you last week. Going into today, that's kind of how we previewed your team. Is like you've kind of rallied around Tomo and Isles as the key focal points in this specific composition. Obviously, it was like a Jinx comp. So you are essentially hoping that they get ahead and kind of team fight for you. But talk to me about locking in the Jinx and kind of your overall team play. Would you consider yourselves a bot-focused team going into playoffs or no?
I mean, obviously we have really strong solos, so left on their own, they're going to win most of the time. So we just kind of prioritize like making sure our bot side is stable. And we're also the 3 English speakers, so like it's easier if we play our game and then they play their game, and like, you know, that's always good. So I don't know if we're like bot lane focused, like particularly, but yeah, I think the meta kind of evolved into being mostly bot lane focused.
And then at the beginning of the split, you did kind of talk about like team communication overall. Is it still like that with you communicating towards your top side, or how has that evolved as you guys have made it through the regular season?
It's getting a little bit better. Obviously, it's not where we'd like it to be, and it's not even fully due to like language. I think just like the way I'm interacting with my solo lanes isn't that good right now, so definitely something we're going to work on going into playoffs. But right now, the way we play around bot is pretty good, so we've kind of been sticking with that.
And then for you and for Dignitas as a team, what do you think you need to improve on the most as a player, like going forward into playoffs? And what do you think Dignitas needs to improve on the most?
I got a lot of work to do, but I think most of it is just like coming up with a plan and sticking with it. I think a lot of times we have good ideas, and then like, you know, someone will do something and it'll like piss me off a little bit. Like the Lilia, you know, he's on my Raptors. I knew he's there. I'm just like, you know what? I need to get this. So just being more centered in game and like sticking to the game plan, I think, will be important.
Okay. And then this is wrapping up your first kind of full regular season as a pro player in the LCS. I guess I don't want to say how would you rate your performance, because you did just say like you think you have a lot to work on, but I did want to congratulate you and ask you how it felt to finally be on a team definitively as opposed to coming in as a substitute, because I know that can be a massive difference in terms of confidence.
Yeah, honestly, it's like a huge difference. I think making sure that like I'm on this team and I know that I'm on the team to stay for a while, it just lets me like feel confident to like try things and experiment and try to learn. I don't have to just like play the same thing every game and like the only thing we can do is like one style. So yeah, it's really nice to have that like security of like, hey, you're gonna play with these guys the whole season and it's just you guys. You guys are kind of like a family. So, you know, it's been nice.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Tomo the other day, like he says vibes have been good on the team. So I just wanted to congratulate you on your first full split. Congratulate you on playoffs. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And we are going to toss it to Jat and Raz to conclude the day.
Congratulations to Dignitas and XU wrapping up our regular season, which brings us to the playoff bracket.
Let's do it.
Which starts on Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Here it is, though. FlyQuest and TL at the top of the bracket will be Friday. The first game on Thursday is a banger. Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves. Do not miss that. The losers of those games will drop to the lower bracket and play Saturday, Sunday games. So you can see NRG right there plays the A2 loser, which is the loser of the Cloud9 or 100 Thieves matchup. So that's who they need to start preparing for right now. Those are the 6 teams that have made it through playoffs. But with this week 6 being concluded, what do we have?
We got Player of the Week.
We got Player of the Week.
We got Player of the Week.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Okay, this is absurd. In a week.
That's insane to see.
I'm pretty sure
that couldn't have happened
that
before.
no one else has 7 solo kills in this split.
Yeah.
And he got it in a week. Probably in 2 games, actually, because I don't think he had any solo kills on Friday.
Yeah, the game that he had versus Shopify Rebellion, not only did he get this solo kill versus Fake God, it was also the failed dive that they had against him where he was able to defend it and get both kills. So those counted as solo kills per failed
3
dive
on
defense.
Jace, and I'm pretty sure 4 on Olaf because he had the first solo kill.
Yep.
He had the 2v1, which was 2, and he also ran down Palafox's Karma in one of them.
And this team fighting on the Olaf game was also just great. The dragon fight that I remember where you got over the pit and just ran them down. This was another good one too. But yeah, he was just heroic. It's great to see the growth that he's had since the beginning of the split, with how many people, of course, were critiquing him going into the split, saying that he wasn't the best player coming into the LCS. Then he ended up proving people wrong, topping the solo kills chart. And then he just had 2 really hard carry performances throughout a Super Week, with the first one being good too. So no one would have expected him to be able to get this. And he's just damn entertaining to watch.
The fact that they just hard-locked Shaco, Veigar, Olaf, and then did that on stage. I heard the solo kill record for one weekend is 10.
Who did
which
that?
Just sounds made up. It must have been like Bjergsen in 2013 or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to wait for the results. We'll tweet it later. Here's the standings for the end of the regular season. This is what we ended up with after 6 weeks of play. Not a tie at the top because FlyQuest holds the 2-0 head-to-head against 100 Thieves. Cloud9, after everything they've been through, still number 3. TL, forever 4th.
That's a good one.
Still.
Yep.
Dig and NRG route of the playoffs. Shopify narrowly, heartbreakingly missing by losing the longest game of the split to Cloud9 in their final game of the split. And Immortals did pick up a win against Cloud9 at the end, but could not make playoffs.
Yeah, if you didn't watch that Shopify game, I felt like that was an exciting game you kind of have to rewatch. But overall, it's interesting that our incumbent champion is 6th seed, and also the casters mentioning the fact that no 6th seed has ever won a championship off that one. So if they can make that, that would be the most miracle run of all time. So it's going to be exciting playoffs.
So bad.
Really bad.
0-4.
Yeah.
There is a very built-in excuse, though. Dokla was super sick on Friday, and just because you're not as sick on Friday doesn't mean you're 100% on Saturday and Sunday. So
True.
They're going to be a different team in the playoffs. We'll have to see, though. That's going to be on the weekend. One final hit on this playoff bracket. Remember, we start on Thursday.
Thursday!
Versus Cloud9, FlyQuest TL on Friday. Losers of those games play on Saturday and Sunday, respectively.
And if you're in the chat, just for people that haven't been, if they're not paying attention, just spam Thursday. Just to
Tell
remind
your
each
friends.
other.
Like, you wouldn't believe how much you can learn from just what people are saying around you.
Exactly.
Yeah, so even if there's the few of you on the stream, you can make sure people don't miss the 100 Thieves versus Cloud9 match on Thursday.
That's your responsibility.
That's it for the regular season. We're going to send it over to Busio's stream. Congratulations, Busio.
Yeah.
On that #1 seed, first in FlyQuest history. Goodbye.
Get front. I will go. Nice yawn.
Nice!
End the game, guys.
All right, muchas gracias.
Yes! Yes! I've been waiting for this since 2017.
And River Shaco not off to the greatest of start. It's a first blood for NRG.
It's happening again. This is Moon all over again. No! I'm gonna have to wait another 7 years.
Halfway through, and Huhi just might go down to quit.
If you're diving at
Try to run.
No, I'm just gonna trade on front. No flash.
Wow.
Okay. We come after.
Oh, please. Okay.
And Insanity finds a nice double knockback. Fake God's made his way in. It's a double kill back up into B-Boy. Shopify Rebellion are steamrolling Cloud9.
We can win. Actually, we can end. No, we have Kindred, guys. Try. Close. Look at your guys.
Look,
I'm GA. Look, just dead. Nice, we win. We won.
Regular split for spring 2024. No sir, no way, no how. For the first time in LCS history, FlyQuest finishes regular season in first place.
Dude, you got 2v2 murdered.
No.
That's
No.
What? Wow.
We'll check the receipts.
Is piling forward, and Meganar comes out. That's going to be another kill. It's a triple for Tomo. He's looking for the Quadra on the FBI. He's going to get it as Dignitas wipe NRG off the map.
There was nothing there.
Yeah.
To tiebreakers!
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop.